city from all over the country have gathered here in New York. They've come to plead, to scream, to cheer, to hope, maybe pray for their favorite teams. It's the NFL's new season, the NFL Draft. These elite players are headed to the National Football League. They'll know their fates within hours.
You got to come out.
261 men are about to embark on an incredible journey. These gifted athletes come in all shapes and sizes. From franchise quarterbacks to nifty linemen, cornerstone defensive backs to relentless pass rushers. On this special day, they pursue the ultimate goal, football. On Sunday, the 2002 NFL Draft.
Boom, 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 boom.
When talking to the press, rookies need to learn the art of the nod.
Bang, 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 bang.
I have 2 words for you. Prenuptial agreement.
Boom, 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 boom.
I'm the king of that. If I didn't, I wouldn't be here, fellas. I'll tell you right now. A couple of women would own the buildings.
Boom, 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 boom.
The only thing that can stop you is you. Or maybe the salary cap.
Bang, 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 bang.
There's the interesting question nod.
Being wealthy isn't really all it's cracked up to be.
How.
I'm only kidding. It's unbelievably great.
Bang, 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 bang.
I see where you're going, nod.
Boom, 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 boom.
Are you just happy to be there, or are you going to stamp your name all over the record books?
Bang, 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 bang.
And if you really do well, you'll make a lot of money.
You're absolutely right, nod.
They're going to put the word "the" in front of your name.
Boom, 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 boom.
When they ask you a question, don't tell them a thing.
Bang, 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 bang.
All right, we're done. We're out of here.
Hey, don't forget the best part of the draft.
Boom, 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 boom.
Hey, let's face it. Mel Kiper is an inspiration to us all.
Mel Kiper, the best part.
Bang, 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 bang.
Who the hell is Mel Kiper anyway?
It's all about the nod.
Bang, 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 bang.
Well, thanks to our 3 draft mixers, Mel knows it doesn't get any better than this. Welcome to the 67th Annual National Football League Annual Selection Meeting. We decided to invite a few friends of ours to watch. Also, in the green room, a few friends you'll know pretty soon, like big hulking tackles like Bryant Mount McKinney from Miami, the fun-loving man from Texas, Big Mike Williams, his one-time Longhorn teammate, the coveted Quentin Whammer Jammer. What a great football name. From North Carolina, the versatile defensive end, Julius Sergeant Peppers and his Lowly Hearts Club Band. And the future Houston Texan, quarterback David, you can drive my car. And a quarterback we'll talk about very soon, and whither he goes, Joey Harrington, quarterback Oregon. Does he go early? Do teams trade? Do teams jump? Hey, that's what we're here for. Hello once again, everybody. I'm Chris Berman, and let's translate. The annual selection meeting in English means the NFL Draft. With me, as always, is becoming a habit, Mel Kiper.
Good to be here, Chris.
You were doing nothing?
Relaxing, love golf.
Chris Mortensen, this is also becoming a habit.
Yes, it is.
Here we are in the bowels of Madison Square Garden. What is Jimmy Johnson? What in the name of the Florida Keys is Jimmy Johnson doing here? Welcome.
I had to find a tie and some socks.
This is your day. This is wheeling, dealing. You're right in the middle of these things. Well, I'll tell you what, we're going to add. Jimmy's going to add to the merriment. We've got reporters everywhere. And here's what you'll see on the screen. As the day goes and you see David Carr, here's what you'll see on the screen during the day. At the bottom of your TV screen will be a red crawl that'll display the draft order, reveal the current pick. Side will be a totem-like poll menu. You follow your favorite team information. Totem poll device will also have Mel's best available, all sorts of information, including new divisional realignment, which we'll talk about. Finally, on the lower right, you can see which team is on the clock, and the clock, which in the first round you have 15 minutes to make the pick. But we should say that the Houston Texans did not wait 15 minutes to make the pick. They couldn't wait to go this quickly, and why not? They have signed, or they've come to agreement and drafted, for all intents and purposes, David Carr, quarterback, Fresno State. Now, Carr comes with an $11 million signing bonus, 7-year contract worth at least $45 million, could be up to $60 million. What's a few million when you're among friends? But the Houston Texans have hitched their wagon, no pun intended, to David Carr, your franchise quarterback, first pick in the history of the team. It's the 4th time that's ever happened. Do they have their right man in all way, shape, and form, Mel, in your opinion?
Chris,
Look
I
pretty
think
good
they
to
do.
me.
He has, and I think you look at that number 8, and you look at Troy Aikman, what he meant to Jimmy Johnson and the Dallas Cowboys, that foundation, that building block that you go and you build around, and you get the supporting cast, and all of a sudden, the rest is history. You're moving into a position to get to a Super Bowl. You see the size. He's been up around 230 pounds, runs under 4'7", bench presses over 400 pounds. So you know about the physical ability. And keep in mind, here he is with the Bulldogs. He was brought along slowly. 2 years as a backup, then redshirted, gave him a time to grasp that sophisticated offense of Pat Hill. Then he became the starter, threw 4 interceptions his first start at Columbus against Ohio State, rebounded to have a great year, and then this past season, early in the year, 3 top-level opponents, Colorado, Oregon State, and Wisconsin. David Carr put on a show. Then at the Senior Bowl practice in Mobile, he lit it up. Accuracy, velocity was Troy Aikman-like. Now, I think that week in Mobile, Joey Harrington was not there nursing that knee injury, allowed David Carr to seize control at that position. Houston Texans had no choice from that point on to make Carr the #1 pick, feeling that he can be a potential franchise signal caller. You look at the strengths of David Carr. I alluded to some of these while the highlights were rolling. Look at arm strength. He can whip the ball to any point on the field. The maturity level and the leadership is critical. We talk about Ryan Lee, but go back to the enthusiasm that I thought Rick Meyer lacked. He has it. Consistency throughout the year. I thought he was the best at the college level of anybody. The sidearm delivery is the concern. Unlike Troy Aikman, who snapped it off from the year, he comes off that right shoulder sidearm. And while he runs under 4'7", he's not going to scramble around and make a lot of plays with his legs. But I think more that sidearm delivery, whether we'll have passes batted down at the line of scrimmage, unlike at Fresno State when he didn't, will that be a factor in the NFL?
You know, I've spoken with guys like Phil Simms and Steve Young and Mike Martz yesterday, and they think this delivery thing is a joke. In other words, like Mike Martz says, you do not change a guy's delivery, especially if he's had success. If you do change his delivery, it means you got the wrong guy. And just a note on quarterbacks here, Buffalo, New England, I think things are warming up there in those talks about Drew Bledsoe. So we got to wait and see here as we approach Buffalo's pick here, whether or not the Patriots and the Bills make this trade. As you know, Bledsoe was the #1 pick a few years ago.
Speaking of #1 picks overall in the draft in '93. Now, Jimmy, you didn't take an expansion team, Dallas, but it almost, the way they had 25 years of great success, but by the time you got there, the veterans had pretty much played as they could. So you had to do it all over. And the first pick you ever made, not a bad one, by the way.
Right.
Troy Aikman. Okay, now, what let you know right away, hey, we're going to hitch our wagon to this guy? Why do I know that he's all right and he's not going to look under fire right away and go, oh, my God, I can't take this. We're getting run over our first year.
Boomer, the starting point for any NFL team, if they're going to win games, is the quarterback.
Right.
And it's a quarterback that's going to make the right decisions, a quarterback that's going to avoid the turnovers, and a quarterback that's going to manage the game. So a winning quarterback. Now, you notice I didn't say great quarterback, because you can win Super Bowls. It's been proven you can win Super Bowls without a great quarterback. Now, if you have that quarterback that can manage the game, that can avoid the turnovers, that can make the right decision, and he can make the throws that Troy Aikman makes, the great quarterbacks make, the Joe Montana decisions, then you have something special. But I don't care how good your team is, defense, running backs, special teams, if you don't have a winning quarterback that makes the right decisions, you're not going to win in the NFL.
So did Houston do the right thing? You like what they're doing?
Yeah, everything I hear about him, you know, he's intelligent, he can do it all. But I also like that other guy, too, Harrington. He's a pretty talented guy.
Well, we'll be talking about him soon enough, as Bob McNair has been very, very busy. His dream has come to fruition. The Houston Texans are in the league, and now they're in the draft. The commissioner, Paul Tagliabue, to kick it off.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to football fans here and around the nation. Welcome to the 2002 National Football League College Player Draft. The first choice in this draft belongs to the NFL's newest addition, the Houston Texans.
Hey, look, and you've waited a couple of years since even being awarded the expansion franchise. You might as well wait 7 or 8 minutes and be on the clock. I mean, milk it 8 more minutes.
Right.
What's the rush after you've gotten in the league? Now, #1 quarterbacks in the common draft. Since the common draft, the AFL merged or agreed to merge with the NFL in '67. There have been 11. Michael Vick, of course, last year with Atlanta. This is the year we'll really see what he can do. Tim Couch on his way with Cleveland. Certainly Peyton Manning more than on his way with the Colts. Drew Bledsoe we talked about with New England, at least for this minute. Jeff George is one that all the talent, didn't really pan out. Picked by Indy, much traveled. I mean, he was a Pro Bowl quarterback, but as far as winning on the downside, no. Troy Aikman, yes, he was a winner. He also happened to be a Hall of Fame quarterback. You got everything, Jimmy. You know, Troy Aikman, Steve Walsh. We'll get into that later. Vinny Testaverde with the Buccaneers, still in the league. Re-signed with the Jets. He's their starter. The John Elway, never played with the Colts, of course. Not a bad career with Denver. Steve Bartkowski was a good-armed quarterback. Got the Falcons in the playoffs a couple times. That was it. Jim Plunkett won Super Bowls, not with New England, but with Oakland. And Terry Bradshaw, of course, 4-0 with the Steelers. So as you can see, as it turns out, when you go number one overall, your success ratio is pretty good. Number 2, number 3 overall, that's where it begins to differ a little bit. But when the guy is number 1 overall, it seems to work. But it could have been Joey Harrington, number 1. Why not? And what do you guys think of the two of them compared?
Chris, I think it was a couple things that I think allowed David Carr to be the Houston Texans pick and Joey Harrington maybe the Detroit Lions at 3. I think you go back to the common opponent of Carr and Harrington. It was Wisconsin. Harrington in that game against the Badgers completed less than 50% of his passes, struggled some. He still wants the ball in the fourth quarter in his hands, but against Wisconsin at Madison, David Carr put on a show and did a great job, led them to a come-from-behind victory on the road. And I think you go to the Senior Bowl practices, David Carr was there, Joey Harrington was not. And I think when you look at Joey Harrington, you see the key is he doesn't have the 98-mile-an-hour fastball like Brett Favre, but like Brett Favre, in the fourth quarter, he wants the ball in his hands, he exudes confidence, he's a winner, and when the chips are on the line and when the game's on the line, he wants to take that team down the field and set up the winning score, and I think that's the key. Talk about clutch performances, the system of Mike Bellotti between the hashes, getting the job done. Talk about a quarterback. Joey Harrington's been thinking about that position and honing those skills since the day he was born. I think you look at the questionable arm strength. While he doesn't have that ability that Favre does, and certainly Troy Aikman did, and certainly David Carr does, he can finesse the ball, he has touch, and his precision is outstanding. I think in Mike Bellotti's offense, he was ideal, and I think he'll be an excellent quarterback for anybody. Whether it's Detroit, Kansas City, forget about it. Joey Harrington is a winner, and I think he'll continue on in the NFL and has such a success rate.
He wins games, and he wins games late. But that doesn't mean they both couldn't be Super Bowl championship caliber quarterbacks. We have one, a Super Bowl championship caliber quarterback, Ron Jaworski. How about our edge matchup set with Merrill Hodge and Susie Colbert? Good early afternoon, gang.
Hi, Chris. All you have to do is put these two guys in a room together, and there's an immediate debate. But you know what? No matter how much you talk about skills of quarterbacks, sometimes you just have to go with feel, because it's not an exact science. And the guys in Houston fell in love with David Carr, the person. But you've been quite clear saying that you think Joey Harrington is a fantastic quarterback. So compare the two.
Yeah, and I love David Carr, and I love Joey Harrington. And Mort got me fired up already talking about the 3 coaches he talked to, said that you don't change a quarterback's throwing rhythm. Well, he's wrong. You know, you've got to tweak things when they get to the NFL. But in a comparison to David Carr and Joey Harrington, arm strength, clearly David Carr. He's got a gun on his shoulder. He can throw the football. Accuracy, no question. Joey Harrington can make all the difficult throws, a more accurate passer. Mechanics, Joey Harrington, flawless. The guy sets up in the pocket, great pocket awareness. Both these guys will look down the gun barrel. They're tough. They will take the hit and deliver the football, and that's that pocket presence. They both have great awareness in the pocket. And although David Carr may deliver the ball a little bit low in his delivery, what he can do is move around a little bit to find that lane. That will make up for that low delivery. I got to get back to Mort again. See, he gets real fired up early in the show, you know?
We'll get to Mort a little later. But Harrington, one of the big question marks has been his arm strength. And we have to dispel something right now. Arm strength is not the ability to throw the ball down the field. That is about anticipation. Harrington has that. He has great anticipation. In fact, in the National Football League, if the ball is in the air for over 45 yards, safeties in this league are going to pick you off. Arm strength is that 18-yard comeback on the wide side of the field, and you've got to stick that throw. He can make that throw. Arm strength is not a question for Harrington. He has the whole package. I love the kid.
Yeah, and remember this, in the National Football League,
that
those hash marks move in a little bit, so you do have to make that throw to the outside.
Absolutely.
Dom Capers and offensive coordinator Chris Palmer haven't been shy about giving young QBs the start who have a chance to show he can deliver early on. Chris?
All right, gang, thank you very much. And so now the debate will rage. But you know what? It could be like the commercial, great taste, less filling. I mean, they could both be correct answers. Now let's ask, what's heating up? Look, Carolina is picking 2, and we know they're going to go Peppers. And you know, there's nothing wrong with that pick, obviously. But look, Carolina's not drafting there. Detroit's not drafting 3. And Buffalo, barring trade, not drafting 4 by accident. they need quarterbacks. So what's going to happen with Joey Harrington? Will he go with one of these guys who currently start? Chris Winkie, Mike McMahon entering both their second seasons in the NFL, and Alex Van Pelt, a guy who we like a lot, but maybe isn't a Super Bowl guy, a guy who's maybe certainly a couple steps above those two. Will we see Harrington go to one of these three more?
Well, I think you look at Detroit. I'll be surprised if Harrington doesn't go in that third spot. And I'm talking about with the Lions taking him, or, yeah, Washington could trade up there, or somebody else who has a desire for Harrington. I think Harrington goes number 3, even though I know there are some teams that worry about a guy who is called a system quarterback. Great intangibles, good size. Mike Bellotti runs a great system. That's wonderful, but the skills also have to be there in case, hey, a coach does get fired in this league once in a while, and now you got a different system.
Is that true, Jimmy? Coaches get fired?
Not me. Hey, you know, the consensus around the league, and I've talked to everybody around the league, it is split between the two, but the consensus is these guys, they're slam dunks. It's not a Ryan Leaf. It's not a Rick Meyer. You know, these guys can play. Now, the only thing is there's a difference of opinion of which one's the best.
But I did talk to a team yesterday, a team that I think knows quarterbacks, who said they had a 4th-round grade on Harrington, and that shocked me.
We have time to debate this, about 10 hours. But meanwhile, there's no debate about the first pick of the draft, the 67th one. To the podium.
With the first choice in the 2002 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select David Carr, quarterback from Fresno State.
Now, how can you boo that here? It's not like this is a surprise. Hey, look, 6'3", as Mel talked about, 46 touchdowns, 9 interceptions last year. I don't care what level you're playing at. I mean, that's 70 TD passes, 23 picks for your career. So with the winning, I'm not even talking about yards, what kind of offense, over 300, 10 of the last 11 games. That's a pretty good ratio no matter what league you play in. And about the human being, David Carr, there can be no debate. What a person to build a franchise around, guys.
I think that's the key, Chris. When you look at a quarterback like Joey Harrington, we talk about leadership, and we go back, and I'll tell you, if I didn't think Joey Harrington and David Carr would play, I'd tell you, I think they would be overrated. I'd push them down to 30th, 50th, I'd Jeff George 84th, Meyer 30th. I don't see anything with Harrington or Carr that you can't say is a question mark in terms of them becoming a quality starting quarterback. Sure, you can say Carr's a sidearm delivery. You can say Harrington doesn't have the gun. There are a lot of quarterbacks that don't have tremendous arm strength and win Super Bowls. So to me, if I thought they were overrated, I'd tell you. I don't see that happening with these two. I think they're going to both be solid or much better than that at the pro level. And I think when you look at Carr and Harrington 3-4 years down the road, you are not going to call any one of these two players a bust or a disappointment.
I want to go back to that sidearm delivery stuff that Jaws is taking some shots here now. You know, Mike Martz has a master's in biomechanics, and he pointed out, and this is consistent with a lot of people I've talked to, this sidearm delivery, listen, you don't see baseball pitchers come over the top. Biomechanically, it's okay to be. Kurt Warner's down there. Steve Young was down there. You can change footwork. You can change the leverage, your knee flexion. You don't mess with that delivery if he's had success.
Sonny Jurgensen was below there, right? I don't know how he got that out, and he was pretty good the last time we checked.
Bernie Kosar.
Well, there have been many. So David Carr with a wife, Melody, a young son, and how about them Texans? They've got their quarterback. I had to do it. Let's go to our edge matchup set, analyze a little mechanics of a young man who's the first pick in the draft. Gang?
And Chris, since he came into the spotlight, that's been the big debate about David Carr. Should you change a quarterback's mechanics? Go for it.
Well, first of all, biomechanics. Mort's throwing all these big words at me. Hey, I studied kinesiology at Youngstown State. I can handle those big words. But clearly, when you look at David Carr, there is a flaw in that motion. Now, the comparison a lot of people are making, David Carr, Troy Aikman. And yes, they are like in stature, velocity. They can make all the throws. But there certainly are some differences in the way they deliver the football.
Focus on the release point of David Carr in comparison to Troy Aikman. Aikman releases the ball high and close to his ear. Carr releases it closer to the shoulder level and away from his body. Carr's release point is clearly low. I believe this has to be a concern at the NFL level. Now let's take a look at Carr's drop from center in comparison to the Rams' Kurt Warner. Warner keeps his left foot offset behind him and never picks it up. He simply corkscrews it into the ground and pushes off with it to get depth. Carr picks his left foot up and puts it down in the same place. It's a wasted step or false step that is of no use to him. Carr does have outstanding arm strength and anticipation. Here, he will make an anticipation throw down the middle while stepping into a stunting defensive lineman. These are the kinds of throws he will have to make on a consistent basis in the NFL.
David Carr has a terrific long-term future in the National Football League. But, and here's another response to Chris Mortensen, when I look at the delivery, it's low. Now, Chris Palmer, who is his coach with the Houston Texans, is working on him delivering the ball over the top. So there's one for Mort as well, Merrill.
I have to go.
I got your back, my brother. Right. I'm going to defend more, but I got your back.
A standpoint, if you're a golfer and you go with a natural swing, it just feels better. Let's go back to New York.
All right, Susie, Merrill, Jaws, thank you very much. And so the extended family of David Carr from Bakersfield, California, hoping that he can do what another Fresno State quarterback did, win a Super Bowl, and that's in Trent Dilfer. You see his family. I don't know if we have a shot right now, but how about a young man, his wife is Melody, who you'll see the huge family up there. His son is Austin. Now, this is long before he knew, okay, Houston Texans. You talk about a guy that's going to be the franchise quarterback for the Texans, and his son is named the same as the capital of the state. It's pretty good. That's what we call marketing, Jim. You guys knew a little bit about that, didn't you?
A little bit. Jerry was a marketing genius.
So the Houston Texans have David Carr, and now the Carolina Panthers are on the list. A team that won its opening game last year. That's the good news. That was in the summer. The bad news is they went 0 for the fall and 0 for the winter. They went 1-15. Hence a whole new regime with Carolina. Hence John Fox is coaching and not George Seifert, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's what's on the clock now. We anticipate it's going to be Julius Peppers, the unbelievably gifted athlete from North Carolina. But now, here we are, Carolina. Should they go and look? This is a hometown product A, Julius Peppers. This is a guy who could be, and you don't ever want to compare it to a greatest ever, Lawrence Taylor, but we've heard that. Should you go a defense here? It's a defensive coach. Or do you go a Harrington with Chris Wenke there? That's not an easy choice, Jimmy.
Boomer, I know that he's a hometown guy and he's local for Carolina on and on, but there are some mixed reviews on Peppers as far as, does he play hard every down? Can he play hard for, 16 weeks and 16 ball games? Can he do those things? He's a basketball player. He didn't have spring training, on and on. There are questions here, whereas they might say Quentin Jammer, he is a slam dunk. So this guy might be great, but at the number 2 pick, I don't want a might 2. I want somebody that's going to do it.
Mel, is he a might 2, or is he a definitely can do? I mean, here's a guy that was on a Final Four basketball team a couple of years ago for the University of North Carolina. So athletic ability, we know that already.
Well, he has that, and I get a little tired of hearing the lack of productivity. I've heard that for the last 3 months. Everybody's kind of bashing Julius Peppers, saying he didn't do anything in the big games. He wasn't productive. Dwight Freeney had 17 sacks this past year. He broke the single-season sack record of Julius Peppers when he was a third-year sophomore, and he had 15. You watch him, 6'6 and a quarter, 285 pounds, and moves like an outside linebacker. Tremendous agility, unbelievable quickness. So the productivity was there in the ACC. This kid rose to the level, played some strong games against quality opposition. Later in the year, he did tail off, and that was a concern. You would have liked to see him pick up the pace and dominate down the stretch. He didn't. That was the only thing you could say about Peppers. But the prior productivity, the prior dominance was already there. That's why I kept Julius Peppers at number 1 on my board all year. Never pushed him back, knowing that he has done it. Maybe he was looking a little bit ahead to the pro level, knowing he was coming out as a junior. Maybe concerned a little bit about injury. Bottom line is, John Fox had Michael Strahan as a left defensive end. This kid could be outstanding as a pass rusher, and as a guy can be a complete performer at defensive end. I think you look at Julius Peppers and you say, yeah, you'd like to have Bruce Smith, the guy can come in right away and dominate. It may take him a year, Boomer, but I'd say 2 years from now, Julius Peppers will be getting after quarterbacks on a regular basis.
Well, if that's the case, Carolina will not be 1-15. The pick is in. Let's go up to the podium and rejoin Commissioner Paul Tagliabue.
With the second choice in the 2002 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Julius Peppers, defensive end from North Carolina. The Detroit Lions.
So a new beginning, if you will, for the Carolina Panthers. They select a hometown product, if you will, Julius Peppers. They select a guy who, well, the head basketball coach at North Carolina when he was a senior in high school being recruited was Dean Smith. who knows a bit about winning. I'm not saying he's a great football scout, but Dean Smith said this is a kid who wants to be great. And that comes as a pretty good accolade from a pretty good coach and a pretty good judge in town.
Well, and Panthers coach John Fox told me, he said, you don't play basketball, Division I basketball, Division I football with a relatively high level of success, and you're not a competitor. Come on. I mean, John, this guy is young. Yes, he will struggle some, but boy, you talk about upside in a player. This guy's got tremendous upside.
Yeah. I think the biggest thing here is the individual coaching. If he gets the individual coaching to get him going game in and game out, because he hasn't gone through a full year of football.
Right.
He gets the individual coaching. Now, all the potential's there, and he can be a great player.
Well, plus, for me personally, I mean, you have your choice of Sergeant Peppers, Dr. Pepper, Red Hot Chili Peppers. I mean, we can go on and on and on and on. And a guy who likes some Red Hot Chili Peppers on his marinara sauce every now and then is our Sal Palantonio. Sal is in Washington with a little news on Julius Peppers, although here he is. Sal, what do you got?
Well, I like a little pepper sauce on my marinara, don't forget. But I'll go with Sergeant Pepper's, Boomer. The reason why John Fox, and I talked to John Fox, the head coach of the Carolina Panthers this morning, the reason why he took Julius Peppers there, he said there is just too much potential upside for Julius Peppers. And this is a team, don't forget, that was 31st, ranked last in the league in defense last year. And in their short history, they've never had a defensive lineman in double digits in sacks. So Peppers was a no-lose situation for them, and they're taking them with that second pick, as you saw. Don't forget also, at 1-15, they needed to re-energize their fan base, and a local hometown guy can do that, Boomer.
Another thing, thank you, Sal, and I'm glad that we agree on marinara sauce. It's very important as we look now at Chris Fowler with David Carr. Chris, you've enjoyed watching him play at Fresno State, and all of us are going to enjoy the next 12 or 15 years. What's going through his head? He knew this was coming, but yet he still had to have butterflies, huh, Chris?
Exactly. We're going to talk biomechanics in just a second there. That's been a hot topic. But, David, this has been a formality, as Chris mentioned, for a couple of weeks. You get the contract, you got the house, you got some furniture already down there in Houston. But you told me a few minutes ago, still, when it hit you, it was big.
Yeah, it was. We were coming in, and I was thinking it'd be just a formality, but this is something you dream about, getting to walk up and get to meet Mr. Tagovailoa in this kind of way, and, get to go through the whole process and have the Giant and the Jets fans out here, something you see on TV every year, so it's exciting.
You come to high school, you weigh 105 pounds, you're 5'4", you're like honorable mention all Bakersfield when you leave high school. It's a pretty incredible journey to the #1 pick in a franchise's history.
It's just something, it's hard work, and that's something that my dad's instilled in me, and faith in God and faith in yourself and believing that you can get to where you want to go. A lot of people didn't think a first pick could come out of Fresno State or out of Bakersfield, California, but, it shows what hard work can do and believing in yourself and in God, so it's been exciting.
Well, the team loves your maturity and the fact that you're so grounded, but all the hype, all the money, in a quiet moment, do you ever wonder to yourself, am I really worth all this fuss and all this cash?
I haven't had a quiet moment. That's the only thing. I mean, if I'd had one, then, there's a lot of things I get to think about. I mean, I haven't had a time to even, watch any of my film from the season. It's just been a whole onslaught of things that's happened, and, it's been great. The whole ride's been fun. I'm glad my family's here to enjoy it with me. I'm just, I'm actually more excited for them than I am anything else.
It's appropriate in Houston to talk launch point, where you throw inside them over the top. Have you worked with Chris Palmer? Do you see that as an issue at all when the naysayers look at your delivery and see flaws?
We're going to work on everything we can in practice, and, footwork also. I mean, there's a lot of things that I want to do as a player to get better that way, and like you said, mechanically, we're going to work on a lot of things in practice. But when it comes down to it in the games, I want to go off my instinct and make everything, second nature. I don't want to have to think when I get on the field. I just want to play like I've been playing since I was little.
All right. Well, watch closely to see if you play right away. You showed a lot of patience at Fresno State, but I don't think the Texans fans are going to be that patient. They're going to want to see you on the field, and wish you the best of luck to you and your family.
Thanks a lot.
David Carr, #1 pick of the Houston Texans.
All right, Chris, Mike Tirico here at the draft as well. Speaking of impatient fans, there are plenty in Detroit, where the Lions were 2-14 last year in the first year with Marty Morningwig as the head coach and Matt Millen running the football operation. They're at the pivot point of this 2002 draft. It's right here and now with the Lions on the clock. Do they take Joey Harrington, the Oregon quarterback, knowing that their quarterback is Mike McMahon, 5th-round pick last year, ran around a lot, won one of his starts, got the team a couple of wins, which he didn't have before that, but most importantly, has never, at college or the pro level his 1 year, completed over 50% of his passes. Lions are going into a new stadium. There's no new stadium honeymoon. The attitude is bad. They may need to make an impact. William Clay Ford and William Ford Jr., Bill Ford, the owners of the team, were there yesterday for the draft meetings. So is Joey Harrington going to be their selection? That's what we wait on as the Lions are on the clock. So the pivot point of the draft is coming up. Stay with us as we continue. The Harrington family watches in Oregon, and the Lions fans watch in Southeast Michigan. The draft continues at pick 3 in a minute.
I'm Mike Williams.
I'm Ashley Lilly.
I'm Joey Harrington.
I'm Brian McKinney. I'm Roy Williams, and I'm in
the
game.
The game.
Are you in the game?
I'm in the game.
I'm in the game.
I'm in the game.
And I'm in the game.
If it's in the game, it's in the game. EA Sports.
It's in the game.
If it's in the game, it's in the game. Madden, NFL 2003, coming in August.
Coming in August. Bring it on in August.
If you bring it, you better bring it.
Rookies. Madden, NFL 2003, EA Sports. It's in the game.
Product not yet rated.
Hit it right down the... Not bad. What was that?
Yo, I guess it's for the best that I ain't come back. Today my checks are small, I don't pay much tax. They say these young guys is athletically better. I play today in wet sweat with a sweater. The game is fantastic, but sometimes it's a bore, so I'ma hit the spot with my crew and chill and sip on the cause.
This is Silverado Heavy Duty, with the most towing capacity of any heavy-duty pickup. Silverado Heavy Duty. More truck from Chevy.
Detroit Lions on the clock with the 3rd overall pick of the first round, but the Carolina Panthers have just stayed in state and selected Bailey, North Carolina product, and of course former Tar Heel Julius Peppers with the 2nd pick overall. Julius, excited to be about 3 hours from your hometown with the Panthers, and a team that definitely needs a pass rush, my friend.
Yeah, that's right. I think I can help out. I think I can come in and help right out. You know, it's good to stay at home around my family and friends so they can come see me play.
You've heard the naysayers, the obvious physical skills, but people say, does Julius play with enough passion, enough tenacity every down? Can you learn that? Is that something that you see as something you have to work on?
That's not really one of my concerns. That's something that's been feeding itself. One person says it, then everybody gets along and says the same thing. I'm not worried about that at all. I know I can play on this level, so yeah, that's not a concern for me.
Well, you got 32 members of your family and various friends here, most of them up from Bailey. You're going to sell a lot of tickets down in Charlotte, and wish you the best of luck. Julius Peppers.
Thanks.
Boomer?
Special guy, Chris, obviously, and thank you, Julius. Thank you, Chris. Just a couple of notes. 3 straight years now we've had a defensive lineman go in the top 3. You don't have it all the time. Peppers here and Gerard Warren last year to Cleveland, and Courtney Brown the year before to Cleveland. That's why Cleveland has a good line. Of course, North Carolina could have used them on the floor. Doherty's team went, about 8-20 this year, but he'll be in the National Football League. And one note on Carr, as we move to Joey Harrington's debate now. In 1968, for your trivia buffs, there was another Carr in the first round, Fred Carr, linebacker who went to Green Bay. See, we want to get you that stuff as well. So now the plot really begins for this 2002 draft. Detroit is on the clock, a little over 6 minutes to go. Joey Harrington is available. They have Mike McMahon as quarterback. Dallas would like to make a trade. Here are the quarterbacks, Charlie Batch and Detmer, and Batch and McMahon and Detmer, and, well, they lost their first 12 games. If you're Detroit, Jimmy, Mort, do you have to look at Harrington?
Yeah, you got to look at Harrington. McMahon showed some speed last year. He scrambled ran around, won a game or so. But you've got to have a quarterback in there that's going to make the fewest poor decisions, not the most great plays. And Harrington is smart. He makes great plays at the end of the game to win them. They've got to go after the quarterback, because if you don't have a winning quarterback, as I've said before, you're not going to win in the NFL.
What could be going on right now?
Well, right now, you know, we've already had a debate here between Marty Mornhinweg, the head coach, and the general manager, Matt Millen, with the owners weighing in here, William Clay Ford Jr. in particular, siding with Mornhinweg, take Harrington. But obviously, they're on the clock. Matt Millen wants to listen to all offers. So now you start talking about the Daniel Snyder with the Redskins trying to get up there. Maybe San Diego trying to get a swap there to take somebody else like a Mike Williams. But right now, I think Millen listening to offers. But if they stay with this pick, it's got to be Harrington. I'll be surprised if it isn't. Quentin Jammer's a good corner, but is he Deion Sanders? If you're not Deion Sanders, it's hard to take a corner this high.
Let's outline what Detroit's going through. Not only do they pick it, but on the trade. See, if they go, let's say, down to Dallas at 6, let's say you're the guy making the trade. You hope Buffalo won't pick a quarterback at 4. I mean, you hope. You know San Diego's not. So do you sweat that half hour profusely? What happens if you actually make that move and you're Detroit hoping to get Harrington?
Remember, I talked to Al Davis last night, and he was trying to move up and get other players. He's got those 2 number 1s, et cetera, et cetera. And he said everybody is so afraid to make a trade because of you guys. He said the media is going to, really come down on the individual if they trade out of a spot because they've traded away from a good player. Well, they might be able to pick up a couple of good players, but they're afraid to trade right now.
Yeah, but
now, with Detroit could get cute on this. They get too cute and move down and lose the quarterback. They might pick up another player, but they might lose the guy that's going to win them a bunch of ball games.
I don't think Al's worried about what the media says about him, however, okay? That's not one guy that we're going to influence
My man Al.
one bit. Mel? Well, we want to look at what? At Harrington? We want to...
Well, I think when you're picking third, Chris, you got to get the third, second, or first player on your board. The third highest rated player on my board is Joey Harrington. I think with that said, Detroit internally, Marty Morningwig, an offensive guy, has had Mike McMahon for a year. He has to see, okay, evaluate McMahon. Is he a leader? Is he a guy that's revered by those teammates? Does he have a future? Forget if he's a 5th-round pick. It doesn't matter. He has to make that assessment. If he feels McMahon's the guy, don't worry about where he was selected. Joey Harrington deserves to go in this general area. But if you feel you have the right guy in McMahon, I would trade down. If I didn't feel, and I'm Marty Morningwig and Matt Mullen, that McMahon is my guy, obviously Joey Harrington has to be the pick. But this is an internal decision that Marty Morningwig in particular has to make regarding not just Joey Harrington. We know what he can do and what he's capable of, but Mike McMahon is pivotal. Sure, he completed less than 50% of his passes. That was at Rutgers with limited supporting cast. 46% at Detroit. He's a rookie. So I think Mike McMahon, more so than Joey Harrington, is the key in this whole equation.
Well, the thing about this debate that's going on there between Morningwig and Millen, why would the coach win out over the general manager who's also got the title of team president with Matt Millen there? I think what happens here is you got Morningwig with great passion for a guy, the quarterback, Joey Harrington, whereas Matt Millen, he likes Harrington, he likes Quentin Jammer a lot, but he doesn't have a passion for either one of those guys. I think when you have one guy who has a passion for it, and now ownership comes in, and ownership should have the long-term, long-range vision involved here. Ownership is going to say, that's the case, I want the quarterback, and our coach has a passion for that guy. And, oh, by the way, we might need one, although, Mike McMahon's got a lot of physical skills.
Yeah, oh no, we're not, he can, but you don't get through the season with one quarterback anyway.
Yeah, that's exactly right. If McMahon, is going to be a good quarterback, and he develops, and he has Harrington, and he develops, who's to say they can't trade one and make a banana?
You know what could happen? Wait a minute. You know what might happen? It could be Troy Aikman, Steve Walsh.
Well, remember,
they're about the same. Give me a what? A 1, 2, 3?
1, 2, 3 for Walsh.
Steve Walsh, Troy Aikman, Steve. You're right, oh man. I don't want to play poker with you.
Well, don't forget, Morningwig was in Green Bay there for a while, and he was there when they had Favre and Mark Brunell and Ty Detmer, and it's okay to develop those guys, but I'd be surprised if Harrington isn't here, if not to Detroit, then to somebody else.
Let me just add one thing as there's a minute and a half to go. Buffalo watching very interestingly because will their phones be ringing if Harrington isn't picked? If he is picked? So they go immediately right out of the garage in the passing lane as soon as we hear from the commission.
With the third choice in the 2002 draft, the Detroit Lions select Joey Harrington, quarterback from Oregon.
Yay!
Good pick.
Hey, look, Detroit needs to win. It took years to fix the Bears. You know, we didn't think that was possible. The next reclamation project that the National Football League needs is Detroit. Now, I don't know if he's going to be Bobby Lane. I don't know if you want him to be Bobby Lane in some regards, but I mean, let's go here. And the Lions have done, in my opinion, the right thing.
Without question. And remember, this doesn't cut McMahon out of there.
No.
I mean, he's a good player, and you can't have enough good players, especially good quarterbacks. Let these two young guys develop. Now, I think the two most important things now is have a quarterback coach, and I know the head coach is working with the quarterbacks, but have a quarterback coach, and then on top of that, have a good offensive line.
Well, the Detroit Lions kept everybody waiting, and they're going to go with Harrington, and let's go up to the edge set. Jaws, what are your thoughts?
Hey,
Well, Boomer, absolutely, this is the correct pick for the Detroit Lions. You know, when you look at a team, and we heard Coach Johnson say it a few moments ago, you don't need a great quarterback to win a championship, but you need a quarterback that can manage a football game. Joey Harrington knows how to manage a football game. He can make all the throws, and mechanically, he's very sound.
First, focus on Harrington's feet. He has quick, lively feet and gets set up in a hurry. It is critical in the NFL to get a deep drop as quickly as possible, keeping distance between himself and the big bodies up front. He has great balance, and his feet are always moving, allowing him to quickly get his body in a throwing position. Now look at the ball position. He holds it just under his chin and never drops it below his waist. He has no wasted motion in his delivery. Finally, look at the power in his release. He drives through the throw on this seam route. This is a firm stick throw, 30 yards on a rope, right in stride for the touchdown. If you look at Harrington's feet and throwing mechanics, then I believe he has a tremendous upside in the NFL.
Harrington may not have the great arm strength, but his arm is good enough. And what I love about the guy is those fourth quarter rallies. You know, in the National Football League, how many games come down to that 2-minute drive? Well, Harrington has showed the ability to win those games when his team is behind. I love this pick, and it's a great fit for Marty Morningwig's offense.
And let's look at what he will do to Detroit. Watching Detroit last year and talking to Marty Morningwig, they struggled because they couldn't run their whole offense. They could only run about 50% of it, because in the West Coast offense, you have to have a quarterback that is mobile. You can move. Doesn't mean he runs around now. There's a difference. A guy you can move launching pads, moving to the right a little bit, moving to the left, execute your offense there. Now they can use the entire offense with a quarterback like this. It's a good kickstart for Detroit.
And it's so difficult to make that change from that hulking running game to the West Coast offense. They gutted the receiving core, and now they have a new quarterback. The 2002 draft rolls on. They're happy outside of Portland. Joey Harrington is on his way to Detroit. We'll talk to him when we come back.
Days, zero excuses. It's back. The Valley Chevrolet Giant 10 sale now through Sunday only. 0% financing or up to $3,002 cash back on select new 2002 Chevys. This weekend only, get $500 bonus cash on every new Chevy. That's up to $3,502 cash back on select new Chevys. The Valley Chevy Giant 10 sale. Peoria Sports Complex, Bell Road, and the 101 Loop. This weekend only. Now through Sunday, open nightly till 10. Check it out at valleychevy10sale.com.
It's go time. To cheer for a team, all you need is a ticket. To cheer for a player, all you need is a jersey. Now, you can get both. Become an Arizona Cardinals season ticket holder and receive a complimentary Cardinals fan jersey. Find out all the details by calling 602-379-0102 or log on to azcardinals.com. Arizona Cardinals football. Long live Sunday.
Plot, and that famous cab driver in Buffalo starting to pull into the draft and wondering who will the 2000 Bills pick. Now what's happened is with Harrington gone, now the Bills have about 10 minutes to circle a wagon maybe with New England, circle a wagon with, well, we're going to talk about 2 or 3 players who are optimum for Buffalo, a team that won just 3 games last year. You know we'll have our views on that, but right now, Joey Harrington's been picked by Detroit. He's in Portland with our Bob Holtzman. Bob?
Thank you, Chris. You know, Joey Harrington, you had told me yesterday you thought you'd go somewhere between 3 and 18. You went 3. How do you feel?
I'm thrilled. It was honestly a huge shock to me. I was just about to sit down and wait for the Lions to pick somebody else, and I got a phone call, and that's where I ended up. So I'm thrilled to be there.
You visited Detroit. That was one of the many cities you visited. What do you recollect from your stop there?
Oh, incredible facilities, incredible facilities. They just built a new football department, and they're building a new stadium. The coaching staff was very friendly. It just seemed like a very well-run organization, an organization that is on the rise and is doing some good things for the future.
Head coach Marty Morningwig, obviously a quarterback guru. How do you feel about playing for him?
I'm absolutely thrilled. I'm honestly shaken right now. This is very unexpected to me, and you know, I'm just happy to be able to get out there and start playing again.
Now, a lot has been made about you not going to New York for this draft. How was it spending this with your family and getting the news side by side with them?
This was perfect. This was where I wanted to be. You know, my family has been such an instrumental part of my career at Oregon, and they were one of the biggest reasons why I stayed in state for college, and I couldn't think of a better way than to spend it with them.
Joey Harrington, thank you very much for your time, and certainly congratulations at this point. Joey Harrington will be leaving the state of Oregon for the first time in his life now, moving to Detroit, Michigan. Chris, back to you.
All right, Bob. All right, Joey, congratulations. So 2 quarterbacks in the top 3 picks here as Joey Harrington, 2017. He's 6 INTs last season. We just know what he did. And actually, the best Harrington little note before we move on to the Buffalo Bills, a team with which we follow a little bit. Last 28 starts, Joey Harrington, 25 wins. Hello. And now the Buffalo Bills, a team that used to win all the time, a team that is not drafted in the top 10 since the 80s. Top 10, not even 4th. A team that with Tom Donahoe in his second year running the draft and the team at president, a team that with Greg Williams in his second year and his staff had to undo, and now they hope to move forward. They're a team that has some building blocks, specifically at wide receiver. They're a team that does not yet have a quarterback, so therefore the Bledsoe trade may be investigated one last time in these 7.5 minutes. Although, again, I've told you all week long, division trade, I wouldn't bet on.
No, and the other thing is that, the Patriots would love to swap here from 32 to 4, what have you, but the Bills already have a conditional number 1 on the table for next year. I think a second-round pick maybe the Bills would be willing to give up, and that conditional number 1, hoping that might get it done. But certainly they are entertaining. I know this much. The Bills feel they got to come out today with a quarterback, a veteran one or a drafted one.
Here's something to keep an eye on as the next 4 or 5 hours go. Ramsey now becomes the 3rd quarterback. We're not going to get into this now, but these teams like Carolina, like Buffalo, that didn't get their quarterback and are picking early in the 2nd, might wait, a la San Diego with Drew Brees last year, or might move up in the bottom of the 1st. That's a later intrigue. But if you're going to ask me, that cab driver, wait a minute, the meter running, they got to replace their offensive line, don't they?
Yes, they do.
It's got to be Mike Williams, don't they?
Yes.
Let's find out.
4th choice in the 2002 draft. The Buffalo Bills select Mike Williams, tackle from the University of Texas.
How did you know?
That cab was late arriving. I got to tell you, there must be a lot of traffic here in New York and Buffalo. That cab driver left Buffalo at 6 a.m. He's just getting here now.
I heard he got a flat tire.
He did. I heard it was a flat tire. But, you know, they don't say this about cabbies. They know how to get to their destination. So Mike Williams, big offensive tackle. And Jimmy, you can't run in this league without a big left tackle.
You got to have the big boys up front, and without question, in Buffalo, in that weather up there, as you would know, you got to have the big boys up front. You got to run the ball, and obviously, yeah, he had the edge on McKinney. That's what most of the coaches and scouts said. He had the edge on McKinney as far as the run blocking and the toughness. McKinney's a great player, and some of the teams had him above. But Williams, the only knock that we heard on him all through the league was the ACL ligament. They may have to have an operation, but that's not going to hurt his career. It may put him out for a short time.
I mean, they had interesting picks. They had Mike Williams at tackle, Haynesworth, which we'll get into, a great upside on the defensive line, but. And then there's Roy Williams, who's a safety, but do you pick a safety with the 4th overall pick in the draft? I mean, some yes, and I know Tom Donahoe probably said, yeah, he's a great football player, but so is this Mike Williams. Williams or McKinney at tackle on your board, Mel?
I had Williams ahead of McKinney, moved McKinney ahead of Williams when the knee injury question surfaced, and then went back to Williams when all those questions by the medical people in the NFL were answered, most of which positively, but some maybe were still a little bit concerned. I think if you look at the restructuring of the Buffalo Bills offensive line, they bring in Trey Teague, Marcus Price, they drafted Jonas Jennings last year. He's got a good job at right tackle. Mike Williams, people say, well, right tackle. He protected the blind side of Chris Sims, a southpaw quarterback. He also had prior experience at left tackle early on with the Longhorns, and Mort, the knee. Late September against Texas Tech, hyperextended, the knee injury surfaced as a concern. How much of a concern was it? And were some teams taking him off the board, moving him down the board? What was the reaction of the majority of teams in the NFL, Mort?
Well, I heard there were 4 or 5 teams that took him off the board, but you said late September. He got hurt in late September, played the whole year without any problems, and if something happens down the line, then some people say we told you so, but he'll rebound from that. The one thing about it is, and Mike Williams, I talked to a lot of offensive line coaches that made the evaluation. I think 90% of them like Williams over McKinney. They like that tenacity, physical, and I think if you're in Buffalo, listen, you got to smash mouth some people, and I think Mike Williams is perfect for that.
Yeah, and he's got the toughness that you want in an offensive lineman. You like to have an offensive lineman with a defensive lineman's mentality, and that's exactly what he's
more
got.
Complete, that's the thing. He's a little more
ready to
complete than
go.
Brian McKinney. McKinney's a great pass protector, needs to sustain and be more aggressive as a run blocker, maximize that physical ability. Mike Williams is 6'5 and a half, 375 pounds, and he does just that, as you saw from the highlight film of Mike Williams. So the polish, ready to come in immediately and be a starter, that's certainly Mike Williams, if the knee holds up.
Hey, look, 10 years ago, picking much lower because they were the AFC champs 4 straight years, the Bills picked John Fina, who started, you know, as a contributor on the line and to tackle and a Pro Bowler for 10 years. If they can get anything near that, and they think they will out of Williams, well, that's a pretty good way to go. When we return, we'll visit live with Matt Millen on teleconferencing. He pulled the trigger for the duck. We'll be back.
Hi, I'm Joey Harrington, quarterback. Now that I'm in the game, I must be in the game.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, John, can I be in the game now?
John says maybe. Madden NFL 2003. EA Sports. It's in the game.
Product not yet rated.
You know what you never see in car commercials? Real cars. Cars that need new Castrol GTX high mileage. It protects against oil burn-off better than other leading motor oils. New Castrol GTX high mileage. It helps older cars feel young again.
Yeah, I got that,
Thank
honey.
you.
Do you like when Daddy help me?
Well, that stinks. Yeah, I really liked her. Yeah, she seemed like a lovely girl. Looks like you could use a refreshing Mike's Hard Lemonade. You're on.
A hard day calls for a hard lemonade. Make it Mike's.
Tonight, quarterfinal action of the Stanley Cup playoffs continues. Daniel Alfredson and the Senators look to even the series against Jeremy Roenick and the Flyers in Game 2. 7 p.m. tonight on ESPN.
Sunday Night Baseball. California rivals collide when the Angels battle David Justice and a dangerous A's team. Sunday Night Baseball presented by Nextel. Angels A's this week at 8. It all starts with Baseball Tonight at 7 on ESPN.
ESPN's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft is brought to you by Madden NFL 2003 from EA Sports, coming in August. By Capital One, who asks, what's in your wallet? And by Mike's Hard Lemonade. A hard day calls for a hard lemonade. Make it Mike's lemon clear malt beverage with other natural flavors.
San Diego is on the clock. Dallas awaits after the Chargers pick. Welcome back to the NFL Draft in New York. Quick video teleconference from Detroit. Matt Millen, president, general manager of the Detroit Lions. Matt, were the phones ringing for a trade possibility when you got to the 3rd pick?
Not as much as you would think. As a matter of fact, there were a few calls, but kind of a quiet draft room, to be honest with you.
Joey Harrington said that he was surprised. That means you guys put up a good smoke screen. What was the internal debate? Was there a strong camp for Harrington and a strong camp for another player, or was it unified?
Well, it was unified, to be honest with you. I mean, our scouts who have been working on this thing all season long, the Bill Tobin and his staff, it was unanimous in terms of where Joey Harrington would be. We have some needs, obviously, but I know this. I know in Detroit, I like what I have in Mike McMahon. I like now what I have in a young rookie. We are going to have a quarterback. That is not going to be an issue in Detroit. Ford Motor Company has a lot of good cars. We'll take good quarterbacks.
And try to build around that as you play in new Ford Field. Matt, we'll talk to you as the weekend goes on. Thank you.
All right, Mike, thank you.
Chris Berman, back to you.
Mike, Matt, thank you very much. Certainly, Matt, one of our easier interviews, I think, has to dig. Yeah, subdued Matt Millen. He should be we should see that Matt Millen when they won those couple of games at the end of the year. I'm sure quietly it was like that in there. So now, with Mike Williams gone, San Diego had their dilemma that they took deep into the week decided for them. And actually, I think that they were a dead heat between, look, Marty Schottenheimer, the new coach, John Butler, year 2 as general manager. Yes, we got to run the ball, which is what Buffalo needed to do and did, which is what San Diego needed to do with Tomlinson, the outstanding rookie running back from a year ago. But you got to cover. And they didn't win a game from about Halloween on because they just couldn't stop anybody, especially through the air. So it's got to be Quentin Jammer.
Yeah, talking to Dean Spanos throughout the year and Norv Turner on and on, they struggled at cornerback. And a lot of the people around the league, they compare Jammer to Charles Woodson playing right there with the Raiders.
Well,
and so he's a quality defensive back. He can jam,
yes,
and he can run, and he makes big plays. It was really a quality pick.
So we've had the Houston Texans, and now this is the Texas portion of our show because we think Jammer next. His Texas Longhorn teammate Mike Williams just went to Buffalo. He's with Chris Fowler. Chris, hook 'em horn.
All right, Boomer. Yeah, as your boy Quentin waits back there, we'll talk to the newest member of the Buffalo Bills. Chris, as you know, for the draft, fashion is very key, and you might have the suit of the first round and the shoes of the first round. Ostrich and gator there, too, Mike?
Yeah, I like them.
Offensive lineman with a mean streak. As the story goes, you picked up your older brother when you were a 9-year-old, didn't know your own strength, and dropped him on the TV, knocked him cold. Do you have that mean streak that scouts always look for in an offensive lineman?
I have that mean streak. I turn on the field, and I just want to dominate every defensive player that I go up against. So I got to have it.
This is your first trip to the big city, but this guy was born for the bright lights. Big smile, big personality. I mean, you seem to be, a TV show in the making. Are you looking forward to all this, all the trappings of a first-round pick?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. So it's still going to be new to me. I'm still kind of a little jittery and nervous a little bit, but I'm going to adjust very well.
A small-town guy who has taken New York City by storm here, headed off to upstate New York and the Buffalo Bills. I know you're anxious about your guy, Quentin. Is he going next, you think?
My prediction that I think Quentin... San Diego, I think, may take Quentin Jammer.
Right. Well, boom, everybody's making predictions on the Chargers time here.
I like it. Maybe he has a San Diego cab driver that he knows, Mike Williams. Speaking of the Buffalo Bills, let's go now to the president/GM, one-time standout ESPN.com contributor, white shirt Tommy Donahoe, who joins us now via teleconferencing from Buffalo. And Tom, as we join you, was your phone ringing off the hook, really, for about 4 or 5 different scenarios before Detroit took Harrington and then while you were on the clock, or was it not as wild as we might have anticipated?
It really wasn't wild at all. We didn't receive a phone call this morning while we were on the clock, and it probably wouldn't have mattered anyway, Boomer, because we were unanimous in the choice of this young man. We think he's an outstanding prospect, and one of our main off-season priorities has been to try to address and improve the toughness of our offensive line. We think Mike Williams will definitely help us do that.
What jumped at you weeks, maybe months ago about this young man, maybe even comparing him to tackles who have gone very high in drafts before, not necessarily that you draft?
Probably his athletic ability for a big man. He's very light on his feet, and he plays on the offensive line like a defensive lineman, which he was originally at the University of Texas. So we liked his attitude, we liked his toughness, and we liked his disposition.
Knee injury not a factor, obviously, for you all along, correct?
No, it really wasn't. I think that got overblown. Our doctors checked him out thoroughly. We talked to the orthopedic doctor at the University of Texas. There really was nothing to it. And anybody who had seen Mike work out at the Combine, there's no way he has a knee injury.
Was the Drew Bledsoe scenario, of course it was real, but was it as heated as many thought it was, or was that just hoping, but you kind of in the back of your mind doubted that it would get done, at least at this time?
Well, you never know. I think you should just stay tuned.
It means it's still alive, Boomer.
Well, hey, you never put a period at the end of the sentence. I've known you a little while. You don't put that period at the end of the sentence while the ink's still wet. Right, Tom?
Exactly.
All right, well, tell you what, the meter's running on the cab. We'll see you a little bit later. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
All right, Tom Donahoe, who he knows what he's doing, having had a big hand in the building of this Steeler team that we're seeing compete year after year after year to get to the Super Bowl. The Chargers have the card, and here are the Chargers.
With the 5th choice in the 2002 draft, the San Diego Chargers select Quentin Jammer, cornerback from the University of Texas.
Quentin Jammer, a Charger. They need cover, and what a great name for a defensive back. I mean, you talk about reinstituting the bump and run with a guy named Quentin Jammer. He's your man. Now, one of the best pure corners that we've seen in recent years. Obviously, number 5 pick, but where does he stand? Champ Bailey, some others that we've seen this high.
I think he's more in the lines of what Starks and Bailey and McAllister. I think maybe even not up to the level of Champ or Chris, and certainly not up to the level of Charles Woodson or Deion Sanders. What you have is a 5'11 and a half, 205-pounder who was a free safety. Tough kid, excellent in run support, great open field tackler. And I think when you look at Quentin Jammer, came back from the shoulder surgery to put together 2 outstanding seasons at cornerback. And Quentin Jammer really could have come out last year and been a mid-first rounder. The reason why he went back was to address the skills and the techniques that are necessary to move on to the National Football League and succeed. He understood 1 year at corner is not enough. He needed that 2 full seasons. He got it, and I think when you look at Quentin Jammer now, solid. He certainly upgrades the Chargers, who had major problems at corner. I will say this, it would have been interesting. San Diego was looking at Mike Williams. He was off the board. Bryant McKinney, not the dominant run blocker yet. So I think Marty Schottenheimer audibilized away from offensive tackle to corner with Quentin Jammer.
Well, he wanted him to play right now. McKinney will go pretty soon, but I think they were pretty clear on if it's not Williams, it's Jammer. That was pretty clear for San Diego. And they were really a dead heat, so their decision was made for them. It might have been Jammer had they both been available. So they got themselves a heck of a player. That means the Dallas Cowboys are on the clock, and the Longhorn flag flying proudly, because Mike Williams, now Quentin Jammer from Texas, have gone picks 4 and pick 5 in the NFL. Dallas Cowboys, it's their turn.
$9,995 for the special edition Saturn SL?
That's right.
With AC? Yep. It's incredible. Is there anything else I should know?
You're like an inch away from my face, and it is really freaking me out.
How's that?
That is much, much better.
The Saturn Spring Sales Event ends June 30th.
Day 15, just 900 feet from the summit. Day 15.
Where's he going?
Oh, hey, guys. Just gonna mail my credit card payment.
You mean you don't have a Capital One no-hassle card?
Want a choice of payment dates? Try Capital One's no-hassle card. Plus, get the nation's lowest long-term fixed rates and no telemarketing.
What's in your wallet?
Ultra powerful, ultra easy. That's new Lotrimin Ultra, the new athlete's foot cure. Why is it ultra powerful? It's got a new prescription strength ingredient. Why is it ultra easy? Because you just use it once a day. Ultra powerful, ultra easy. New Lotrimin Ultra.
I'm hard-hitting safety Roy Williams. When Madden NFL 2003 comes out, you could be throwing passes at me. I don't recommend it, but you could.
Madden NFL 2003. EA Sports. It's in the game.
Product not yet rated.
Quentin Jammer, University of Texas, again.
I'm sorry.
I messed that up.
Upbeat and big hitter. There's the Longhorns part. And now the Dallas Cowboys are on the clock with about 10.5 minutes, being regaled here in New York by the Cowboys. Well, the Giants Giants fans, Cowboys, Jimmy, you heard it. Let's see what they're thinking in Big D. Ed Werder, good afternoon.
Well, Boomer, there was some rejoicing by Roy Williams up in Norman, Oklahoma, about 3 hours from the Cowboys facility when Quentin Jammer went off the board, because Williams has expressed devoutly his intention and desire to play for the Cowboys at strong safety, and now it looks like the Cowboys will certainly be in position to take him, although Jerry Jones in the draft room has been on the phone twice now, once after Buffalo picked and then after Jammer went off the board, with teams interested in moving in front of Minnesota for this pick. Could the Cowboys move back to like 8 with Kansas City and still get Roy Williams? That's a decision that Jerry Jones is trying to make right now.
All right, Ed, thank you. We will watch. It's a little under 10 minutes. Jimmy, is it something about that room? They just have to get on the phone?
You got to trade. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me at all, Boomer, if they would move on back. I don't think they need to move back too far. But if they move back 3 or 4 or 5 spots, they'll still get him a good player. And they are looking at Roy Williams. Also, Buchanan. Buchanan at Miami is a heck of a cornerback and really might be better man-to-man coverage than Jammer. So there's going to be some good players there if they move back.
Let me just ask you a question about a safety. Now, Roy Williams is a phenomenal player and a special safety. Special. But yet, isn't this, some people would say, he's 6th pick in the draft for a safety. No matter who he is, that's not a position that you normally spend that high on. Do you agree with that, or do you disagree with that?
Well, he's a special safety. I think if you're looking for a safety to put on your team, you can find safeties late in the draft. Half the safeties, picked late in the draft. And half the ones starting, and a bunch of them are free agents. So you can get you a safety, but he is special. He makes a lot of big plays. He's a close to the line of scrimmage type of guy. And if you did that, if Dallas took him, they would have to put Woodson back deep. Now, Woodson can play deep coverage.
Right.
He just signed a new contract. He's going to be there a while. Still a great player. Had one of his best years last year. So they're stacking a little bit if they take Roy Williams, but you can't ever have too many good players.
And if he's the best on your board, you just do it, right?
Yeah, you just do it if he's the best player, and he is a playmaker.
And speaking of playmakers, San Diego got one with Quentin Jammer. You talk about a name for a position, Chris Fowler. I don't know if it gets any better than that.
Boomer, Jammer is a great name for a corner who loves to stand up at the line and use his strength on receivers. You're known, Quentin, as a guy who'd rather break some receivers' ribs than break up passes. Is that kind of an accurate description of your style as corner?
Very accurate. It's very accurate. I like to come up and hit people, so we get back in some cover too, and I like to watch the tight ends creep out in the flat, and unexpectedly I just run up and pop them.
As a corner, you're tossed out there on an island against the best receivers in the world. Now you know it's a big jump from college to the NFL. Any doubts about your ability to blanket those guys?
No doubts in my abilities. I'm always confident in my abilities as a player and as a corner. So it's going to be a tough step up, but like I said, I'm confident in my ability, and I'm ready to take the next step.
Now, a lot of guys say this after the fact. That's where I wanted to play. That was my first choice. I happen to know for a fact that San Diego, for various reasons, which you can explain, was your #1 pick. Where to go?
It was my #1 pick to where to go. I mean, it's great weather. You have great coaches out there, and, Dallas is my home state, and I would love to go there, but, sometimes you got to get out and experience new things, and that's why San Diego was my first choice.
Real Texas flavor to the first hour of this draft. The Texans take Carr, Cowboys on the clock, and 2 UT players, Mike Williams and Quentin Jammer, taken among the first 5 and 6. Boomer?
All right, Chris, Quentin, thank you very much. I mean, Whammer, Jammer, for your Jay Giles fans, we can move right on down the list. See, this is great. Early nicknames before they've even played. So now the Dallas Cowboys have, 6.5 minutes to go on the clock. And we talked about this last night, Jimmy, in a couple of our Sports Center segments. There is a way to trade. How do you know, okay, I'm going to move down 3 spots from 6 to 9, let's say, and what do I want in return? How did you know that? You made, 55 trades? What, are you out of your mind?
In 5-year period of time.
55
in the first year, like I said last time, we were shooting from the hip. But we investigated all the trades that had been made over a 10-year period in the league, pick for pick, and charted them out so we get a numerical value on each pick. And then we were working off the chart.
Oh, the chart.
So let's say, for instance, Dallas trades with Kansas City and moves, a couple of spots. Well, that's a couple of 100 points. Well, it's worth about a 3rd-round pick.
Let's see. Here it is. Let's see. From 6 So what, Kansas City is 8, so that would be 200 points. So now you add up something to be better than maybe 200.
So if you can get more than 200 points, if you can get that 3rd round pick from Kansas City, then you did a good deal. If you get the 4th round pick, you're giving up a little bit. So you work it, and as long as you get the player that you want, plus an extra pick, it makes sense. The only thing is, you do risk losing your player. Somebody could move right up there in front of you. But it just makes sense that if you're sitting there and the player that you want is not there, you know, and you can get another pick, you move on down. And that's not to mean there's not a good player, but it may not be one you need.
How many times did you get more than the chart was worth, and how many times less? No, I think I know the answer.
We got it more than
Hey, Boomer, I think I know the answer. Before we go back to what Dallas is going to do, they got 5 minutes. Let's talk about what San Diego just did. The general manager starting his 2nd year GM with the San Diego Chargers, John Butler, of course, with a new head coach in Marty Schottenheimer. And now, big man with a new cornerback in Quentin Jammer. And I know you love to run the football. You're a Big Ten guy. You know, Marty Schottenheimer football. But Jammer is, well, he kind of opened up your eyes, didn't he, John?
He sure did, Boom. I'd say he's the type of football player we really like. Tough, physical, hard-nosed kid. At a position we really needed some help at, too.
See on TV? Because we don't hear him. John, and of course your decision was made for you, but Jammer, Mike Williams, I mean, you had a couple of things. I mean, it was back and forth all week long, wasn't it? Plus, I mean, and that's almost like, did you learn a little bit about your head coach and philosophy by doing that, corner or tackle, or I'm reading too much into it?
No, I tell you, and they were both outstanding players, Mike Williams, Quentin Jammer. We liked both of them very, very much, and Marty was just excellent in all of our draft previews and work here. Whichever way it could have been, he would have liked it very much, too. And the good part about it, we stayed right with our board, and it worked out perfectly for us.
A different question, and we'll talk to you about it later. And quarterback, Doug Flutie, Drew Brees. How do you go into mini camp and training camp? What will be that scenario as we look at the Chargers this coming year, at least before you play the game?
Well, Boom, Coach Schottenheimer sat down with all the quarterbacks and told them, men, this is wide open competition right now. And I think that's all a player wants to hear, that it's wide open and they've got a chance. He's told them right now, the person that's going to make us a winning football team is going to be our starting quarterback. So they all know the ground rules.
Well, I think they do. It'll be exciting. You certainly got your running back. Certainly played the draft right last year. But we'll see you early 2nd. Do we have a date?
We got a date, Boom.
All right, John. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
John Butler, who is, well, I mean, you just look at what that staff did at Buffalo, him behind Polian and then running it, and for years and years and years. The draft is a friend to not everybody. Some guys know how to work it better than others.
No, go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, well, John does a great job. Did a great job last year. And it takes you about 3 drafts to make a solid football team.
I mean, just think last year. They made the move, okay. They didn't take Vic. Right. They get down to get Tomlinson, and they're able to get Brees in the 2nd round. So maneuvering, they did it. Now, speaking of maneuvering, here we go. How about them Cowboys? We got 2 minutes.
Ed Werder alluded to the possibility of Kansas City talking to him. I think there's a lot of things going on right now. You've got Kansas City who wants to leapfrog Minnesota there and go up there to take Ryan Sims, the defensive tackle from North Carolina, because Minnesota's got their eyes on that guy. But you also have guys like Al Davis, who I think wants to get up there. Daniel Snyder, I don't think Cowboys and Redskins make a trade on that one. What about Butch Davis, who sees Bryant McKinney, that great left tackle, his former guy in Miami? He slid a little bit, so why not take all those phone calls and see what you can get for him? But if he goes just back to 8, he's still going to get Roy Williams or Philip Buchanan, the cornerback from Miami, too.
Don't forget one other player here, Shockey. Now, this might be a little bit high for Shockey, but there's not many tight ends in this draft, and there are 3 or 4 teams that really need a tight end. If you move on down a ways and you can still pick up Shockey, there's 3 or 4 teams that might want to move to get him right now.
I think, Jimmy, you're right, and I think you look at Ryan Sims. If Kansas City, and everybody has said, Kansas City was looking at Harrington and Ryan Sims Williams and the other defensive tackles, okay, but not to the level of Ryan Sims. Mort, you've alluded to it. If I'm Dallas, you need Shockey. You certainly could use a corner, but it's not desperate because Hawthorne and Edwards held up okay. You added Westbrook. You could use a defensive tackle, but you added Glover. You have Noble. You could use a big wide receiver. To me, it sets up perfectly to move down. They drafted Tony Dixon. They reach for him. They bring in another safety like Roy Williams. You don't have to do it here, Jimmy. You can do it 2 picks down the road or 5 picks down the road. You're going to be in good shape. You're going to pick up some extra choices.
And, Mel, you know, there's value at every single pick. You know, a lot of teams and a lot of people say, well, why trade out of that pick? Because you're going to trade away from a good player. There's value, but it may not be a player that fits into your football team. I mean, if you pick the best player available, you don't ever have to make a trade. But if you want to pick a player that can fit right into your team and still get a good one and maybe pick up an extra pick, you might move a couple of picks down.
Jimmy,
now, there is risk.
Why were you the trader and the rest of the league stands pat? I mean, did you have a vision of 3rd, 4th, 5th round picks and value those or prioritize those more than somebody else?
Well, just like Al Davis said last night, the media and the fans really get on their case when you trade away from a good player.
Jimmy, the clock just, I mean, the pick has obviously come in, but in the last minute of the clock, how many phones are you holding?
Oh, it's going crazy.
The Cowboys are passed. That means that Minnesota could run their pickup right now there and take their guy.
Oh, my God. We haven't seen this. Is that what happened? Dallas missed the
Vikings could run up there.
Can do it. Or if there has been a trade, Dallas has got to get this pick in. And we did it one time with Al Davis. He said, just go ahead and pick our guy, and then we'll make the trade. But Minnesota can jump in front of them right now.
And now, who is the fastest guy they have? Bennett, the running back. Get him on the phone and get a pick up there, right, for Minnesota.
When we were second on the clock, we always had our tags ready in case the other team ran out of time. And so we ran our guy up there to make sure we got the pick in front of them.
Really?
We always had him ready on the second pick.
So it's kind of like the supermarket line with the old lady that you're too polite and she gets right in front of you.
Yeah, this is a dangerous move, but they may have the deal done. But the card's got to be up to the table if it's going to be done.
Or maybe the Vikings are talking to the Cowboys about simply swapping spots.
Possible.
You know, you're bidding here.
Possible.
Exactly right.
So, but who are the Vikings, Mort? You look at the Vikings. Ryan Sims, Bryant McKinney.
Well, why wouldn't the Vikings run up there right now if they were absolutely sure about who they're going to take? They should be up there at the podium, taking advantage of Dallas passing on his pick, so something is up here.
Yeah, they're either talking Minnesota or Minnesota wasn't ready, one of the two.
Otherwise, the Vikings have to reevaluate their team speed if the guy's sitting at the phone.
There's no excuse for not being ready. There's no excuse for not being ready.
They are probably talking to each other on making a switch there. That way, it makes it a safe trade for Dallas. They're not afraid of losing their guy by doing that. If they only make one trade down, Minnesota says, we're going to take this.
There it is. Here it is.
Made a trade with that selection. They have selected
Ryan Sims.
Well, they may have actually...
See, I'm telling you, if that...
Dallas may have actually... Here's the pick, but I'm making a deal with the other team like... Well, we'll see if that's the case, because you have a story to tell about it.
See, Minnesota could have jumped in there and took the guy that Kansas City wanted, if it's a Kansas City trade.
They weren't ready, maybe. Well, we'll see. We don't know that. You know what's great? This is like being at a ball game. It was like a key third down play, and the fans got into it. I like it. Here's the commissioner. Let's find out what happened. Clean up the mess. Kansas City involved, as we suspected.
Yes, Ryan Sims. It's got to be him.
I understand.
Probably Sims.
With the 6th choice in the 2002 draft, the Dallas Cowboys elected to trade with the Kansas City Chiefs. And Kansas City has selected Ryan Sims, defensive tackle from North Carolina. Minnesota's now on the clock.
So Minnesota next, and then Dallas will find out what they got to move down 2 points. But now Ryan Sims, so here's Julius Peppers and Ryan Sims, not only teammates, guys that played on the same defensive line going in the first 6 picks of the draft. Wow.
Well,
what if Minnesota had wanted Ryan Sims?
Yes, they did.
They could have moved right up there and got their card in if it had been ready and taken Sims, and that would have killed the Kansas City trade. You've got to be ready. They may not have wanted Sims.
Unless they finally came to a decision between yesterday and today that it's Haynesworth is okay or Bryant's okay or that Bryant McKinney's okay. Minnesota's pick's going to be pretty interesting here.
Well, we said all along, Kansas City, you look at, they had identified Joey Harrington or Ryan Sims. And the other defensive tackles they weren't necessarily enamored with. Ryan Sims, you look at, had emerged ahead of Albert Hainsworth as the top defensive tackle. You look at size 6'4" and change 311 pounds. You talk about, was it Peppers or was it Sims? Who made that defense more effective? They doubled, they tripled Peppers. I think Sims had more of an opportunity. 6 sacks as a junior, 5 sacks this past season. Talk about big games as well. In the Tar Heels' major upset over Florida State, he had 2 sacks and 2 quarterback hurries in that game. There he slams George Godsey, quarterback of Georgia Tech, to the ground. This past season, he also had 20 quarterback hurries. He batted down 9 passes. So you're looking at a strong, explosive, super quick defensive tackle who can collapse things. And at the Senior Bowl practice in Mobile, he was arguably the best player down there along with David Carr. So I think when you look at Ryan Sims, he feels a major need. The Chiefs don't need just one defensive lineman. They need 2. They started off here with Ryan Sims, figuring that they would have lost him had they stood pat.
Yeah, he was the one that everybody in the league said it's a can't-miss player. Now,
ready to play.
Ready to play. Maybe not the biggest upside that Peppers has. Not as big an upside as Peppers, but he is a safe pick. He is a tough guy. He plays hard every down. He'll go in there and he'll start for you, and you won't ever have to worry about him.
And a field athlete. And what I mean by that is not a football term. There's track and there's field. Shot put, discus in high school. I mean, really impressive. Not every big guy can put the shot to throw the discus. And I always come to a field athlete in the interior line as Michael Carter for San Francisco, a guy that was an outstanding track and field athlete that excelled in the middle there. Jim Stieg, one of the honchos with the league, has the details on the trade. Jim?
With the trade recently completed between Dallas and Kansas City, Dallas traded their #1 choice, the 6th overall, to Kansas City for their first-round choice, the 8th overall. Kansas City's 3rd, the 75th overall, and a 6th-round selection from Kansas City in the 2003 draft.
76.
So Dallas traded their 1 for Kansas City's 1 and 3, and a 6th next year.
What's the 3?
All right, so we're going to look at Jimmy's chart, but first let's go to Mike Tirico. Michael, on the Chiefs move.
Well, Chris, I'm down here on the floor. This is like a political convention, but here's the Chiefs are here. The Vikings are right over here. After Dallas didn't make the pick, Minnesota had Sims written down on a card. The Chiefs ended up getting the deal done and getting the card up there. So when they weren't ready, Minnesota jumped on it. They were trying to get Sims ready and the card up. Sims' name was on the card. It didn't go down. The Chiefs got in there first. So Minnesota was ready to pounce, but there was some confusion as to what was going on. So exactly what you guys talked about was the scenario that almost played out, and they almost blew the trade and the opportunity to take Sims. As bizarre as I've seen down here on the floor, Chris, since we've been covering the draft.
That is, Mike, and you could have gotten bowled over. You know, hop up with the card first, details later, right?
Just like the lady in the supermarket, you got to get the sale.
She always beats us to the darn express line. I don't know how that works.
Like the ladies at the door at the casinos when they open up the door to go get the best slot machine. You got to be ready.
So if you want to get the one on the end, which pays off a little more, you got to beat the old lady.
Exactly
right. Jimmy, did they get value?
So third round pick is Bryant McKinney, Mount McKinney. That could be Minnesota's pick. Obviously, their offensive line needs some major changes. We'll come back and find out.
Sunday on ESPN Classic, America's favorite pastime.
Just a bit outside.
Just hit bottom.
What the hell league you been playing in? California Penal.
These guys are in a league all their own. Charlie Sheen and Wesley Snipes star in a real classic, Major League. 9 Eastern, Sunday on ESPN Classic. Get ESPN Classic. Call 1-800-CLASSIC now.
Exciting fun and games. Honda Resort Casino.
The ever-changing seasons bring a special magic to the White Mountains and Honda Resort Casino. Beautiful days and fun-filled nights. Enjoy the winning excitement of 500 slots in a poker room, fine dining with daily buffets, entertainment 6 nights a week, and a luxury hotel.
Honda Resort Casino. In the heart of the White Mountains.
It's go time. To cheer for a team, all you need is a ticket. To cheer for a player, all you need is a jersey. Now, you can get both. Become an Arizona Cardinals season ticket holder and receive a complimentary Cardinals fan jersey. Find out all the details by calling 602-379-0102 or log on to azcardinals.com. Arizona Cardinals football. Long live Sunday.
And plenty of action at the 2002 NFL Draft as the Kansas City Chiefs move up, make a trade with Dallas so they can get their man, defensive tackle Ryan Sims. And there was no doubt what Dick Vermeil wanted. This team knew they have to be able to stop the run. 27th in the NFL last
Susie, no question. This time of year, every team seems to posture about the player they want to take. A month ago, Dick Vermeil told me the player that he covets is Ryan Sims. He ends up having to move up to get Ryan Sims. Now, in between, there was a little bit of a discussion of Dante Stallworth possibly coming in as a wide receiver, but the acquisition of Johnny Morton nixed that. Clearly, when I spoke to Dick Vermeil this morning, his goal was to get Ryan Sims no matter what it took. Him and Carl Peterson were on the same page. They get the guy they need to slow down the opponent's running game.
Okay, right now we'll send it back to Chris.
All right, Susie, gang, thank you. Here again is the trade. So if you're scoring at home, and I know actually many of you are, so they get the third this year, 75th overall, and a 6th pick next year to go down 2 slots for the Chiefs to come to get their players. Off your chart, Jimmy. Good trade, bad trade, right on the line?
Boomer, this would be what Jerry Jones would say a fair trade.
Right.
The Cowboys got a little bit more than the value. They ended up getting a couple 100 points off the third round. Right. They ended up getting a 2003 pick. Which
how do you evaluate that?
Well, we always, other than a #1 pick, we always evaluate that one round down to this year. So it'd be like a 7th round pick in 2002.
6 on your chart is
right.
Right.
And so it's about 220 points instead of a 200 value there. So really, Kansas City, they get their guy, so it was good for them. Dallas gets value and gets more than a point value. They get hopefully their guy here in a couple of minutes.
They probably will. Well, we're going to find out right now because the Vikings now on the clock with Dallas next as a result of the trade. Minnesota picks in. Dallas is in.
With the 7th choice in the 2002 draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Bryant McKinney, tackle from the University of Miami.
Well, Dallas won, if you will, and certainly, and I don't mean to, it will be a sad story forever. But Corey Stringer, all-pro tackle, a year ago this summer, passing away tragically. Minnesota, only one of the reasons they need to revamp the line, but clearly, and remember, new head coach Mike Tice certainly knows about offensive line play. He's a very good blocking tight end when he played Miami Tice, and he now, as he takes over Minnesota, knows that, well, if we're going to give our friend Mr. Culpepper any time at all, we have to rebuild the line. What would be the question, Mel, on McKinney, if there is any, on a guy this good, this large?
Well, the big question is, Chris, run blocking. And that's a surprise considering the fact that he's 6'8", 345 pounds, but he tends to fall off blocks. He doesn't always sustain. He needs to step up the intensity. But, hey, said the same thing about Jonathan Ogden when he came out, and I think the pass protection skills here against Dwight Freeney in that game did not allow Freeney, who set the all-time single-season record with 17 sacks. None came in that game, and I think you look over the last 2 seasons, Bryant McKinney did not allow any sacks. And remember, Miami's a team that throws the football with a lot of balance as well. But I think if he can become more destructive as a run blocker and do what he does there, sustain that block better, I think as a left tackle is exactly what you're looking for. Now, we'll say this. When you have Dante Culpepper and you have Randy Moss, that's your franchise. And Bryant McKinney is a tremendous pass-blocking left tackle.
Well, 2 of my former assistants, Larry Coker, the head coach, and Art Kehoe, the offensive line coach, they look at McKinney and they say he's a lot like Richmond Webb that was all-pro for the Miami Dolphins for a long time. This guy is a solid pick. He's going to be an outstanding left tackle. They're very hard to find.
No sacks in 2 years, and just so you know, Miami, not that this was any question this year, 8 straight years they've had at least 1 go in the first round. They could, I'm not sure if they will, they could have as many as 6 go in the first round, which of course is the biggest first round we've ever had with 32 picks. That could happen. So they had 4 go in the first last year. Here's McKinney, the tip of the mountain, if you will. And we could go Buchanan, Shockey, and Reed, and Portis, and who are we forgetting? Rump could be on there too, okay? So that could be 6 guys in the first round. Last first rounder by offensive line Miami, picked was Leon Searcy in '92. He had a pretty good career till injured. Mike Golick, Mike Tirico. Mike, you're off the floor. Glad you didn't get bowled over. I was worried.
Yes, Chris, back with Mike Golick. I still want to hear from the Vikings on this, guys, because they wrote down Ryan Sims. When we talk to Minnesota, I want to know if they are upset about this whole situation. Let's get to the differences here between Mike Williams, who went to Buffalo, and Bryant McKinnie, who's now a Viking. You looked at their film, did some of their games in college. Show me the differences.
Well, there are a couple of differences. Both huge guys at obviously 380 pounds and 345 pounds, so big differences, but they play the game a little different, so I kind of broke it down to what their specialty is, both in the running game, passing game, and recognition. McKinnie and Williams, let's look at the run blocking technique of McKinnie. Good extension on the arms. He does a nice job of getting him away from his big body and driving the legs. That's what he needs to keep doing, finishing those blocks. Leg drive by the 380-pounder Williams. Staying on his feet, driving, staying on his block, pushing with the arms. Pass block intent. Look at the drop step. Good drop step. Good technique by McKinnie. Again, hands-on, good wheeling. For Mike Williams, moving. He's not really pulling here. He's setting up the draw. He's getting rid of the end. Watch the big man stay on his feet. A lot of big guys will throw their body going downfield. He stays on his feet and runs through his man. Recognition here, tough for McKinnie. The blitzer over the guard. There's guys coming inside. He's got to pick up inside blitzes here. A little bit of a problem there. Mike Williams, on the other hand, does a nice job, shows patience, lets his man go inside with a hand, waits for the other man to come outside. So I think between the two of them, you have Williams, who's the big man. The possibility with him is the speed rushers to the outside. Smallish ends in the NFL now. May have trouble with the speed rushers. With McKinnie, he's got to finish those blocks. He's got to drive block a little harder, finish him, not let his man, he just kind of pushes at the end and then lets him come off. Guys in the NFL will get back into the play that way.
Mike Tyson was an offensive line coach, gets an offensive lineman, much like John Fox, defensive coach first time around, took a defensive player in Carolina. The reaction when McKinnie of Miami was taken in the Dallas war room was jubilation. They know that their guy may fall down, the safety Roy Williams. He's still waiting and hoping to be a Cowboy. As he watches the draft, we continue with the Cowboys on the clock at pick 8 on a wild Draft Day 2002 in New York.
Divided by 1375. Answer, please.
Does anyone write stories about people who play it safe?
Who's got an answer for me?
At AIG, we have more ways to manage risk and more financial solutions than anyone else. AIG, insurance, financial services, and the freedom to dare. A legend reborn. Cadillac CTS. Breakthrough.
I'm Bryant McKinnie, offensive lineman.
Hi.
I've never allowed a sack.
Really?
None.
None?
Zero.
Zero?
Zilch.
Never ever?
Try to beat me in Madden NFL 2003.
Madden NFL 2003. EA Sports. It's in the game.
Product not yet rated.
Hi, I'm Doug Flutie, pro football player and father of an autistic child. I started the Doug Flutie Jr. Foundation to help less fortunate families of autistic children get the support they need. Here's a way you can help. Just dial 1010-220. All calls up to 20 minutes for 99 cents, and 1010-220 will make a donation to the Doug Flutie Jr. Foundation every time you use it. So dial 1010-220, get up to 20 minutes for 99 cents, and help some great kids at the same time. It's a win-win situation.
Hey, Mike Williams.
What are you looking at?
Wow, we're going to need a wider lens for you, big guy.
I'm about to knock you out.
Oops. Madden NFL 2003. EA Sports. It's in the game.
Product not yet rated.
And we're back. The Dallas Cowboys are on the clock by way of a trade with Kansas City. The Chiefs get their man, big dominating presence up front, defensive tackle Ryan Sims. And we welcome in now Coach Dick Vermeil from Kansas City. Dick, we were all quite confused about what was going on during that process. Can you fill us in?
Well, you know, Jerry Jones is an old option quarterback, and he doesn't pitch off
pitch out until very late. That's what he said. But it took final seconds, the final seconds to get the decision made. And Carl did a nice job adding that 6th pick next year to make it balance out in our favor. And then the guy that we have there to bring the ticket up is just getting over a knee operation. And he couldn't play today. But anyway, he got it there in time, and we got our man.
Coach, everyone after they draft their player says, that's the guy we wanted all along. But a month ago, you told me Ryan Sims was the guy that you coveted. Why did you like him so much?
Well, first off, he was coached by John Bunning, one of ours, Ron, and I have a lot of insight into him, the kind of character that he has. Well, obviously, he's the big, strong, physical guy. He's no flaws. He's very smart. Wonderful test scores. So I think he'll represent Lamar Hunt and the family and the Kansas City Chief organization with the class and style and the performance on the field that we demand here in Kansas City.
Hey, Coach, so much is talked about value, how much you give up to go get a player, how much you lose. Do you feel like you gave up too much to go get Sims, or did you feel like it was a fair trade?
Well, the 3rd round pick that we gave up was a 200-point move, and it balanced out. It was exactly the dollar value or point value, and then the 6th round pick from next year was a few extra points in favor of Dallas, and we appreciate Jerry Jones helping us get this thing done.
And Dick, we know certainly right away you're not going to expose your hand, but we know that you want that explosive offense. Can we assume later on wide receiver, or at least the offensive side of the ball?
Well, I'm more pleased with the wide receivers right now than I was last year at this time, and the addition of Johnny Johnson has really helped. Eddie Kennison came in at the end of the year and started, doing a good job, and Snoop Minnis has matured, and I think is going to be better. And, Sylvester Morris was a first-round pick a year ago, and he's back and almost healthy. So I feel better about that, but if the right guy's sitting there, we probably would not pass him up.
Dick, thanks for taking the time. We'll see you a bit later in the draft. Congratulations.
All right. Thank you.
The Dallas Cowboys are on the clock. They're looking at Roy Williams. He's made it clear he wants Dallas. Do they want him? We'll be back.
MGD Blind Date. Large bands. Lost City. Pure mystery. Atlantis awaits. Enter at MGD.com or wherever pure cold filtered MGD is sold. Pure MGD.
I'm Mike Williams.
I'm Ashley Lilly.
I'm Joey Harrington.
I'm Brian McKinney.
I'm Roy Williams, and I'm
in the
game.
The game.
Are you in the game?
I'm in the game.
I'm in the game.
I'm in the game.
And I'm in the game.
If it's in the game,
it's in the game.
EA
Sports.
It's in the game.
If it's in the game, it's in the game. Madden NFL 2003 coming in August.
Coming in August.
Bring it on in August.
If you bring it, you better bring it.
Rookies. Madden NFL 2003 EA Sports. It's in the game.
Product not yet rated.
You know the guy's names? I'm telling you the names. Who's on first? Yeah, go ahead and tell me. Who? The guy on first. Who? The guy playing first base. Who? The guy on first. Who is on first? What are you asking me for? I'm asking you.
Baseball tonight, every night at 10 and midnight on ESPN.
He's the biggest bear in the Windy City.
He's a freak, though, I'll tell you that.
This new monster of the Midway has made Chicago his kind of town.
Once I started playing, I couldn't quit.
The Life, Brian Urlacher, presented by Sprite. Thursday night, 12:30 Eastern on ESPN.
90 minutes and 7 picks in. Let's check the Coors Light Draft Tracker. At the Draft 2002, quarterbacks go 1 and 3. David Carr to the Texans, and the Lions do take Joey Harrington from Oregon to go to Detroit. Texas teammates go back-to-back at 4 and 5. Mike Williams, the offensive lineman, to Buffalo. Quentin Jammer, the corner, to San Diego. And a bizarre on-the-clock deal delayed by Jerry Jones. Kansas City does move up 2 spots to get Ryan Sims. Then Bryant McKinney taken by Minnesota. Dallas is on the clock. Well, let's talk to McKinney. He's with Chris Fowler. Chris?
Well, Mike, a lot of surprise, folks. Bryant McKinney Woodham did not expect the Vikings to take him. Bryant never allowed a sack in your career, games, practices, or scrimmages, but you've heard the knocks. As a run blocker, you're not nasty enough. You don't finish your blocks. You don't sustain. Does that get you angry? Does it motivate you?
Oh, definitely, because, for one, how do you go without giving up a sack if you're lazy or whatever, you know what I mean, like that? basically how you practice, it carries over to the game. So I must be doing something right. And on the run block, all right, I pancake a guy. Now I'm looking on field to block somebody else. I'm not going to stay and keep dwelling on this guy because the running back's already passed me by then. So we'll see when we get to Minnesota. And I got a lot of people, a lot of teams I want to face anyway now.
Mount McKinley is very motivated. We'll see how many Canes go in the first round. He's predicting 5, fellas.
Well, I think he's right, Chris. Could be 6. I mean, 5, though, would be a record, right? Or ties a record. I believe that ties a record. At any rate, Dallas is no confusion here. Here's the pick.
With the 8th choice in the 2002 draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Roy Williams, safety from the University of Oklahoma. The Jacksonville Jaguars are now on the clock.
Well, so they get 2 extra picks and they still get their guy. The only thing I'm confused about Roy Williams is wrong Big 12 school. Isn't the basketball coach at Kansas, but he played at Oklahoma? I don't get it. I mean, so it's interesting what they'll do with Woodson. But Jimmy, I want you to, before we get into Williams here, can we come out and talk about this? Because I want to revisit what might have happened. We don't know. And you were involved, and you told us a story yesterday. Dallas and Al Davis, and you guys were talking a very similar situation in Kansas City.
Boomer, the very first trade I ever made in the NFL, you know, I was not knowing what I was doing. And so I'm on the phone with Al Davis, and we're in the 2nd round. And so he wanted my pick. Well, we went back and forth and negotiated back around and got all the values, et cetera, et cetera. And so we wanted Darrell Johnston, but we weren't sure that we had to pick him there. We wanted to move on down. Well, they made, the time ran out just like what happened. And I said, Al, the time's running out. I didn't know the mechanics of it. Al said, don't worry about it. He said, just pick our guy before the clock runs out, and then we'll make the trade afterwards. Well, I said, well, who do you want? He said, Steve Wisniewski. Well, we picked Steve Wisniewski. Yeah, and then we made the trade, and we ended up getting Darrell Johnston later on. I saw Steve Wisniewski a couple of years ago, or a couple of years afterwards. He was so mad and upset. He said he was at home in Houston and had a cowboy hat, and he said, yeah, I thought I was a cowboy, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And
he was extra nasty against
you traded me away. I said, Steve, I didn't even know who it was. I said, it ends up that Al, did the mechanics. But that's what happens when the clock's running out. And I'm still not understanding exactly why Minnesota didn't have that card in for Sims.
Well, here's a guy that might help us answer that question. Jerry Jones is with our Ed Werder in Dallas, and maybe, well, Jerry certainly knows how much right down to the wire this thing went, Ed.
Well, Jerry ran a little 2-minute offense on that trade. Jerry, was there some concern in your draft room about whether the trade went through when you looked up and there was no time left on your pick?
Well, somebody looked at the television and saw 0 time left on the clock, but we thought we had it in under the wire. The facts are, the longer you can wait, the more you leave your options open, and we had 2 teams that were talking to us about that move up. And we wanted to leave it out there as long as we could leave it out there. Carl Peterson called me back and said, now, let's don't even hurry it up next time. Let's give ourselves another 10 seconds. We probably would have gotten that done. But we're happy because Roy Williams meant a lot to us. Everybody knows the type of player he is and how he could help the Dallas Cowboys. But we also are pleased to have that extra 3rd pick.
So what would have happened, in your opinion, had your time elapsed, as it appeared maybe that it had, and Minnesota had written down Ryan Sims' name and gotten it up there before Kansas City made the pick?
Well, they get Sims then, and then we come back up, and we're there taking Roy Williams. And so we, felt that the risks were worth that to pick up that extra 3rd pick, and those kinds of things. I'd heard Jimmy talking about being late on the clock. We've been there several times over the years with the Cowboys, and you just got to give yourself every opportunity to get the most.
Now, being here is something Roy Williams desperately wanted. He was elated when Quentin Jammer went the pick before and left him there. How did he endure that sweat for 1 pick?
Well, we had him immediately on the phone right after that had happened, and he liked to have died. He said his mother liked to have fainted, and I can appreciate that. It reminded me a little bit, we drafted Kevin Smith, and we moved down with Kevin, and Kevin, of course, wanted to be a Dallas Cowboy so bad, and there was that period of time. But all I told Roy Williams was, Roy, we've now got a chance to get you another outstanding teammate with that 3rd pick, and so So in our view, that was worth a little anxiety.
All right, Jerry. Well, Roy Williams, elated, of course, to be a Cowboy. He will start the season, his career at strong safety. Darren Woodson will move to free safety, and Darren told me he certainly endorses that move, Boomer. It'll maybe extend his career.
You know, and I find, thank you, Ed, and thank you, Jerry. I find it interesting. We dug up just, I mean, you could look up a million of these things, but Jerry's saying that when we told Roy, hey, now we've got a chance to get you another teammate, the 75th pick overall. There have been many 75th picks throughout the draft, but 2 years ago, Chris Redmond was a 75th pick overall. He's going to be the starting quarterback for Baltimore this year. So, I mean, what Jerry told him isn't really bunk. But that clock management by Dallas and Kansas City, we're going to have to look at that extra 10 seconds. Meanwhile, let's talk about Roy Williams, who, as a pure safety, Mel, pure safety coming out of school like this, we don't see many like this.
Chris, I think Jimmy's chart, that trade chart, you get some bonus points if you move down, yet you still get the player you coveted all along. That's a pick in the third round. They now have 72 and 75, plus the 6 next year. It's a great trade for the Dallas Cowboys. Look at Roy Williams, an extra linebacker in the box. He had the back injury early on at Oklahoma. The rest of his career was spectacular. He had 269 total tackles during that career at Oklahoma. An intimidator. He definitely affects the concentration level. You see him here. This is against Chris Sims, a key play that led to the Sooners' victory over the Longhorns, knocked the Longhorns out of any hope for a national championship. And you see the intimidating style now in Dallas with Darren Woodson. You have the young kid Tony Dixon, who they reached for last year. Jimmy, you were there. You drafted Darren Woodson. Now you add Roy Williams. You have 2 in-the-box safeties. How do you work those 2 on the field at the same time?
Yeah, Mel, you got Darren Woodson. He can have deep coverage. And so I think with Roy Williams, you move to strong safety. I think it's a great pick. I think it's a great trade. Roy Williams is a special player. Darren Woodson's a special player. You know, you look at the secondary with Westbrook, Woodson, Dixon, Mario Edwards. They have solidified that secondary by taking this one player, and they picked up a couple extra picks. Really, I think it's a fair trade for both sides. Kansas City gets their guys, so both teams come out ahead.
Well, let's debunk this thing about that you can't take a safety this high. I know Buffalo considered it highly. Look, if you had known Ronnie Lott was going to turn out to be Ronnie Lott, would you have taken him in the top 5 or the top 10?
He was a corner. But he was a corner.
I know he was drafted as a corner. But if you'd known he was going to turn out to be that great a player, you would have taken him anyway.
I agree with that.
And Marvin Lewis, you know, well, the Redskins, he said, hey, he told Daniel Snyder this week, if you go up and get Roy Williams, I'll play with 9 guys on defense. That's how good Roy Williams is.
Nobody's questioning that. I mean, that's another chart. Who's safety that might not be worth as much as corner on a chart.
But you don't ever bypass a special player.
That's correct.
A difference maker.
That's correct. And Dallas may have had a special player added to their roster in Roy Williams. When we return, Jacksonville, the Jaguars on the clock, followed by the Bengals. And here he is, the Boomer Sooner, Roy Williams, now a Cowboy.
Eddie George of the Tennessee Titans, working to help the United Way build stronger communities.
Hi, I'm Jay Moore, and join me. My guest will be Pro Bowl quarterback Jeff Garcia. That's More Sports, Monday nights at 12:30 Eastern, 9:30 Pacific. Watch More Sports or the hunger strike continues. Come on, y'all.
Monday on SportsCenter at 6 Eastern. We'll announce the U.S. World Cup soccer team live from the ESPN zone in Washington, D.C. Bruce Arena names his 23-member team live Monday at 6 Eastern on SportsCenter.
It's the big used car sell-off. It's this weekend at Lou Grubb Chevrolet. We're out to sell 300 used vehicles in 3 days, so you'll get our low Lou Grubb price without negotiating. Drive a 2001 Cavalier for $79.99, and Impalas will go as low as $11,999 or $129 a month. Stop by Lou Grubb Chevrolet this weekend, 2 Valley locations. If we can make a deal at Lou Grubb, we'll help pay the bank whatever you owe.
If there's a truth about this land, it's this. While the past demands respect, it's the future that commands attention. Arizona can be a place where more senior citizens get quality health care, more children can afford a college education, and every Indian tribe has equal opportunity. That's the simple promise of the new Indian Gaming Initiative. Our future demands nothing less.
action than most years on the floor of the theater at Madison Square Garden. Jacksonville's Jaguars on the clock with the 9th overall pick in round 1 of the draft. You've seen our draft coverage across the country at every team and just about 9 blocks down the street, the ESPN zone in Times Square. Round table of current NFL players who are watching and observing, and for their observations, to host the round table, the host of NFL Tonight, Mark Malone. Mark?
Mike, thank you very much. Down here in Madison Square Garden, as you said, at the ESPN zone, and I'm not alone. We will be covering the draft both Saturday and Sunday, as you will. 17 hours of coverage on the internet, as well as joining you on television. Let me introduce the players that I have with me. The guy that we call Mel Kiper Jr. of the players himself, Corey Chavis, the new Minnesota Viking. To his left, and no, this is not Franco Harris. This is Simeon Rice of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, a throwback. Showed up today with Franco's jersey on, and of course, a guy who continues to delay his trip to the Hall of Fame, Tim Brown, getting ready for his 15th season with the Oakland Raiders. On my left, Deuce McAllister, the former first-round pick of the Saints last year, and Matt Light of the reigning Super Bowl champion New England Patriots, the left tackle. Guys, I have to ask you, what are these rookies that we're seeing drafted here today and tomorrow? What can they expect in their first year?
They're in for a long haul. I mean, they've already been through a lot already. They've been through the combine. They've been through the personal workouts. They've met with a lot of these teams. Now they got to go in for probably a little rookie camp. Then they'll come in, the veterans are going to come in, they'll dog them, they'll give them a hard time. You know, they'll let them know how much money they're making, how they're not worth it. And then you got camp. But they'll have the summer workouts, kind of get to know everybody a little bit.
Deuce, is it overwhelming? What are the expectations?
Well, probably the biggest thing is just, go out there and just try to contribute to the team. Don't have a bad attitude. If the guys want you to stay extra, to try to help their team. Obviously you want to get familiar with their teammates and, just anything that you can do to help that team get better. That's what you need to do as a player.
Guys, interesting. It's been 15 years since you were last drafted, Tim. It's been a heck of a lot longer for me.
We didn't have all this back then,
What were your recollections, anybody? Any interesting stories, anything that you might be able to enlighten not only our viewers, but these guys that are being drafted today?
Well, I remember after I was not the #1 pick, Andre Bruce went to Atlanta. My whole deal was I need to get to a team that I wasn't going to be the Lord and Savior of that team, So we really told teams like Kansas City, Detroit that, hey, yeah, we'll come, but, we're not going to be too happy about it. And we were trying to get to the Raiders because at the time they had Bo and Marcus and a lot of offensive players, and I felt as if I can go there and not really have to, carry the whole team.
Guys, I'm going to get back to you in a minute. New York is telling me, or Madison Square Garden, that the pick is in fact in. We're here on Saturday, Sunday, ESPN.com. These guys will answer your questions. Boomer, we'll be talking to you. Back to you for now.
Mark, feed those guys, will you? They're sitting there at the zone. They got good food. Feed them, will you? We're a big operation here after 23 years. At any rate, the Jacksonville Jaguars, who we'll talk about, here they are.
9th choice in the 2002 draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select John Henderson, defensive tackle from the University of Tennessee.
Okay, now there's a lot to be read into this pick. But first of all, he's very, very good player. However, there's another Tennessee guy who could have gone here. There's the Jacksonville Jaguars big picture of rebuilding what they're doing. And then more, you had something else. Let's get this out first before we talk about the player.
Some of what Jacksonville was doing was they have been on the phone with the Washington Redskins. Daniel Snyder trying to get up to that spot and possibly at the 11th spot with Indianapolis, trying to get Dante Stallworth, the Tennessee wide receiver. So Snyder trying to get up there to get this wide receiver Stallworth. Jacksonville decided to take their guy at Henderson at the defensive line.
Well, now that's one. Now we also have the Henderson-Hainsworth question on the defensive line.
Well, what they did, Chris, they went production over potential. And I think Albert Hainsworth has that upside. He's the gifted athlete, the most athletic defensive tackle in this draft. John Henderson, forget this year. The ankle injury hampered him. He was a clogger. He wasn't a penetrator. As a junior, though, the kid won the Outland Trophy, had a spectacular year with 12 sacks, 21 stops behind the line, 4 fumbles, had 3 fumble recoveries. He was dominant game in and game out. Then this year, he was bothered all season long by the ankle injury that was suffered in the season opener against Syracuse. So he didn't dominate like he did as a junior. He still had 48 tackles, only 4.5 sacks, though, but that was more than Haynesworth, who only had 1.5. So I think if you look at a guy who has the size, the rugged approach to disrupt things, he'll be next to Marcus Stroud, their first-round pick last year. So here's a situation where you go back to a junior campaign when he was at full strength, and you don't concern yourself with the senior year when he had the ankle, but then the back problem, Ward, that was a concern to some teams. Not the ankle from this year, but a back injury.
Yeah, back injury. You know, I know there's some people out there, and even a guy like Bill Parcells, who looks at that Tennessee defensive line with Haynesworth and Henderson and Overstreet. He thinks they might have had the best defensive line in all of football, NFL included. So Henderson's a heck of a player, a little bit tall, but I think he's going to be a great pro.
Jacksonville did defensive tackle 2 years in a row. Marcus Stroud in the first round. And they're a team. Well, before we look at the Jacksonville Jacks, let's go to our Mikes. Our Mike linebacker is Mike Tirico, but our Mike defensive tackle is Mike Goller.
Well, we saw Ryan Sims, Chris, one defensive tackle go already. Let's talk about how you rank the defensive tackles. You saw the duo from Tennessee a couple of times in person this year.
Well, I think defensive tackles in the NFL are one of two ways. You either can one gap, shoot the gaps, or two gap, play in front of your guy. You're looking for D tackles that can do both. And I think at the top of the list is Ryan Sims. I think he and Haynesworth are both guys that can one gap, that can hit the gap, make penetration, make plays behind the line, but can also stay in front of their man and two gap as well. Henderson, I have a little more as a two gapper. I know Mel wants to go back to the junior year a little bit, and he certainly was impressive his junior year, but I think Henderson's more of a between the tackles guy. If the play's in there, he can do some damage, push the pocket straight back. So I don't know. I have Henderson behind Haynesworth a little bit because I always project, Mike, how they would do in the NFL style. You have to be able to one gap, make penetration. I think Haynesworth does it better than Henderson.
Haynesworth had the better year because of the injury in part, and Henderson was the focus of a lot of the defense. So, Chris, you add that to Stalin Colonnade from Minnesota, they add on the defensive end, and Brackens are trying to rebuild the defense in Jacksonville.
Mike defensive line, Mike linebacker. I think that's going to fit. I really think I do. So Jacksonville, a team more than anyone, well, not more than, but one of the teams as time goes on during the day that they had that little window, and boy, they had to really subtract lots with the expansion draft, Baselli, et cetera, and kind of rebuild a team that had the best record of football just, 3 years ago. So they try to do that with John Henderson, and now, when we return in a moment, comes one of the most intriguing 15 minutes of every draft. The Bengals.
Hawaii's not the NFL, Rook. What you gonna do about it?
Catch the pigskin.
Come on, Mr. Luau. What else?
Catch the pineapple.
Yes. Madden NFL 2003. EA Sports. It's in the game.
Product not yet rated.
It's not for sale.
No. Some things are just too good to let go of. That's why there's Valvoline Max Life, the first motor oil formulated for higher mileage engines. Max Life conditions use seals to help prevent leaks and helps you hold on to your car for a long, long time.
Don't even think about it.
Valvoline Max Life.
What makes a great car company is the passion. You know, racing is such an important part of Ford's history, both with the cars themselves, some of the best drivers ever to drive, and then the fans. It's the man or the woman who's got the car in the garage, that tinkers all week, and then takes it to the track on the weekend and lets loose. I love it.
Why is it that when we grow up, we forget how to stick our necks out? At AIG, we have more ways to manage risk and more financial solutions than anyone else. AIG, insurance, financial services, and the freedom to dare.
Hi, I'm Joey Harrington, quarterback. Now that I'm in the game, I must be in the game.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, John, can I be in the game now?
John says, Maybe. Madden NFL 2003. EA Sports. It's in the game.
Product not yet rated.
And welcome back to the 2002 NFL Draft. The Cincinnati Bengals on the clock with the 10th pick. The Bengals coming off a 6-10 season, but there have been some bright spots as this team has picked up Dick LeBeau's personality, that attacking physical style. One thing that their passing game could really use, not to mention some experience, which obviously they're not going to get here, but a tight end.
Absolutely. But you look at Cincinnati, first they had two things last year. They were new and young. Right across the board. And that's not very good when you're talking about passing game. When you look at the turnovers, though, that's the area that I really believe Cincinnati has the ability to improve, because I think a majority of the interceptions were self-inflicted.
The Bengals' two-back, two-tight end formation dictates an 8-man front. They get exactly what they wanted off the run action. Receiver Chad Johnson running a post route, matched up man-to-man on the outside. But Johnson shows no patience. He doesn't climb Chad Scott's frame deep enough, never threatening him to the outside back of the end zone. So Scott is never forced to turn and run. Not getting the reaction he anticipated, Johnson breaks off his route, hanging John Kitna out to dry. This is the right play call against the right defense. Executed properly, it would have been a touchdown. But you had a rookie receiver preventing you from capitalizing on a big play opportunity.
And we mentioned the tight end. There's really been a toss-up between Daniel Graham, Jeremy Shockey in terms of who is truly the more talented. Shockey out of Miami, Daniel Graham out of Colorado. So it'll be interesting to see which way the Bengals decide to go.
I love Graham. I think he's the complete tight end. Shockey is an outstanding receiver. I think one of the slam dunks in this draft is Graham, the tight end. Jeremy Shockey is also a complete tight end. He would be well served to go to Cincinnati.
Let's send it back to Mike Tirico.
Okay, Sue's video conference time. Let's go to Minnesota and the Vikings' new head coach, Mike Tice. Mike, as Dallas and Kansas City were working their trade, you folks were waiting in the middle. I saw the card that said Ryan Sims. Do you feel like you got a raw deal here today?
Well, Mike, we'll let the league figure that out. I'm not sure if we got the pick in before they executed the trade or not. They told us that was the case, so we'll just stand pat and let the league handle it.
As the clock was running down, I'm sure you were watching our draft coverage. Did your folks tell your representatives here in New York to write down the name on the card and be ready in case time expired?
Well, we had that. As soon as we knew time was getting close to expiry, we called in to our people, asked them to write down Ryan Sims, North Carolina, turn it in. At that point, they did go to the podium, and I think they were told that they had the pick and the trade done in time.
You end up with Bryant McKinney. Now you're going to have an issue because it's out in public that you wanted somebody else in that spot. You end up not having him available, so you get McKinney. Do you have any hugging and fence mending to do there?
Well, I don't know. Bryant's an excellent football player. You know, you had two sides of the coin. We had the side of the coin where we thought with Ryan Sims and the free agent moves we made this offseason with Kenny Mixon, Lorenzo Brumell, also with Chris Hovan, we thought we could secure our defensive front, and we need a left tackle. So we had two players that were rated very closely. You know, it was opposed to solidifying one area and helping out your offensive line, and that's why we went with Sims first.
And it never hurts to have a position close to one that you love, the offensive line. Mike, thanks. We'll talk to you during the weekend.
My pleasure, Mike.
Mike Tice, head coach of the Minnesota Vikings. With the Bengals on the clock, we go back to Boomer on the main set.
All right, Mike, and Mike Tice, just a little postscript. I look forward to him. I mean, we love Denny Green and what he did in Minnesota. I mean, the playoffs every year, et cetera. But Mike Tice, with an opportunity, he's a guy that gets it. I think there'll be a good thing happening there, specifically between wide receiver and head coach, and I think the communication on the team will be very good this year. No comment, no editorial comment there.
I like some honesty.
No editorial comment on where it was. It's just going to be a good year, I think, in locker room, head coach, players, et cetera. We like the Mike Tice here beginning, Mike Miami Tice, although he's Minnesota, as opposed to his brother John Tumbling Tice, who used to also play tight end in the NFL. That's an aside. Cincinnati Bengals are now on the clock. The Bengals have about 4 minutes to go. Now we have fun with the Bengals. Yes. Because this is the first time in 4 years they've not been in the first hour. This is only the fourth time in 11 years they've not been in the first hour and a half. The Bengals making strides under Dick LeBeau. A good coach, I mean, but they began the year, what, by beating New England? And they finished the year when they beat Pittsburgh, right? So they beat the two teams in the AFC Championship game. So they're coming. Now, on the clock, this is a tight end slot. You heard Merrill and Jaws and Susie talk. All the tight end candidate teams, maybe Giants, maybe Seattle, maybe others, calling the Bengals now. That we expect to happen. We're shocked.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing, Boomer. Cincinnati is what I think is a big-time quarterback and a cornerback away from being a playoff team. You got the Bledsoe thing hanging out there, but you got Buchanan sitting there on the board. So they might trade, but they got to be careful.
Let me just say this. If you're going to take Jeremy Shockey here, I would trade down because you have Graham and Shockey pretty much equal. I'm critical of Jacksonville for not trading down with 3 defensive tackles still on the board. So I think if you're Cincinnati, unless you take Phillip Buchanan, you trade down. To me, it's Buchanan or down, unless it's a Wendell Bryant. But I think trade down to the corner with a defensive tackle remote possibility.
You know what's good about this show? We get to end the suspense real quickly. The card is in, and we know the card is in on time. Let's go to the podium.
With the 10th choice in the 2002 draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Levi Jones, tackle from Arizona State.
They're the Bengals.
Whoa, that's a whoa.
It's a curveball. Yeah, well, like I said, the 15 most entertaining minutes every year are the Bengals on the draft. Now, this isn't David Klingler.
No,
this is not David Klingler.
Well, hey, a lot of people thought Klingler would be pretty good.
No,
Levi Jones is good, Chris. That's hindsight now. Levi Jones is a good football player, potentially. But at 10, I mean, you're talking about a guy that maybe could have gone at one point maybe to Jacksonville if they were looking left tackle. But if I'm Cincinnati and I got needs elsewhere, I'm moving down. Because I think you could get Levi Jones by moving down. You could get Phillip Buchanan here, maybe lose him if you move down. You have defensive tackle still on the board. You have both tight ends still on the board. And Levi Jones, I like as a player. But I'll tell you what, to me, if you're Cincinnati, you move off of this pick, you move down the board, and you look at Levi Jones, and he's still a developing talent. He was a former walk-on. He was a defensive lineman early on. Started left guard, then moved to left tackle. You'll see him there, number 78, a kid who I thought developed this year into clearly the 3rd best left tackle. Had a nice Senior Bowl week. Overall, like I say, showed that down the road he could be a very competent, very solid left tackle. With that said, I still disagree with the pick. I think here at 10, there's better options, and a trade down, I think, would have been huge for the Bengals. Mort, you agree, disagree?
No, I agree with you. The Bengals' offensive line is very solid. This is not a great need. Like I say, they were a cornerback, a Buchanan away, or a big-time quarterback, a Bledsoe, although they put Bledsoe to bed about a week and a half ago, away from being a playoff team. And yeah, Levi Jones is a nice player, but you talk about value all the time, Jimmy. This, to me, is not value.
Well, you know, Mart, I don't understand some of these teams. You know, you look at Dallas, they end up getting the player they wanted, plus they get 2 more players.
Right.
That makes sense. It's a smart move. Cincinnati can still get this player if they'll wait a while. Just get them a couple more picks. I'm sure they had calls and people wanted to trade with them.
Well, that's the point. I think I look at the board. I can only go by my board. I mean, I know they have their board. They had to have Levi Jones inside their top 6, 7, 8. You have to. You're 10. You got to get somebody higher than that. The best player on the board, you talk about was Buchanan or defensive tackle. If you don't feel it is, you move down. I had Levi Jones at 17.
There's some happy teams right now getting ready to pick.
10.
I guarantee you people call them wanting Shockey or wanting one of those defensive linemen. And they could have moved down, got them a couple more picks, and then still got their guy.
In specific, the Indianapolis Colts are next, and not to shift it immediately to them, but they might be looking for a player that they think that they can get a little bit farther down, and they will probably take most of this time to see if they can go a little bit, still like a la with Dallas and get the guy that they covet, like, as you suggest, Levi Jones could have been done with Cincinnati. So this might take a while. So we've had 10. Now we begin the middle 10. We come back to New York, the 67th draft.
I'm The Rock, starring in the movie The Scorpion King. I'm here in Egypt, working for the History Channel on a new discovery. Watch where you're going, man. Okay. So I'm really not here in Egypt. But the legend of the Scorpion King is real. And the History Channel wanted you to see what he was really like. You know, cool like me. So don't miss my debut on the History Channel.
The Real Scorpion King, Tuesday night at 9 on the History Channel.
Hey, man, you better watch where you're going. Shut up.
4 days, 0 excuses. It's back. The Valley Chevrolet Giant 10 sale now through Sunday only. 0% financing or up to $3,002 cash back on select new 2002 Chevys. This weekend only, get $500 bonus cash on every new Chevy. That's up to $3,502 cash back on select new Chevys. The Valley Chevy Giant 10 sale. Peoria Sports Complex, Bell Road, and the 101 Loop. This weekend only. Now through Sunday, open nightly till 10. Check it out at valleychevy10sale.com.
If there's a truth about this land, it's this. While the past demands respect, it's the future that commands attention. Arizona can be a place where more senior citizens get quality health care, more children can afford a college education, and every Indian tribe has equal opportunity. That's the simple promise of the new Indian Gaming Initiative. Our future demands nothing less.
Hi, everybody. I'm Mike Greenberg in the Sports Center studios. The Indianapolis Colts right now on the clock at number 11 in the NFL draft. We'll get you back to Madison Square Garden in a minute. But other sports news around the world today, including the start of the NBA playoffs and the number 1 seed in the Eastern Conference in action this afternoon. The Nets at home taking on the Pacers. And as you see, it's Indianapolis out in front by a 2-point score, 2 minutes and change to play. Jermaine O'Neal with 26 and 6. Jason Kidd playing well for the Nets, but they trail. Remember, New Jersey has not won a playoff series since back in the 1984 season. We'll keep you updated on this one throughout the afternoon here on ESPN. Hockey, meanwhile, we look backward before we look forward. The other night, the Kings and the Avs on Thursday tied at 3 in the third. Peter Forsberg falling down, manages to get the puck to Joe Sakic, who scores, and the Avs won it by a score of 4-3 in what was a fabulous game. 3 games in the Western Conference on the schedule this afternoon, including the Avs and the Kings going at it again. That's a 3 o'clock Eastern time drop of the puck. The Blackhawks and Blues also 3 o'clock this afternoon, and the Coyotes and Sharks same time. Chicago the only road team to have won in game 1 of those. The Islanders and Maple Leafs will also drop them at 3 o'clock Eastern time. The Maple Leafs came back from a 1-0 deficit to win that one 3-1 in game 1. And the Sens and Flyers tonight 7 o'clock Eastern time right here on ESPN. Baseball this afternoon, the Expos have taken a 1-0 lead on the Mets. Mordecai and RBI single there, while the Phils and Pirates are scoreless in the bottom of the second. The Yankees and Blue Jays, the lone afternoon game in the American League, and they being delayed by rain. Halladay and Lilly will do the pitching if indeed they're able to get that one started. And this, Jack Roush, the NASCAR owner who fields 4 Winston Cup cars, remains hospitalized in critical but stable condition after the small plane he was piloting crashed in South Alabama. He's being treated for a closed head injury and fractures to both legs. Obviously a great deal of concern today for the condition of a NASCAR legend.
He has suffered a closed head injury, which is the most serious of the injuries that he has, we're told. However, we are very encouraged by the fact that he is able to follow commands and respond to the commands that he is given.
And we will be here every hour, if not sooner, in case there's news that breaks out there in the world of sports, keeping you up to date on everything, including the first round of the NBA playoffs. But now back to our continuing coverage of the draft and Chris Berman at Madison Square Garden.
All right, Greeny, thank you very much. Our prayers certainly go out there. The Indianapolis Colts have about 8 minutes to go on the clock, and they are one of the teams that might do what Cincinnati could have but didn't, and what Dallas did. It might move down a couple slots, figuring that they'll have a choice of a few players, all of whom they like. So, Mel, now let's go to value here in the middle 10.
Well, you see the defensive tackles, Chris. Hainsworth and Bryant. I think you'll get the Colt defensive front. They have problems at defensive end and defensive tackle. Bryant gives you versatility. They need a corner. They bring in Harris. Macklin, is he going to be up to the level expected? They could use a nickel back as well if one of those two pushes their way in the starting lineup. So Buchanan would make sense. Corner would certainly make sense. Look at the defensive front. Of course, Bratsky had some injuries to deal with, but I think Scioli's a question mark. And I think you look at this defensive line and the quality of a player at this point in the draft. Do you look at trading down, knowing there's still 2 defensive tackles, Chris, knowing that Philip Buchanan's still there? Is that an option for the Colts right now?
Let's update everybody on the Colts. This is a team that gave up almost 500 points last year, although they have an offense that certainly pushes the envelope with Peyton Manning and Edgerrin James, whose rehab is going very well, and Marvin Harrison, etc. So here's a team that was just pathetic as far as the defense goes, and it really, in the end, I mean, not to take, I could do this in 5 minutes or 1 second. I mean, Jim Moore and his staff were out. Tony Dungy, defensive specialist, in with much of his staff from Tampa. So they obviously brought this in to fix some problems, many, and they're in a division. This is one of those new divisions in realignment. They're in what, the AFC South. outside of Tennessee, you got a falling Jacksonville and an expansion Houston, a team that can really make a move by what division it's in if they become a mediocre defense under Dungy. So do you draft definitely for D-line or corner, or if there's some special guy, do you still gamble?
See, I don't think that they even think about trading down here for the simple reason they have a chance to improve their defense. You know, like I said earlier on, quarterback's the first thing. But after quarterback, you got to go to your defense, and it's defensive line and cornerback. You know, you've got an opportunity with Buchanan here at the cornerback. You've got an opportunity with the defensive line. So there's players here that they can pick and help their football team right away.
But if they have 3 of them equal, they could go down 4 or 5 slots figuring they're going to get one of those 3. I mean, right, that could be real.
If they put them all on par, and Mel would be the guy to say if they're on par. If they're on par,
then that's when you take your chart out, right?
Yeah, take your chart out, move a couple of spots. This is what Jacksonville should have had.
I really believe that, Jimmy. I think Jacksonville and Cincinnati missed opportunities.
Yeah, you had Haynesworth, you had Bryant, you had Henderson. And moved down 3 spots.
And Mort, how many offers do you believe came in to Jacksonville and Cincinnati for those 2 picks?
I think they probably had at least 2 or 3. We know the Redskins, and maybe 18's too far to slide there for those teams in terms of getting defensive linemen. This is interesting to me because, you know, Dungy's got that one-gap defensive front. Wendell Bryant and Albert Haynesworth both are great upfield guys.
Right.
Haynesworth has risk. Maybe the best upside player in this draft, along with Julius Peppers. I mean, Haynesworth could be a dominator, but he's got a couple of red flags, lazy, immature. What is he? Hey, listen, Tony Dungy took a chance on Warren Sapp one time, and that paid off big time. I'm wondering if they're talking Bryant, Haynesworth, Buchanan. They got to be doing that, plus they got to be talking trade.
More, and 2, let's not, you know, get away from the point. You know, Cincinnati and Jacksonville, they took some good players. They're good players. We're not, you know, we're not saying they're not good players. We're just saying they could have still got those same players if they'd have moved down a couple of spots and picked up a couple extra picks.
And I have more of a problem with Cincinnati because I think Jacksonville, if they'd have moved to 18 with Washington, you lose the defensive tackles. I understand that, but Cincinnati, sure, if you lost Levi Jones, say at Cleveland or somebody, so be it.
Right.
To me, because it's not a crying need. So to me, if you move down, you don't fear that. Why lock on to a player of 10 when you can definitely move down, as Mort said, and increase your talent base by getting those valuable 2nd, 3rd, 4th round picks? I can't understand the Bengals making the move they did. Jacksonville, I question, but not to the level of Cincinnati.
So you talked about, you put your board up, all right? I'm not suggesting this is who the Colts are looking at, but we haven't had a wide receiver, right? Stalwart's pretty special.
And that's
they don't need. I'm not talking about Indianapolis in particular. We have the tight ends, which our edge set talked about, and we will talk about. So there are now a lot of teams, like, ooh, the top wide receiver on the board. So Indianapolis should have a lot of takers for teams that need number 1 wideout, number 1 tight end, correct?
You think Spurrier right now is saying, oh, Tennessee wide receiver, wonder if I can go up there and get this guy.
He can go to Florida. How can he pick him?
Oh.
but you're still...
I'm intrigued by what they're going to do.
Boomer, you hit something, though, about Indianapolis being a good defense away from being a Super Bowl team, because we know they got the offense. So it is a little dangerous if you got a defensive guy. It's like you say, 2 or 3 spots maybe, but not to 18 where the Redskins are. I don't think, anyway.
Well, I'll tell you, Mort, you look at wide receivers that are still on the board, and Chris alluded to the fact that there have been none selected yet. All the receivers are still available, and you look at teams that are now on the clock coming up. New Orleans, Tennessee, the Giants, Atlanta, then Washington, all could go wide receivers.
Right.
So I think you'll see Stallworth and Ashley Lilly from Hawaii come off the board at some time in the not too distant future.
Could the 2 tight ends go in the next 8 picks?
Well, I think when you look at Shockey, possibly mid-first, Daniel Graham down to Seattle, I think, or somebody moving up to get him. So that's why we know. I don't want to keep hammering Cincinnati.
We know, though. We know that the Giants
can't help.
We know that the Giants in Seattle have their eyes on those tight ends, Shockey and Graham. We know Seattle may try to jump up in front of the Giants to get their personal choice, but I think those tight ends are definitely in sight for some of those teams.
Well, what's in sight is the end of this, and as we predicted, the Indianapolis Colts are going to take all 15 minutes. It's about 2 minutes to go. Again, we have some time to say it. Again, remember, realignment next year, and I know football fans know this, but, you know, it's April and you forget about a lot of things. A lot of the divisions kind of stay the same except for one team, but a whole different feel. You play each team in your division twice, so that AFC South, which means Indianapolis, by the way, here's the South, and it creates 2 annual games which are going to be tremendous. And I'll explain why in a moment, because the expansion Texans and the old team in Houston, Tennessee. So that's a good little niche coming up. You have the Colts moving out of the AFC East. and you have Jacksonville moving out of the Central along with Tennessee. What this gives you every year, by the way, every year, and it will happen week 14 this year, is Peyton Manning at Tennessee. And that's a big deal down there. That's a big annual game coming up at the new divisions. Some will take a while to make new rivalries. There's one ready to go.
You don't think Peyton Manning's excited? He was in the AFC East where you had all those teams that had great corners. Miami had Madison and Surtain, and the Jets had those guys.
Glenn,
they're gone right now.
and New England at the
New England's
safeties.
got their guys plus Belichick and all those guys defensive coaches.
Buffalo
and
actually
now
is corner.
they go to this division where, in this division, Jacksonville, Tennessee were all in the bottom third of pass defense. Of course, Houston wasn't in the league. Peyton Manning, I think, a very happy fellow going in this division compared to what he was in terms of the defensive coaches and the cornerbacks, the quality of cornerbacks that were in the AFC East.
And remember, another thing, while we have the time, and we're doing this, there will remain 6 playoff teams per conference. But now there's 4 divisions, not 3. Just 2 wild cards. The premium on winning your division, even that much more.
Without question. You look at Tampa in the new division they're in. They win a couple times, they can get theirs. Here comes the pick.
Now, are they picking here? Because I think that this is going to be a little bit off the charts, but once you add it up, maybe they need someone to push the envelope as a pass rusher a little bit. Is it a pick or a trade? Please let me know, because if it's a trade, I say nothing. It's no trade. It's a pick.
What do you think? What's your guess?
My gut tells me production in the sack department. But I'll reach in a little for Dwight Freeney.
That'd be a reach.
How about it?
It'd be a reach.
With the 11th choice in the 2002 draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Dwight Freeney, defensive end from Syracuse University.
Homer, how did you know?
You know, these cab drivers in Buffalo have, you know, they
ended up in
have
Indianapolis.
Friends. They have friends. But this now, I want to hear what Mel, I want to hear what Mel says. Because if you rate players, this is a definite little bit of a curveball. A guy that was going to go about 10 slots behind. But what has he had, 20 sacks in the last 2 years? Little different player.
Well, he is, but he's a pass rusher, and he was productive. And I think when you look at Dwight Freeney with the Colts, they need a defensive end who can get after the quarterback. We talked about Dwight Freeney all week, about his stock rising into the middle of the first round, possibly. You talk about Julius Peppers. He broke that sack record this past season with 17 on the heels of a junior year where he sacked Michael Vick 4.5 times in one game. And Michael Vick is the fastest, most athletic quarterback ever to play the game. And I think Dwight Freeney's productivity speaks for itself. Then the 4.38 40. I'm saying 4.38, not 4.58 or 4.68. 4.38. That's quarterback type speed.
Dundee likes speed.
Remember,
I mean, that's amazing.
Defense. Not that you wouldn't like a huge, big champ, but speed is a little more premium in Tony's defense. And when you have production as a pass rusher, you might get a big wide body next, right?
Right.
You might get him next. Just a thought. You might. Mike Tirico, what do you have?
No cab drivers, just a head coach. Dick LeBeau, the Cincinnati head coach, now joins us on our video teleconference. Coach, you have some good offensive tackles in Richmond Webb and Willie Anderson. Some were surprised on Levi Jones. Explain why you take him.
Well, we had those 3 tackles rated pretty evenly, and I think this solidifies our offensive line and makes us as strong as anybody in the league, and that's a position that I think it's very desirable to be very strong at up the middle. We think that Corey Dillon is one of our very, very best players, if not the best. We think that Levi Jones is an excellent, aggressive, tough run-blocking tackle, and we think this will help Corey as well as give us depth at the tackle to help our quarterback protecting on the backside. And we just were very excited to have a player who was as smart with his size and athleticism there for us to draft.
Dick, was he top 10 on your board as you said it this morning?
Yeah, we had him slided in there. There was a lot of talk about the defensive players who all were very quality players and would have been very good picks. We think right now that the defense is just a little bit ahead of the offense with our team. We want to get that productivity up offensively, and that's the reason we went on that side of the ball.
Mike Golick's up here with me, and he likes Levi Jones' run-blocking ability. Is this a message that we're going to maximize what we have in our best facet on the offense, Corey Dillon, by getting someone who's such a good run blocker?
Well, it's a combination of that. We think this player will help Corey a lot. We think that Corey is, as I said, probably our best player. but it's also a message of the type of football team that we want to be. We're going to be a straightforward, tough, aggressive football team, and I think this player is a straightforward, tough, aggressive player.
Dick, did anybody call you for a trade at this pick?
We had a couple conversations. We didn't think that it was equal merit for the player that we were going to get at that level.
Well, you certainly sound happy, Levi Jones. Dick LeBeau, Cincinnati, thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Okay, talk to Dick during the week. Here's Chris with another guest.
All right, Mike, thank you. Dick LeBeau was a hard-nosed defensive back in the NFL for a long time, so he knows of which he speaks. Here's a hard-nosed president, general manager of the Indianapolis Colts, Bill Polian. Very quickly, very good speed coming out of that room, taking off 15 minutes with Freeney. Bill, with some, they might say, wow, is that a little high? But all those sacks had to open up your eyes here late this week.
Well, that's absolutely right, Boomer. We felt that with the sack ability that Dwight had, the speed that he had, when Tony and I first got together in January, we said, what's our number one desire for this football team? Increase team speed and get the defense better. And we've done that, we think, with Dwight in both areas. And, 75% of the games in the National Football League are decided at the last 2 minutes on the last possession, and you need to be able to sack the quarterback. That's the number one thing, and a guy with 30 sacks in 2 years at the collegiate level has to be doing something right.
Yeah, he certainly is. Do we suspect, Bill, that it's defense? I mean, not without no offensive picks, but we got to lay pretty heavily to make your coach happy here in the early going in the draft. Well, defensive team gave up almost 500 points.
Yeah, I mean, if the right defensive player is there, Chris, there's no question that we're going to take that player. Now, that doesn't mean that we're going to pass a good offensive player to take a much lesser defensive player. But if it's close, we're going to go defense.
Real quickly, do you sum up the new division you're in? And well, of course, you had to change on defense anyway. Does anything play into the new teams that you're in with this year? I mean, it's a whole new division for the Colts.
Well, it's a whole new division, but we're very familiar with the teams. And in the case of Dom Capers in Houston, we're very familiar with the system. So, it's going to be a bruising defensive division. I don't think there's any question about that. I think it's going to be a division that wants to run the ball. There's no question about that. And it's a division with Tennessee and Jacksonville, two teams that can rise very quickly because of the quality of the talent level that they have at quarterback.
Well, it should be an intriguing division, and we'll visit with you a little bit later. You got the sack man for Mr. Dungy. Thanks, Bill.
Thank you.
All right, Bill Polian. Some might have. There's a little interesting spot for Freeney, but there's 30 sacks in 2 years. Meanwhile, Arizona on the clock. The Arizona Cardinals, another team usually heard from early in the draft. We'll be back.
Hi, Daddy.
Hey, sport. You're up early.
Where are you going, Daddy?
I'm going on a business trip.
Is Mommy going with you?
No, Mommy's gonna stay home with you.
That's good. Are any of your friends going?
Nope, I'm going all by myself.
Won't you be lonely?
Lonely? Who, me?
Introducing the Isuzu Axiom. It says sexy city styling.
It has a V6 with 230 horses. Giddy up. Leather trim seats, smooth and supple. Plenty of cargo space, too. And America's longest and sexiest warranty. The Isuzu Axiom. You want one, don't you?
Now get 0% financing for up to 5 years or $2,000 cash back.
And welcome back to the NFL Draft. The Cardinals on the clock with the 12th pick. And after a sluggish start to the season, they seem to come to life in the second half. But if the identity of this team was the big red line, that offensive line, then the defensive line was the thin red line. An entirely new lineup for the season. The front seven struggled. And here's the result. Last in the NFL in sacks, 28th in total yards. No continuity on defense at all with 21 different starters. And Merrill, this team really struggled at its most basic, when it's most important.
Exactly. You know, when you are going to be a good defense, you've got to manage first down. That means you've got to stop the opponent on first down, not just running the football, but also throwing the football. And that's what the Cardinals did not do. In fact, during the course of the year, all year, they tried everything under the sun to manage first down for their defense.
This is the first play of the game. You see the Cardinals with their base 4-3 personnel on the field. 4 down linemen and 3 linebackers. This will be a weak side power run with the fullback isolating on linebacker Ray Thompson. With the defensive line slanting to the right, middle linebacker Ron McKinnon must step up and fill his gap inside of Thompson. But McKinnon, with his eyes in the backfield, hesitates, failing to play his responsibility. The Cardinals tried to mask their personnel weaknesses by scheming, slanting, stunning, blitzing, and with the use of different personnel packages. Another first down. The Cardinals go with 3 down linemen and 3 linebackers. This is what is called a bare front, with the down lineman covering both guards and the center. Outside linebackers Thompson and Rob Fredrickson are on the line of scrimmage, and they will blitz, making it a 5-man rush. Once again, the Cardinals failed to manage first down. The ability to force offenses into 2nd and long and 3rd and long situations is critical this season with the Rams, 49ers, and Seahawks now in their division.
Right, so there's the bad news. Now they're in the NFC West, teams that can really pass the ball.
Well, now they have Dwayne Starks, so that gives them some flexibility with the secondary. I would look for a defensive line because you got to start close to the football and get pressure at that quarterback.
Let's go back to Chris.
All right, gang, thank you. The Arizona Cardinals have just a little under 4 minutes to make the pick. The pick is in, so here we go. Cardinals, another team in a new division.
With the 12th choice in the 2002 draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Wendell Bryant, defensive tackle from the University of Wisconsin.
Well, look, this adds up because this is a team that, and you just, I mean, remember all those years with Wadsworth and Swan, and I mean, it seems they're drafting defensive linemen forever, and that Smith got hurt and everything. They had no sacks, and they did not want to make the move on Hainsworth, so here's Bryant.
Really, outside of Kyle Vanden Bosch, a young kid who showed some flashes, they have nothing up front. And what Bryant gives the Cardinals is some versatility. He's a 6'4", 305-pounder, ran a 4.7, can play end or tackle. And certainly with the Cardinals, he will be at defensive tackle. He gives you some natural pass rush ability. What you like about Bryant is some help. He increased that sack total every year. This past season, he had no help. They had some injuries. The Badgers did up front. He was the guy that was double, tripled, and I think his totals dropped just a bit. But I think when you look at Wendell Bryant, you're looking at a guy that had sacked and got after Antoine Randall, who's going to be an excellent wide receiver, punt returner in this league. He got after Joey Harrington. He got after Drew Brees. Whenever there was a top echelon quarterback, Wisconsin was destructive up front with Wendell Bryant being the key entity.
Well, let's go back to what Bill Polian said about the game being decided in the last 2 minutes. You got to get the quarterback down on the ground. I talked with Dave McGinnis, the Cardinals coach, about this a month ago. And look, they have moved into a new division. They have moved into a division where you got the Rams, the 49ers, and the Seahawks. All those teams are going to throw the football. You better get somebody to cover, like a Buchanan, who obviously is still available, or you better get a guy who can put a quarterback on his back, and I think that made a lot of sense.
Yeah, the Arizona Cardinals go out of they're the team that's lost from the NFC East. They go to the NFC West.
Right.
With San Francisco and the Rams and the Seattle Seahawks, an NFC West team this year. So different feel for Arizona, who made the playoffs a few years ago with Plummer. And then they remembered they were the Cardinals. And then that was it. Let's go to Mark Malone at the Zone. I hope he's feeding a couple of X-Cards in there.
Wilbur, we in fact took your advice. We are eating or have eaten. And by the way, I put it on your bill. I hope you don't mind since you made the suggestion. We do have a couple of ex-Cardinals here. Corey Chavis and Simeon Rice. And first of all, I'm going to start with you, Corey. You weren't very happy or were a little disappointed in the pick, even though you're not an Arizona Cardinal. You thought that there was a better pick out there, defensive tackle.
Oh, yeah, I did think that Albert Haynes was a little bit better pick in terms of Wendell Bryant. I think the productivity of Bryant, he's made a lot more plays than Albert Haynes was in terms of the sacks, being able to get to the quarterback. I think being able to do some things inside of a pass rush presence, I think helps him in his cause of the Cardinals.
Simeon, I couldn't tell if you were shaking your head at Merrill Hodges' outfit or looking at the old Arizona Cardinal defense and the way that the Raiders ran through it.
It was Boomer's bridge until, then they remembered they were the Cardinals, that whole deal. And then you said the ex-Cardinals. It was the whole Cardinals field. But, beyond all that, I think that was a good pick for them because this guy obviously has a motor. He probably didn't have the most productive year that he probably would have liked. But, being things that it may, he's coming back in senior year and he's getting double teams and triple teams. And those things take it off. So he's coming into the NFL. He's coming to a situation where he's going to provide help. I think instant help at the defensive tackle spot.
Again, when you pick that high, obviously you have an opportunity to make a good selection, and they got a good football player, maybe a guy that's been a little up and down in college, but certainly got great speed. The New Orleans Saints now on the clock. Deuce McAllister, their first-round draft pick from a year ago, is now the man in New Orleans because Ricky Williams is in Miami because of a trade. Give me a sense of how you look forward to this season and what you expect the Saints may do with this pick, Deuce.
Well, just looking how the draft is went, it'll be interesting. We'll listen to offers, obviously, I believe. Maybe try to move down and pick up an extra draft pick in the later rounds. I think there are one or two players out there that we're, really interested in, and, they're still on the board. So it'll just be interesting to see, what type of offers we get and, and what direction we go in.
Again, the Saints with multiple picks and a team that was rumored to perhaps be moving up or down, depending on who might be available. Do you have a sense of which side of the ball your football team might go?
Well, I think, if we're going to go on the offensive side, I think it may be receiver, and if it's a defensive side, I think we're looking at probably a defensive end or, maybe a cornerback. Those are probably the three main areas that we're going to try to get some help at with this offseason and in the draft.
What a shock. Jim Haslett, Boomer, a former defensive player, picking a defensive player as the New Orleans Saints are on the clock. Next time you come back to us, we should have dessert. Back to you.
Well, geez, you're eating too fast, guys. You're just eating too fast. Deuce is the man to roll the dice now for the New Orleans Saints in the backfield. So we'll talk Saints in a moment. But on Arizona, look, last year they won 7 games with McGinnis, improving. But they had that team a few years ago. They beat Dallas in the opening round. They went up to Minnesota with Plummer. It was a nice young team. And then they did a decent, pretty good draft the next year. Bob Ferguson and company. Then they didn't sign anyone. They all sat out in the summer, and it was the end. They let the people draft and sign who can do it. Maybe we can have something with Arizona going in a new division. It's frustrating, a team that never makes a move. Jimmy?
Boomer, there's no question they've had some slip-ups over the years, and they had a chance to really make a strong move 3 years ago. But I think they're making strides now. I think Rich Olson, the quarterback coach, has come in, working with Dave McGinnis, and working with Jake Plummer to cut down on his mistakes. That improved the team last year. Hey, I think they got a chance to get better. Now, like you say, they got to sign their picks and do everything the right way, but they're on the verge.
And, Jimmy, you're in good shape when you have the right man for the job as your head coach. And Dave McGinnis is, without question, the right man for the job.
Good football coach, got a good staff.
Plummer goes in a division with Garcia for San Francisco. Oh, by the way, Warner for the Rams. And I think a Seattle offense, which is that's going to be maybe a fun division. Well, Ricky Williams toted the ball, was certainly the draft story a couple of years ago. Here when Mike did get traded his entire trade.
One of my favorite moments.
When Mike traded his entire draft and his hairdo for Ricky
me.
Williams. Oh, my God. Ricky, with helmet on for good reason, now is on to Miami, and Deuce McAllister is the man in New Orleans to tote the football. We'll talk Ricky, Miami, and the Saints.
Hit it right down the... Not bad. What was that?
Yo, I guess it's for the best that I ain't come back. Today my checks are small, I don't pay much tax. They say these young guys is athletically better. I play today in wet sweat with a sweater. The game is fantastic, but sometimes it's a bore, so I'ma hit the spot with my crew and chill and sip on the cause.
I'm hard-hitting safety, Roy Williams. When Madden NFL 2003 comes out, you could be throwing passes at me. I don't recommend it, but you could.
Madden NFL 2003. EA Sports. It's in the game.
Product not yet rated.
The Toyota 4Runner can take you places other vehicles can't, which could necessitate bringing along some additional equipment.
I'm Bryant McKinney, offensive lineman.
Hi.
I've never allowed a sack.
Really?
None.
None?
Zero.
Zero?
Zilch.
Never ever?
Try to beat me in Madden NFL 2003.
Madden NFL 2003. EA Sports. It's in the game.
Product not yet rated.
Tonight, quarterfinal action of the Stanley Cup playoffs continues. Daniel Alfredson and the Senators look to even the series against Jeremy Roenick and the Flyers in Game 2. 7 p.m. tonight on ESPN.
Sunday Night Baseball. California rivals collide when the Angels battle David Justice and a dangerous A's team. Sunday Night Baseball presented by Nextel. Angels A's this week at 8. It all starts with Baseball Tonight at 7 on ESPN.
The Coors Light Draft Tracker, as we are now 2.5 hours and a dozen picks into the 2002 draft. As usual, the Bengals throw a hard inside curve. They take Levi Jones from Arizona State. Indianapolis tries to bolster the defense. They gave up the most points in the NFL by taking all-time Big East sack leader Dwight Freeney from Syracuse. Speaking of the Big East, the national champions from Miami. Bryant McKinney, the first of what could be 5 or 6 Hurricanes to go in this 2002 draft. Back here in New York, where New Orleans is on the clock. You know, Arizona has just recently picked. Let's bring in, via video teleconference, the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. That'll be Dave McGinnis. Coach, your selection here was not a surprise to many people, but the way you're building your team with Wendell Bryant up front defensively, was he top 10 player on your board?
Yes, he was. He was a player that we had those defensive tackles up there. We also had a cornerback. We had a receiver. But Wendell Bryant gives us great versatility. He can play defensive tackle. He can play defensive end. What we're looking at trying to do here, we need to get some pressure on the quarterback from a lot of different areas, and Wendell will do that for us.
Dave, you had 19 sacks in 2001, so that's an obvious need position. As you look at this franchise and this pick, are you guys closer than some people outside of Arizona might think, closer to being a good football team?
Well, I think we were closer, and I think that the perception of the league is that we are closer. I mean, it's very evident that last year we were the youngest team in the league by design. Now what we're trying to do is add to this. That young team is a year older, but we need to be able to pressure the quarterback more on defense. Our defense grew last year. We didn't have enough pressure on the quarterback. Our offense has got to continue to mature and come up. We won 7 games this year. Not enough. We're going to look for more.
Well, Dave, that infectious attitude we saw at the Senior Bowl, and the folks who've been around the Cardinals are seeing that. We will see you as the draft continues this weekend. Dave McGinnis and the Cardinals taking Wendell Bryant, the defensive tackle from Wisconsin. 3 of the last 4 picks have been defensive linemen. 4 of the last 7. Let's see what the Saints do. Here's the commissioner.
With the 13th choice in the 2002 draft, the New Orleans Saints select Dante Stallworth, wide receiver from the University of Tennessee.
That's the guy that Randy Mueller, the general manager, wanted. I think Hazlitt would have preferred Albert Hainsworth, the defensive tackle from Tennessee. We have 2 players sliding, by the way, and Buchanan and Hainsworth that are very interesting.
But let's say this, and they're both from Tennessee. Let's get this interesting. Let's get this very quick, though. Dante Stallworth is the first receiver, and outside of Joe Horn, I mean, that's another area. The Saints, like at Jacksonville, has been a team decimated with cap and other reasons, Mel. And he's your top receiver, so, I mean, they didn't expect him to be here, did they?
No question, Chris. I think Dante Stallworth, Ashley Lilly were right there. Stallworth even wanted to probably go back to Tennessee after he made that decision. Wise move to come out when you're a mid-first round draft choice, the first wide out off the board. You see the ability after the catch. He ran during his workout 4.26. He's 6 feet even. He's 198 pounds. See the ability here to beat the corner on the goal route, so he can beat you deep. He can beat you in the open field after the catch, as you'll see right here. This is against Alabama. So that speed, that ability in the open field, and a kid who was productive against SEC competition, dating back to his redshirt freshman season when he averaged 17.7 yards per catch. This past year, he was a little banged up. He had that wrist injury, so you really didn't see the best of Dante Stallworth. And you say, okay, come out after you didn't see the best of Dante. Well, he rolled the dice. He won after working out with that 4.26 at 198 pounds. That size-speed ratio catapulted Dante Stallworth to the top of the wide receiver board. Jimmy, it's a workout, but there was some production there against that big-time talent in the SEC.
Well, without question, when you look at the 4.23 and you look at the 39-inch vertical jump, he's got the ability to be special. Now, sometimes you fall in love with a workout. You fall in love with the combine, you fall in love with the speed, you fall in love with the vertical jumping, et cetera, et cetera. When you fall in love with it, you need to pull back a little bit and say, hey, how good a player is he? Is there production there? Does he make plays? And he made plays.
And they have Aaron Brooks. And more, you know, they have a young quarterback here, Chris. And now you got Pathon coming in, and you add to the arsenal.
Let me ask you this, all right? 4.26, is that what, 4.25?
4.26 at 198 pounds.
Let me ask Jimmy this. And what's the fastest clocking off the top of your head? I mean, you might miss one, but that you can remember. 4.26 is pretty quick.
For one thing, you don't time with your thumb.
Right, you're right.
It messes up the stopwatch.
I'm coachable.
You do right. Okay.
But I learned something today.
Besides using your first finger as far as the stopwatch, yeah.
Well, no, my guys are always slow. That's why. I do mine with a sundial. Okay.
Michael Irvin ran 4.6. Yeah, he might say he ran 4.55, but he ran 4.6 fastest. And so Alvin Harper was 4.55. Now you look at a guy that runs a. And let's just cut it a little bit. Let's just make it a 4.4. Well, this guy is fast. Well, and he can stay with those defensive backs and outrun most of them.
I asked guys, and Mel, you've done it more. That Bo Jackson supposedly was a 4.19. And I asked, okay, when you tell me that, is that about the fastest? And that was even faster than Dion or maybe Darrell Green or something. But 4.2, whatever, is fast. Those Tennessee guys, I mean, they're just fast wide receiver. Willie Gault, I mean, it just keeps going on and on and on. And speaking of Tennessee wide receivers, Tennessee, the Titans are on the clock as we head to pick 14.
You lollygag the ball around the infield. You lollygag your way down to first. You lollygag in and out of the dugout. Do you know what that makes you, Larry?
Lollygag.
Lollygaggers. What's our record, Larry?
8-16?
8-16. How did we ever win 8?
It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
Baseball tonight, every night at 10 and midnight on ESPN.
Go deep with the NFL Draft on ESPN. Log on to make your own predictions. Coverage continues tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern.
Michael Wilbon, Tony Kornheiser.
We're getting old. You were so living in the 60s. Shut up and let him play. Sports and other stuff.
Pardon the interruption. 5:30 p.m. Eastern, weekdays on ESPN.
It's not pretty.
4 days, 0 excuses. It's back. The Valley Chevrolet Giant 10 sale now through Sunday only. 0% financing or up to $3,002 cash back on select new 2002 Chevys. This weekend only, get $500 bonus cash on every new Chevy. That's up to $3,502 cash back on select new Chevys. The Valley Chevy Giant 10 sale. Peoria Sports Complex, Bell Road, and the 101 Loop. This weekend only. Now through Sunday, open nightly till 10. Check it out at valleychevy10sales.com.
It's go time. To cheer for a team, all you need is a ticket. To cheer for a player, all you need is a jersey. Now, you can get both. Become an Arizona Cardinals season ticket holder and receive a complimentary Cardinals fan jersey. Find out all the details by calling 602-379-0102 or log on to azcardinals.com. Arizona Cardinals football. Long live Sunday.
ESPN's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft is brought to you by Rocky Mountain Cold Coors Light. Cold, down, easy. By United Online. Internet service for half the price of AOL. Call 1-877 only $9.95. And by Toyota. Get the feeling.
All the guys
we wouldn't know it, but I guess it's turned into a slightly rainy day in New York outside. Got after 96 degrees in the middle of the week. That's enough already. It's April. So the Saints have taken their wide receiver, Dante Stallworth. First time they've done that since '82, Lindsey Scott. First time that we haven't had a linebacker in the top 13 since 1980, Otis Wilson Bears. First time we haven't had a running back in the top 13 in a draft since 1991, Leonard Russell, New England. So a couple of firsts. Running backs out there, a lot of receivers out there, and now Tennessee on the clock. Ed Werder is in Dallas, but Ed's dialed in with Tennessee. What do you have, Ed?
Well, what Tennessee's going to do here, there's two defensive players they really like. Albert Haynesworth, the defensive tackle, and Phillip Buchanan, the Miami cornerback. Both need positions, but they're going to move back one spot. There's going to be a lot of activity, a lot of trade interest in the number 14 pick for Jeremy Shockey and the Giants, trying to make sure nobody trades in front of them to get him. That's what they're doing. They're trading with Tennessee. They'll swap positions here. I'll have more details on what the Titans get out of it, but it looks like Jeremy Shockey to the Giants with the 14th pick, and then Tennessee will be back on the clock. For News on Washington, let's go to Sal Palantonio.
Well, Ed, Steve Spurrier's first pick in this NFL draft is the 18th spot, and his owner, Daniel Snyder, has been working furiously on the phones to try to get up and get his dream pick, which was Dante Stallworth, the wide receiver out of Tennessee. Now, the Washington Redskins are really stuck in that position at 18. Do they go defensive tackle, help out their new defensive coordinator, Marvin Lewis, and get somebody to plug up the middle for the new middle linebacker that they have, free agent middle linebacker Jeremiah Trotter, who they just signed yesterday? Or do they take a wide receiver for Steve Spurrier at 18, or perhaps move down? They've got an interesting dilemma developing here in Washington. Boomer?
All right, so I think the Washington draft, as we get a little closer to it, is going to be how they draft and how they play this year is going to be one of the intriguing stories of the season. But now let's go back to, now we haven't had it announced yet, but Tennessee Giants, here's the tight end spot. Remember we said tight end Jerome Shockey, who of course Butch certainly recruited and had. He's a different player now.
He is big, he's fast. I watch every play with the Miami Hurricanes the last couple of years, and this guy is a difference maker. He's the best tight end in the draft. Maybe one of the best tight ends that's been around in the last couple of years.
I would say, all right, you have Hall of Famers on your Dallas teams, your Super Bowl teams. Troy Aikman and obviously Emmett. I mean, and Michael. And we can go on, and the linemen, etc. But maybe the guy who is as important, in my opinion, tell me if I'm wrong, Jay Novacek, for your success down there.
Ask Troy Aikman how important Jay Novacek was. He'll tell you. Yeah, Shockey can make a difference in the ball game. And, you know, if this happens, I know the Giants love this guy. And, you know, Shockey, you know, he's talking about going to the Giants, so it could very well happen.
A few years ago, and we were right here, and we saw Tony Gonzalez be passed over for Ike Hilliard. Ike Hilliard is on the trading block right now. Tony Gonzalez has had a great career. The Giants have no tight end of consequence.
Well, and the Giants feared Seattle going up into this spot and taking Shockey from them, and so it's going to be Shockey. But now Tennessee, it's interesting, Mel and Jimmy and Chris, in that Tennessee, I know Jeff Fisher told me, you know, a while ago, hey, we're going into a division now. We got Peyton Manning. They're going to put 3 and 4 wides on the field. You got Jacksonville will do the same thing. We got to get somebody to cover, or once again, somebody to put the quarterback on his back. You got Buchanan there, Haynesworth, who you didn't anticipate, and yet I know they've talked about Ashley Lallee too. So Tennessee, very interesting position right now.
So the commissioners will have this all sorted out right now, right? Tennessee and the Giants, doing the Tennessee waltz apparently. We'll see.
With the 14th choice in the 2002 draft, the New York Giants acquired Jeremy Shockey, tight end from the University of Miami.
Well, it can't be a Shockey pick that they picked Jeremy Shockey. I mean, they've been looking for Mark Bavaro for 15 years, the Giants, and you want to get Kerry Collins back on target. How about a nice tight end, like Jimmy just said? How about a nice tight end to get your rhythmic passing game going? That could do wonder for Kerry Collins this year. I love the pick for the Giants in particular. Chris Fowler, good luck up there.
Boomer, it feels like Upper Deck Giant Stadium October, except they're not selling beer, but that does not dampen the enthusiasm. Mike and Mark, G-Men season ticket holders for a quarter century. You applaud the pick of Shockey?
I like it. I like it a lot. The #1 rated tight end, I think they did good.
You guys were groaning, though, when Dante Stallworth was selected a couple picks ahead, because you know the Giants need receivers, too.
I think the Giants would have been well done with Dante Stallworth on the other side from Amani Toomer and a little speed, something we really haven't traditionally had.
Giants fans known for their loyalty. If it's 7-9, not a lot of money to spend, you're losing players. Are you concerned as a fan?
Well, I'm concerned. Anytime you lose 7 players and don't sign anybody, you have to make good picks like you just saw to try to replenish your team. So, yeah, we are concerned.
I think it's a big draft for Ernie Accorsi. I think he really needs to show Giant fans that he can get value in the later rounds.
So there's bedlam here, but also some concern about the Giants, and Lady Liberty over here, who's been shocking people all her life. Very happy to have Jeremy Shockey with the Giants.
I'm shocked.
Well, every day's a good day for Liberty. Here's the details of the trade to move one spot. Let's check Jimmy's chart. Jim Steig.
Got away, Jim.
Ready? The trade that was just completed, the Tennessee Titans traded their first-round selection to the New York Giants for their first-round selection, the 15th overall, and the Giants' fourth-round selection, number 110 overall. Tennessee traded their 1 to the Giants for their 1 and their 4.
No wonder Tennessee did it.
Well, let's talk Shockey first before we get into the details of the trade. Now, here's a guy that averaged 14 yards a catch in college, which for tight end is something. 40 catches last year for a tight end on a team that can move the ball about 8 million ways, Mel.
I'll tell you talk about reps catching the football. Jeremy Shockey hauled in 50 receptions his senior year in high school for a little over 1,000 yards. Then he goes to Northeast Oklahoma A&M Junior College, puts up good numbers there, plays as a backup initially to Ivan Mercer at Miami. Then he becomes a heck of a weapon for Ken Dorsey the last 2 years. See the blocking there. That's something that is adequate, not great. He's not an extension of your offensive line, but he is adequate as an inline blocker. Tremendous red zone threat at 6'5", nearly 260 pounds. And keep in mind, he runs in the 4.55 range. Gives you a lot of speed in the tight end position down that seam.
So here is the trade, and they get a fourth to go a spot.
Well, but this is a little high. You know, it's a great trade for Tennessee because, you know, they can even talk and say, okay, who are you going to take? So it's a no-risk trade on that one spot. But I bet you there was another team involved. That's why they had to give a fourth. Yeah, that's why they had to give a fourth.
At least one. And a guy who probably knows that better than we do is Ernie Accorsi, the president general manager of the New York Football Giants. Super Bowl a couple of years ago behind the arm of Kerry Collins. Last year, not the year they would have had him. And Ernie joins us now on video teleconferencing. And Ernie, no question, the tight end can do wonders in about 4 different ways for your football team, right?
Well, Chris, we just had targeted Jeremy Shockey from the start. We got that close, and we felt all along that there were teams that were trying to trade above us to pick him. And at that point, obviously, it's a poker game. And, you know, you guess wrong and you lose the player that you want. And we've taken chances here before. And for a 4th-round pick, we wanted him, and we just made the move. And it was just a matter of that's the player we wanted.
Let me ask you, as you sit there, and let's say a spot like a Cincinnati at 10 comes up, and are you biting your fingernails, everybody in the room, knowing that, oh, boy, someone might come up to there and we can't prevent this? I mean, what's going on the last hour as each pick is announced, really?
Well, I didn't have a tremendous amount of hope that he'd be there, to be honest with you. Not necessarily because someone ahead of us would pick him as much as someone would trade. So I didn't really get that excited until right at the end. And when we got that close, we just felt we had talked to some clubs above us before that. But at that stage, when we knew we could make it, and I know it looks like a high price to go one place, but if you lose the player that you want, that 4th-round pick isn't going to be that important to you. Obviously, it's a player, but not to cost you the player that you went out to get.
Quickly, Ernie, did you call Kerry Collins? Can you hear his smile through the phone when you call him?
Well, he should be happy because this guy's a tremendous target, as you just said, and he's got speed. I don't look at him as just a tight end. I look at him as a weapon. It's something that we really need here.
All right, well, you got your man. You bit a few fingernails, but you got your man. And, of course, the Giants have you want to get back to where you were a couple of years ago, there's a heck of a start. Thanks, Ernie.
Thank you, Chris.
Well, longtime Giant fans can remember this man, Mark Bavaro. Now, I know times have changed a little bit, but this was the old style. Let me get the ball, and let me take about 4 guys on my back with me. Not that many teams have players like this, Jimmy, even this day and age. I don't know why they don't.
It's hard to find a tight end that can be an outstanding receiver and still be an outstanding blocker. You get one or the other, and as much as we search trying to find tight ends that can do both, it's a very difficult position to play.
You know, it's interesting that Tennessee is still on the clock, obviously talking to teams. I've been told that there are a lot of teams trying to get up there with Buchanan on the board, the cover corner. Even a team like the Houston Texans may be trying to get up there with Cited. Houston and Tennessee now in the same division, same thing. They need cover guys because of Manning, Brunell, and that type of thing. So let's keep track of this one.
Well, a couple of Hurricanes have now gone, and we could have 2, 3, 4 more in this first round, which if it is 6, it would be a record. So Tennessee on the clock. Cleveland Browns up on deck, and the wheels keep turning here in New York.
Unscripted, hosted by Chris Connolly, weekdays at 5 on ESPN.
Hey, Mike Williams.
What are you looking at?
Wow, we're going to need a wider lens for you, big guy.
I'm about to knock you out.
Oops. Madden NFL 2003. EA Sports. It's in the game.
Product not yet rated.
Many internet services use lots of words to sell you, but conveniently forget to tell you how much they cost. Just for the record, most cost over $20 a month. Meanwhile, NetZero and Juno are only $9.95, less than half the price. Maybe the others prefer words because the numbers speak for themselves. Join the millions who have united online. Call 877 only $9.95 or visit us at netzero.net or juno.com. Additional phone charges may apply.
Oh, this is incredible. This is like that picture-perfect road you see in like road and track. Bring it on, road. Game on. Let's rip it up. Bring it. Bring it. Let's go.
Oh, look at this. That's a 180 turn right there. See how it handles. It's just like the road.
Well, little Mario Andretti over here.
Ooh!
This thing's flying up the mountain.
Meet the new Pontiac Vibe.
Vibe 1, mountain nothing.
I made my decision.
Oh, he's so busted.
Not okay. One of my steak medium.
He's got issues.
Taylor, let me check. All right, 230, perfect.
Nice pants. These things are amazing.
Introducing Dockers Mobile Pen.
Hit it right down the... Not bad. What was that?
Yo, I guess it's for the best that I ain't come back. Today my checks are small, I don't pay much tax. They say these young guys is athletically better. I play today in wet sweat with a sweater. The game is fantastic, but sometimes it's a bore, so I'ma hit the spot with my crew and chill and sip on a cause.
Hawaii's not the NFL, Rook. What you gonna do about it?
Catch the pigskin.
Come on, Mr. Luau. What else?
Catch the pineapple.
Yes. Madden NFL 2003. EA Sports. It's in the game.
Product not yet rated.
Hi, I'm Donald Trump, and you're watching ESPN's coverage of the NFL Draft. And now back to Boomer, Mel, and the boys.
Hey, you know, you don't want to get trumped on draft day. you just know that. Tennessee doesn't feel they got trumped. They still, with Wycheck, certainly going to draft a tight end. The Giants did it. More on on Shockey's pick by the Giants. We heard from Ernie, but now Ed Werder back to Tennessee. They may be thinking about something else, or is this their pick, and what's their dilemma?
Yeah, they're going to stay. They're going to stay here with this pick, and they're going to take Albert Hainsworth.
With the 15th choice in the 2002 draft, the Tennessee Titans select Albert Hainsworth, defensive tackle from the University of Tennessee.
Too good to pass up.
Well, here he goes then, huh? They don't have to pay moving expenses. I think it's very important. You draft a kid from Knoxville, you bring him to Nashville, no problem.
That's exactly what they needed. They got their guy. And so I know that they were entertaining some offers about moving down. But, you know, if your guy is there, then don't play any games. And Ernie, of course, he made a nice move, too, because he gave up a 4th-round pick. That was a little bit high, but another team tried to get up there in front of him, so he made a smart move, taking his guy. That's what Tennessee did. They took their guy.
Hey, let's talk about the 2 Tennessee guys, Stallworth and now Hainsworth, that slid a little bit. What do we think here, Mort?
Well, Hainsworth is a guy that some people said has Reggie White ability, but he is a young man. He's 20 years old, and he took plays off. He still had 11-plus sacks this past year. Took some plays off, so teams are trying to figure out, hey, is he immature? Is he lazy? Or is he even something more? And some teams wanted to have the courage to take Hainsworth, even in the top 5, top 10. It didn't happen, Mel.
Mort, you're right. I think the productivity just wasn't there in terms of dominance. I think the potential is because of the athleticism he shows for a kid who's 6'6", 320 pounds. He's coming out after his junior year. Remember, he was a backup his first 2 years, only total 3.5 sacks. So I think when you look at Albert Hainsworth, he needs to be coached up, find ways to maximize all that physical ability. And in reality, you talk about John Henderson was projected to the Titans, at least I thought he would be a possibility for the Titans at this point. I think you look at Hainsworth, had he gone in the top 8, nobody would have argued. So to get him at this point in the draft, you are getting value. I had him 9th on the board overall. You get him here at pick number 15. Plus, you get that extra choice from the Giants by moving down a 4th-round pick. So I think it's a value pick. Hainsworth is a roll of the dice. He's got a lot of upside, but he's not there yet.
Well, if you're going to try to get an ex-Vol and tackle him, Peyton Manning, because Tennessee never play the Colts twice a year, you might as well get a Vol. So they got Hainsworth to do that. All right, we have another trade. Here's the details from Jim Steek. Mr. Trade.
We have a trade involving the Oakland Raiders and the Washington Redskins.
Yep.
The Raiders have traded the 1st-round selection they obtained from Tampa Bay, number 21 overall, and their 3rd-round selection, number 89 overall, to the Redskins for the Redskins' 1st-round selection, which is number 18 overall. So the Raiders have traded the number 1 they obtained from Tampa Bay and their number 3 to the Redskins for the Redskins' number 1.
Boomer, when Stallworth went off the board, that's what I was told, that if Snyder couldn't get up to get Harrington or Stallworth, he would go back probably with Oakland. So this one comes true here.
We'll do this in a moment because that's going to come up. Oakland to 18 and Washington to 21 with the 3rd involved. So Hainsworth is now Tennessee. Before that, Shockey at 14. Now, the tight end is such an intriguing because I just want to get this out there before we move on to Cleveland. And remember, no running back has been picked at this point. Whether they go with William Green or Duckett or what, they certainly have to consider it. The Cleveland Browns, who haven't had a 1,000-yard rusher in over 15 years. But that's coming, all right? Tight ends were picked in the upper half of the draft, just the upper half of the 1st round. Bubba Franks 2 years ago at 14, where Shockey went, Pro Bowl player. Tony Gonzalez, 13 with the Chiefs in 97, say no more. Oakland picked 9 in 96, Ricky Dudley, no, even though he's still in the league with Cleveland. I don't mean no, like not good at all, but just not at that spot. Jets with Kyle Brady, 9th pick, all right, but certainly not to the level of Gonzalez. Giants picked Derek Brown 14th once, no. Keith Jackson was picked 13th by Philadelphia. Emphatic yes. So what we're finding as far as a Pro Bowl level player, about half and half with the Giants, at least on history. Just throwing it out there. Just we look at these things. We're a history major, you know. Ed Werder on Tennessee. What allowed them to roll this dice here, if there was any dice to roll?
Well, it was really a risk-free trade for Tennessee, and the Giants probably did the right thing because they did have other offers for the Shockey pick, including, no doubt, Mike Holmgren trying to trade up from 20 with the Seahawks to get up there. But I talked to Jeff Fisher, and he said, hey, this was a relatively easy decision. We like the cornerback, Phillip Buchanan. We like the Hawaii wide receiver, Ashley Lilly, and they do want to upgrade their offense, but he just felt like this was too good a player, that he would never be there at this pick. They had all 4 tackles off the board when they were doing their mock draft and planning for the 14th pick. And this is a defense that, despite the presence of Javon Kearse outside and Kevin Carter outside, still finished next to last in the AFC in sacks. And then it had a glaring hole in between those 2 players with the absence, Jason Fisk signing in free agency and Josh Evans about to be drug suspended. So you're looking at a considerable upgrade, and he really feels like Haynesworth comes in right away and meets a need for them. For more, let's go to Susie and the NFL Edge matchup gang in New York.
Well, Ed, and another reason the defense like this struggles was their secondary. And going into the season, Jeff was so excited about that group, and through injuries and attrition, whatever it was, I mean, there was a tremendous fall-off. As a result, they wind up last in passing defense. And you can see, I mean, overall, they were 25th. But we're really surprised that he didn't at least start at cornerback.
Yeah, well, I'm surprised. I'm kind of quite shocked that they went with Haynesworth because they felt that he does bring some baggage. And this particular case is not really a situation where he is an advantage being a local guy.
Well, when you look at Haynesworth, he's the kind of guy who will command a double team. You command a double team, Javon Kearse, Kevin Carter become better players on the edge.
I still think there's a lot of big ifs with this guy. Big ifs.
All right, the draft continues. The Browns are on the clock with the 16th pick. Tim Couch, their pick in 1999. We'll be back.
Divided by 1375. Answer, please.
Does anyone write stories about people who play it safe?
Who's got an answer for me?
At AIG, we have more ways to manage risk and more financial solutions than anyone else. AIG, insurance, financial services, and the freedom to dare.
This race brought to you by Visa, the official card of the NFL, and the only card accepted at the Olympic Games. And the Visa Triple Crown. Almost forgot. We're also the official card of NASCAR. Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
Now making a collect call can make you a winner. Use 1-800-CALL-ATT for collect call, and you can win a trip for 2 to a NASCAR race. Just accelerate down the center with 1-800-CALLATT.
20 lucky participants can be matched with starting positions in a Winston. If your driver finishes in the top 3, you're going to win a trip for 2 to a NASCAR race of your choice. And every collect call you make with 1-800-CALL-ATT is another chance to become a winner.
Wait your turn.
Have a good night.
Take me with you.
Excuse me?
Take me with you. I want to get away. I want to wander the Andes, climb the ruins of Machu Picchu. We'll explore Laguna de los Condors and search the Amazon for lost tribes. I have a keychain with a can opener. I can make guacamole.
Presenting the Freelander from Land Rover, the most well-traveled vehicles on Earth.
I'm Scarface from the A's, dog, king of the block. We won on my t-shirt, the shoe of Reebok. In the streets rock what we rock. The battles is won. Cross beaming with the franchise. You know I was done. It's like this, it's like that, it's like this, set up. It's like this, it's like that, it's like this, set up. It's like that, it's like this, it's like that, set up. It's like this, it's like that, it's like that, set up. Def Jam South, baby.
Cleveland Browns are now on the clock, and welcome back to the draft here in New York. We're about 3 or some hours in, and this is an intriguing spot because you don't go very often to the 16th spot in the draft without a running back pick. The Cleveland Browns have not had a 1,000-yard rusher since Mack and Biner in 1985. So obviously they need help there. Now they have a big question because they either pick the back, William Green, or Maybe they trade out for someone who really wants a running back. There are not really many first-round, quote, quality guys in the first round. Green has the ability, but Mel, what would deter a team on picking William Green from Boston College?
Well, I think the question with William Green is, you go back to junior year, sophomore year, the bowl game, not available. This past year, biggest game in school history, the Miami game, not available with the suspension. I think you look at William Green as a running back, guys. I think he has tremendous talent. I know he doesn't run a 4.4, but he's a 4.6 guy. He's 222 pounds. He had a 42-inch vertical jump. He did 27 reps. He's an explosive athlete. He was productive. He averaged 6 yards per carry. To me, as a running back, he's the best option for the Cleveland Browns. T.J. Duckett may have more power. Maybe he's Jerome Bettis down the road. But the best pure running back in this draft is William Green.
So I think the Browns might be nervous, though.
Well, good playing. Well, the Browns might be nervous, but if they got a chance to take him here, look, in this division, AFC North, you got Baltimore Ravens, who had Jamal Lewis. Bengals got Corey Dillon. Steelers, Jerome Bettis. Browns, worst rush, in the league. 29th defending the run.
Plus,
and I think those things always go hand in hand because you practice the run, you defend the run. There it is.
Yeah, I talked to Carmen Policy just a short time ago, and Butch Davis worked for me for 14 years.
Yes, so we're all ears now.
Yeah, Butch has done his homework. And then Carmen said, he said, hey, Butch has worked very hard at this draft and evaluating certain players. And he did a great job for me at University of Miami and with Dallas as far as evaluating talent. And so I'm sure he's investigated all of these running backs thoroughly.
Would you, there are some questions on Green, and we only nicked the surface there. But don't you have to do it at some point to give Couch a break as a quarterback there?
Without question, they need the running back. But if a player has problems, and I had my share of players with problems, and I took chances on them. If you're going to take a chance on them, you better know him one-on-one. Individual, interviews with him, spend some time with him, and then you got to make an educated guess. Is he going to stay straight and do what's right?
Jimmy, the players I talked to had no problem at all with William Green.
Well, if they don't trade here, it's got to be Green. It's got to be Green as a Brown, okay?
How about Duckett now?
No,
he's a big guy.
He is in a bad weather division. That's a perfect type guy, but I think Green is a Brown.
Best player on the board still Philip Buchanan.
With the 16th choice in the 2002 draft, the Cleveland Browns select William Green, running back from Boston College.
And good for them. And you point out, Jimmy, they knew that Green, this isn't a shock,
right,
that he might be there, that the back would go all the way there. So he obviously was comfortable enough.
Without question. Butch did his homework. And Carmen did their homework. They know what they're getting. They're getting an outstanding running back, and they needed an outstanding running back.
You like this, Mel? You think it's worth this?
I think you look at the best players, it would be Philip Buchanan actually in terms of a rating, but William Green is the best running back available. You look at the ability. This is a 222-pounder who can make people miss, and I tell you what, he can hit the 40, 50-yard run. You see it here. This is against Syracuse at the Carrier Dome. He has a lot of power. This is a guy who has excellent game day speed, good body lean, although he's a little upright, but I think William Green, if he can develop into a little bit better natural pass receiver, round off his game just a bit, he can block. Now, I think he comes into the NFL with a bit of a chip on his shoulder saying, hey, I could have been a top 10 pick. Some questions surface. He runs hard. He runs with determination and the production. When you talk about a ton of yards, 1,500 yards in the Big East, average 6 yards per carry, that gets it done. Even when he only started 2 games, he put up big numbers as a sophomore. So to me, this is a kid that can get the job done. All he has to do, get a few more reps catching the football, be a little bit more comfortable out of the backfield. And I think Butch Davis has himself a heck of an all-around running back who gives you, I think, on every carry, the determination that you want, Jimmy.
Yeah, and he may not be fast on the stopwatch, but he is fast on the field.
Well, here, 71-yard touchdown run, 70-yard touchdown catch. 5.9 yards a carry. And BC's big-time football. So, a good pen, and maybe he'll be better than Ernie Green, a one-time Cleveland running back.
Chris,
who followed
Jimmy traded up, as more would say, for a 4.6 running back named Emmitt Smith.
And he wasn't real fast, but he made long runs.
He was okay. We have our running back up at our edge set, and that's Merrill Hodge. And Merrill, I'm sure you took a close look at all these backs. You like what Cleveland did? My guess is yes.
Well, Boom, I do like William Green. I thought he was the best back completely. But when you bring running backs in the National Football League, there's one area that they all struggle in, and that is usually the passing game. The passing game always is an issue because you don't just run out and catch the football. You got to understand coverages, protections, and all of those schemes to be effective. And the one area in studying William Green that he will have to work on is his pass blocking.
Let's start with Ahman Green on the right of your screen. He will step up away from Brett Favre. You have to give your quarterback room to set up and throw in the pocket. You can't be in his lap. By stepping up, you also cut down the cushion between yourself and the blitzing linebacker. You have to meet him near the line of scrimmage and get tight to your offensive line. Here, with Ahman away from Favre and tight to his guard, he limits the linebacker's options. He can only go outside. Great technique and execution. Now focus on Boston College running back William Green. He does not attack the line of scrimmage to meet the blitzer. He sets up in his quarterback's lap, and by not cutting down the cushion, you get no help from your offensive line. This gives the blitzer three options: inside, outside, or straight into you. You're right next to your quarterback. He has no room to step and throw.
William Green has great physical skills, but he is raw. And I think if the Cleveland Browns are expecting 16 games out of him to be their main back, they could potentially think they have a bust. He is a guy I really believe the best situation to be come in, play behind somebody for a while, learn the game, and then his second year, he would be brilliant. I think there's a potential that he could be ruined because one of the big issues Cleveland has, their offensive line is not that good. When you look at all these issues, I think you have potential to ruin a guy versus making as good as he could possibly be.
The happiest player right now is Tim Couch, because what William Green will do is bring balance to this offense. As a quarterback, when you've got the linebackers and secondary and defensive line respecting the running game, those holes open up for the passing game.
And you use the example of Ahman Green. You don't always come out ahead like he did because he was in the doghouse when he was in Seattle and wound up in a good situation in Green Bay. Let's go to Chris Fowler.
Well, Susie, we're talking about William Green, and you guys are right. He may be a little bit raw, but he's also a true fighter. A lot of guys we talked about today come from some very tough backgrounds, but certainly none tougher than William Green. Grew up in Atlantic City in the projects. His father was a Vietnam veteran, came back, addicted to heroin, died of AIDS. His mother died of AIDS about a year and a half later. William is 13, 14 years old at this point. He's got 4 brothers and sisters. They're all split up and raised separately. William raised by his grandmother. At this point, he now has a 2-year-old daughter, very motivated to take care of his family. I think you're going to see a much more mature, less raw William Green when he hits the NFL, and he has the obvious physical tools, but you definitely root for a guy like this to succeed. Yeah, he's made mistakes in college, but I think he's going to make the most of this opportunity in the NFL, guys.
Well spoken, Chris. And I think, hey, look, I mean, these guys are young guys. It's not like, okay, that's the way they always are. Made mistakes, but I have more than 3 tell me no problem. Not no problem, but just surround with the right folks, and he's going to be fine, which is what the Cleveland Browns' job is now to do. And we welcome in a guy that Jimmy knows a little bit, and a guy that certainly the fans in Cleveland have gotten to enjoy last year, the way the Browns played defense. Butch Davis joins us now from Browns headquarters. And did you know this week Green would be sitting there for you, Butch? And are you... Obviously, you made the selection. You feel very comfortable with bringing him in, that this will not be a, quote, problem-type player?
Absolutely, Chris. We feel very good about William Green as a selection. And as the week unfolded, you felt somewhat comfortable that William would be there when it was our turn to pick. You know, there were a couple of other guys that we were toying with, but clearly we felt like for our football team that this was the best guy that we could take.
Butch, of course, we had Emmett in Dallas, and, of course, you had great running backs at the University of Miami. What impressed you most about William Green as far as comparing him to some of those backs?
Well, Jimmy, I think obviously William gives us the chance to do the same thing for our football team that Emmett did and Edgerrin James and did at the University of Miami. He is a dynamic player. He can score from anywhere on the field, and he's a big guy. He's a 225-pound running back that can move the piles. He was extremely, very, very productive. 135, 140 yards a game this year, and in this division, you've got to be able to run the football and control the clock, and I think it's a great compliment to our football team.
Butch, did you spend time individually with William?
Yeah, absolutely, Jimmy. We flew specifically to Boston College, went to his personal workout. We spent the entire day, the day before the workout, with the head coach and the athletic director, his position coach, really did some background work, and we feel very comfortable about William Green.
Hey, Butch, I just got to ask you this before we let you go. Do you feel like a proud papa here that 4 Miami Canes in the first round last year? You could have 4, 5, or 6 guys you recruited and played for you, national champs. Do you feel like a kind of a proud dad here?
Well, Chris, obviously, I'm very excited for those guys, and it looks like it's turning out terrific for them today, and they've earned everything. They did exactly what they were supposed to do, won the national championship, and I'm very happy for all those guys.
And I'm sure they're rooting for you, although now they'll be your opponents. Thanks very much, and you did the right thing there. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
William Green to the Browns. They needed a back. He's the best back. Why not take him? Pretty simple. Let's go to another trade with Jim Steig involving this pick right now. Jim?
The trade involving this selection, the Falcons traded this choice to the Raiders for the 18th selection overall, which the Raiders have just obtained from the Redskins, and the Raiders' 5th round choice, number 158 overall. So the Falcons swapped this choice for the next one, number 18 overall, and the Raiders' 5th.
Get their guy.
So the value's gone down 1 pick, right? One round.
And you talk defensive line with the Raiders, but here's Buchanan again. I don't know how far he's going to fall, but you got Charles Woodson and an aging Eric Allen. You got a bookend guy in Buchanan for Woodson, or do you go defensive line? And it'll be interesting to see which way they go.
Well, you've given up a 3rd and a 5th already, Mark, to get to this point. Given up a 3 and a 5.
Right.
So, you're talking about, to me, the best player on the board is Philip Buchanan.
Here's the trade. Yes, he's given up a 3rd and 5, but actually, I mean, this is a team that actually probably doesn't want to draft all the picks. They got cap problems, and this is a way to get around some of it by unload a couple of picks, frankly.
And Al said last night, he said, I couldn't get anybody to trade. But he's trading. He's already made 2 trades.
Well, there are some that can, and there are some that don't. And so now, Oakland on the clock at 17, followed by Atlanta, and Oakland is, well, they're just going long, baby.
With the 17th pick in this 2002 draft, the Atlanta Falcons elected to trade with the Oakland Raiders, as you just heard, and the Raiders have selected Philip Buchanan, quarterback from the University of Miami.
Makes a lot of sense, and it still leaves relief for the Falcons. This makes a lot of sense.
Well, and he'll get no coaching from Willie Brown either.
That's a good pick. This is a good player now.
Well, I mean, even though on paper, the Woodson and Allen, but pressure. Right?
Eric Allen's 36 years old, so this is something.
Well, I'll tell you talk about value. Quentin Jammer went 5, Philip Buchanan goes 17, and you got a guy who could be better in coverage than the guy who went 5th. And I think you look at Philip Buchanan, talk about athletic prowess. He had 463 as a baseball star in high school, averaged 20 points per game on the hardwood, was a sprinter on the track team, and an outstanding football player as well. And you look at the big plays. He went 73 yards on a fumble return, 75 yards on an interception return. This is a kid who is a great punt returner. You talk about speed, he'll run in a 4.3 range consistently. Here he is on a punt return for Miami, which he did consistently at a high level. To me, he's Dwayne Starks, only maybe just a little better. Starks was the 10th pick overall when he came out of Miami. Here Oakland acquires Philip Buchanan at pick number 17. You give up a 3 and a 5, but you get a guy equal to the 5th pick, Quentin Jammer, in this draft.
Mel, last night, Al told me, I was talking about how good a cover corner Buchanan was, and I was saying he was this and that. He said, don't forget those returns. Returns on interceptions, returns as far as the kicking game. He liked this guy, and he went and got him. He made his trades. He went and got a player that he wanted.
Exactly.
Well, Miami, you just saw the players, and there's more that's going to be happening. Hey, plus, don't forget, 2 punt returns for touchdowns last year, right, for Buchanan. So, I mean, the Raiders, I mean, every team wants one, but, I mean, Raiders certainly know something about punt returns like Tim Brown. I mean, return man, how important is that? Tim Brown is one of those at the zone. We'll talk to him when we return in the draft in New York. We'll
4 days, 0 excuses. It's back. The Valley Chevrolet Giant 10 sale now through Sunday only. 0% financing or up to $3,002 cash back on select new 2002 Chevys. This weekend only, get $500 bonus cash on every new Chevy. That's up to $3,502 cash back on select new Chevys. The Valley Chevy Giant 10 sale. Peoria Sports Complex, Bell Road, and the 101 Loop. This weekend only. Now through Sunday, open nightly till 10. Check it out at valleychevy10sale.com.
I do.
And do you, Michael, take Christine to be your lawfully wedded wife?
I do.
Or vested in me, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride.
Welcome back to the 67th NFL Draft from the ESPN Zone at Times Square, where we are chatting with 5 current players of the National Football League, including Tim Brown, heading into his 15th year with the Oakland Raiders. I'm Mark Malone, and Tim, let's talk a little bit about this pick. Philip Buchanan, looks like you've got to take a guy to school a little bit.
Well, I tell you what, this guy has played against some great talent in college, so, I'm sure he's going to come in ready to play and ready to go up against Jerry and myself.
Charles Woodson was plagued with a toe injury that could or could not be a serious situation and threatening his career. Do you think that played into this decision?
Well, I'm certain that may have, but with Eric Allen going into his 15th year and with us having a few problems in the secondary last year, I think this is a pick that we had to take. We had to get some defensive secondary help, and I think we got a great pick.
And you were extremely happy because the first thing that came out of your mouth as we sat here and watched the pick was, I don't have to return punts anymore.
It's always some kind of motive, some kind of personal motive, but no doubt the guy's a great explosive player. He's a lot like Charles Woodson. He's a guy who plays defense like he's on offense. And he's a guy who's going to go after the ball, he's going to try and make plays and try and put points on the board for our defense.
Now, Al Davis obviously had a lot of picks to work with here and did so, moved up to draft Philip Buchanan. One of the reasons he had that is because he got them in exchange for John Gruden, who is no longer with you. Bill Callahan, one of his proteges, your new head coach. Tell the people what we can expect. Will there be many changes in what you do with the Raiders or on offense?
Offensively, no, there are not going to be many changes. There are not going to be many changes defensively either. I think the biggest change is going to be, we're going to be able to go through and do what we need to do. And a lot of guys are going to feel safe. They're going to feel as if, they're not under attack and things of that nature. I think a lot of guys last year really felt, like they were under a lot of pressure, too much pressure. And this game is all about pressure, but sometimes, players can put a lot of pressure on each other, and coaches can put pressure on players, and it just became a tough situation.
You say as though you felt you were under attack, yet we got the sense that players like yourself, or for instance, Rich Gannon, felt betrayed a little bit that John would leave when you had gotten so close to a Super Bowl. You were critical of John Gruden. Tell me about the comments you made, if you still stand behind them.
Well, I think I was critical of him leaving simply because we have such a good football team, and if this thing is all about winning, if it's all about trying to win a championship, obviously we're about as close as you can be, right, Matt? I think Matt can attest for that. We're about as close as you could possibly be to win a championship. So, for him to leave, for whatever reasons he's left, and I understand playing in front of your family, because if that's one of the reasons he left, that's understandable. But, as selfish football players as we are sometimes, you want to see guys, you want to see the coach stick with you until you retire, but that just didn't happen.
They still have another pick, I believe, in the first round at 23rd. He's already given up a third and a fifth, but he's still got another pick. Tell me who you think you might, or at least the Raiders might target with that pick.
Well, I think we're going to still look defense. I think it's possible we may go after a linebacker or somebody like that. I think the great thing about what the Raiders is doing, it's showing the team that, hey, look, we think we can win now. Obviously with these draft picks, we could have picked for the future, but I think they're going out doing things to help us right now, and I think it's going to pay big dividends for us.
Brian Thomas, Eddie Freeman, a couple of guys I know the Raiders have certainly targeted, so we'll see what happens. And the great Tim Brown is going to be here all day today to answer your questions on ESPN.com. And speaking of wide receivers, well, the Atlanta Falcons need one. They're on the clock currently, and we will continue with our draft coverage on ESPN with Chris Berman of the Game from Madison Square Garden, New York, right after this.
Announcing Friends Fly Free from Southwest Airlines. Simply purchase a special discounted fare starting at $59 and a friend comes along for free.
You are now free to move about the country.
$259 a month to lease a Saturn Hell 200. Amazing. Could you throw in the sunroof?
No, I can't do that. But, I will tell you this. You've got a pirate on the airship.
What?
You've got corn in your goatee.
It's embarrassing.
It's just corn.
The Saturn Spring Sales Event ends June 30th.
You know what you never see in car commercials? Real cars. Cars that need new Castrol GTX high mileage. It protects against oil burn-off better than other leading motor oils. New Castrol GTX high mileage. It helps older cars feel young again.
MGD Blind Date. Large bands. Lost City. Pure mystery. Atlantis awaits. Enter at mgd.com or wherever pure cold filtered MGD is sold. Pure MGD.
People who don't use 1-800-COLLECT make me mad. I pity fools who don't know it saves a buck or two. 1-800-COLLECT always leaves a good impression. Use 1-800-COLLECT. Save a buck or two.
Thumb within your thumb, and that'll be your club.
Yeah, that's what I was doing.
That way you won't throw the club when your head's way up because you're looking where you're not supposed to.
Am I not supposed to look?
No. Head down. Take a swing now.
Hey, Sean. Who's that dancing with your wife?
That's Henderson. Nice pants. Very nice pants.
Dockers dress casuals. Finally, guys have an answer to the little black dress.
Warning. This movie is so exhilarating, it can only be seen exclusively in IMAX theaters and other large format cinemas.
Yeah, I like that.
ESPN's Ultimate X, rated PG, only in theaters May 10th. Coors Light Draft Tracker time, 3.5 hours and 17 picks in. The first and third quarterbacks. David Carr to Houston, Joey Harrington to the Lions. On the Lions website, they're already selling Joey Harrington jerseys. 6 of the top 15 picks in this draft, defensive linemen. You want to know where the emphasis is? And 4 schools have had 2 or more players picked, with Tennessee having 3 and Miami as well. The story early on in the draft was the Dallas-Kansas City trade, with the clock running out on Dallas before the trade happened. The league has clarified what happened technically. When time ran out, once you pass a pick, which is exactly what Dallas did, you have the option at any time to hop back in and make your selection. The ruling was Kansas City, then on the clock, got their card in before Minnesota got its card in. Thus, Kansas City was allowed to pick. And from a neutral observation point, the right thing happened. Kansas City should not have been penalized because Jerry Jones was getting greedy and staying on the clock as long as possible. So at the end of the day, Kansas City made the trade and thus was honored. The cards were in virtually simultaneous. The Minnesota folks in Minneapolis are asking their representatives here, was the card in time? And they couldn't answer the question. They were too busy listening on the phone. There's the clarification of that bizarre situation earlier via the National Football League. To our Edge NFL matchup crew and Susie Colvin.
Mike, I'm glad you had that clarification. The Falcons are on the clock now. Their starting quarterback from last season is now with the Bears, Chris Chandler. They've handed the reins to Michael Vick, and the questions are, can he handle it in just his second season? One of the most difficult offenses to handle in the NFL. And you can see some of his numbers here: passing yards, rush, touchdowns to interception ratio. Not particularly impressive, but Merrill, he did have some moments of brilliance.
You're exactly right. Susie, he was not the most fundamentally sound quarterback to come out. But I will say this.
That's not what Joe Theismann told us a year ago.
He was wrong.
Wait, let me call Joe.
He was the most explosive quarterback I have ever seen come out. As I studied him throughout the season, you could see the explosiveness coming together and all the fundamentals coming together. Once he is consistent in both those areas, he'll be the greatest offensive weapon in football.
The positioning of the safeties is a strong pre-snap indicator of double zone, with each safety responsible for his deep half of the field. And the look stays the same as Michael Vick begins his drop. Watch what happens on Vick's plant step. One of the safeties jumps down inside to attack the underneath crossing route. It's no longer double zone, and reading the defense after the snap is the toughest thing for a young quarterback to learn and understand. Vic is outstanding here. The matchup he wanted was his #1 receiver, Terrence Mathis, from the slot, running a seam route on the nickel corner. Post-snap, Vic read the change in coverage, and the throw was big time. From the end zone camera, you can really see how he dropped it over the man-to-man coverage with touch, putting enough velocity on it so the deep safety was not a factor. That's just great mental recognition and unbelievable physical execution.
Especially impressive when you consider, as I said, one of the most difficult offenses in the NFL. But after 37 years, Dan Reeves is changing to accommodate Michael Vick. But what does that mean?
Well, you're going to hear scaling back. And all that means is they're going to scale to Michael Vick's strength. They're going to still do motions and all those things, but they're going to do the plays Michael Vick likes. They're not going to lose a bunch of plays. They'll still do as many plays as anybody in football.
And what has also changed is terminology. I spoke to Steve DeBerg, Chris Chandler, Danny Cannell, John Elway. They said the verbiage in Dan Reeves' system was the hardest that they've ever been in. Mike Johnson, the wide receiver coach, has now come in and scaled this down. To give you an example, an old play might be like ace right zin, 200, 53-97 on two-ship, ready break. By the time that comes down from the press box, the sideline to the quarterback, something could get lost. Now it could be real simple. It's a numeric system. Firm 343, backstop on 2, boom. That'll save time for everybody.
It'll be good to see Michael Vick thrive. And the Atlanta Falcons are leaning toward wide receiver. It would be the first time in Dan Reeves' career, or just the second time in his career. Back to Boomer.
I tell you what, Susie and gang, if they make the play hike, it might be pretty good for Michael Vick. And here we were last year. Michael Vick, first pick of the draft after the trade with San Diego. There was a classic. Both teams did well. And so Michael Vick now will be the starter in Atlanta with a new owner, new defensive coordinator, Wade Phillips, a new running back, Warwick Dunn. We'll see how Jamal Anderson does coming back, and we'll see who Atlanta picks. They've moved down.
With the 18th choice in the 2002 draft, the Atlanta Falcons select T.J. Duckett, running back from Michigan State.
Well,
waiting for a little surprise.
There's a little curveball, Mort.
Very much a curveball. I thought they'd go Ashley Lee here, but here's what they're telling us. Dan Reeves, you got Warwick Dunn on board. Dan Reeves is basically saying, Ron Hill's their personnel director, and Arthur Blank, new owner on board, that we don't trust that Jamal Anderson with that knee is going to be all the way back. You know, one of the ways to make Michael Vick a better quarterback is to ensure that you can run the ball, because no matter what, Dan Reeves is going to be big on play action. So this tells me Jamal Anderson is in trouble in terms of future there. They got a $2 million salary on Jamal. He doesn't get it unless he makes the team. So it'll be interesting to hear from the Falcons, Reeves or Ron Hill, or even the owner, Arthur Blank, as to why this is their pick.
So now, as you point out, they've got a little guy Dunn and a big guy Duckett. I mean, he's very Jerome Bettis-like, isn't he, Mel?
Well, he can be, Chris. He's not there yet. You see T.J. Duckett in certain games flash Jerome Bettis-type skills, but he needs more sustained intensity every carry. I think that's what you want to see, that aggressiveness. Be a rampaging bull every time you carry the football. And on certain occasions, Wisconsin, 186 yards, pair of touchdowns, 126 yards on 22 carries against Penn State. Michigan game, 27 carries, 211 yards, caught the winning touchdown pass from Jeff Smoker with no time left on the clock. T.J. Duckett gained momentum leading up to the draft after running a 4.5 at 250 pounds, 6% body fat. He's not going to make people miss on a consistent basis, and he needs to run with that Jerome Bettis-type determination, carry in and carry out. And I think when you look at T.J. Duckett, he's a little upright, and he's going to take on people, and he's going to absorb a lot of hits to that frame. Fortunately, he's 250 pounds, but I look at Michael Vick. You need wide receivers. You get T.J. Duckett, but who is Michael Vick going to hit down the field more?
Well, we're looking for a minute at Warwick Dunn. Here's what he did, at Tampa. He's a guy who can hit not down the field, but certainly will be a Vick's friend.
Well, no question. I think they better get a receiver in the third round there. They don't have a second-round pick because of that Vick trade last year. But, Dan Reeves is always going to run the football. Dan's never going to change that. But this just tells me the confidence in Jamal's ability to come back is not there. And then you get the fact that they play in a division where Tampa Bay has been softer against the run. Carolina, New Orleans, not as good against the run, so maybe he's looking at the division as well.
Well, there's no question the running game will help Michael Vick.
Right.
That's the number one thing. The number two thing is the point you made. What about Anderson? Where does he fit in puzzle?
Well, Jamal's been saying, you know, work done. He's FedEx. I'm the mailman. I carry the mail. Well, it tells me now Jamal Anderson may not carry the mail. This is going to be a big deal in Atlanta without question.
Well, so Arthur Blank, the new owner at Home Depot, they're rebuilding, if you will, doing it themselves, the Atlanta Falcons. Merrill, your thoughts here on this pick by Duckett? Certainly an eyebrow raiser. Do you like him when you study him?
Boom, I love the guy. It is hard to get a big, huge back by like this, but it was the greatest thing for Michael Vick, to be honest with you. It's the greatest weapon. You've got to be able to run the football. If they were to draft a wide receiver at first round, imagine this. I've been in huddles before. You stand in the huddle, you got a rookie quarterback, basically, with a new system, and a rookie wide receiver, potential disaster. You can now run the football. You can control the line of scrimmage. You don't put the pressure on Michael Vick to come out and win games for you, make plays down the field, get that wide receiver on the field. Best thing for Michael Vick.
Yeah, and Michael Vick is a second-year quarterback. He is now the guy. I think that's a positive. And I also like the pick as well because the easiest thing for a quarterback to do is turn around and hand the ball off. But when you look at the Falcons right now you're looking at Brian Finneran as one of your starting wide receivers. They have to go out and give Michael Vick someone to throw the football to, not to hand it off to.
But right now, at least he knows some of the pressure is off of him in terms of being able to hand the ball off. Right. The Denver Broncos are on the clock. A bubble year for Brian Griese. Big decision for him. He also could use some help in terms of being able to hand the ball off. See if Trell Davis is healthy this season.
Sarah bought a new Kia Sportage. It came with 3 airbags and 24-hour roadside assistance. Trish bought a Honda CR-V. 2 airbags, no roadside assistance. Sarah's Sportage came with a 10-year warranty. Trish's Honda, just 3. And yet Sarah paid thousands less than poor Trish.
Jill, will you shut it?
Oh, Trish is upset. Is it because Sarah's been dating her ex-boyfriend?
The 2002 Kia Sportage. Right now, get $2,000 cash back.
Hit it right down the... Not bad. What was that?
Yo, I guess it's for the best that I ain't come back. Today my checks are small, I don't pay much tax. They say these young guys is athletically better. I'd play today and wear sweat with a sweater. The game is fantastic, but sometimes it's a bore, so I'ma hit the spot with my crew and chill and sip on the cause.
Coach, you were 5-79 last year. Why the playoff talk?
Well, we made a couple of key trades, and we got the funk.
Oh, well, glory be, the funk's on me, Bobby.
Keep that funk alive. Keep that funk alive.
Well, it's 1975, and we just be keeping the funk alive.
Do that funk.
So what the?
Do that funk.
This is what we call a legacy piece because this is sure to stay in your family for many, many generations. It's gold deep with 1.85 carats of Cristal. And Jay, wouldn't you agree that for all of our gentlemen viewers out there, this is just a perfect gift for that special lady in their lives?
Yeah, that's perfect. In fact, our phone lines are lit right now with pimps saying, "Good God, that's tacky." Pimps.
Hi, I'm David Carr.
Joey Peppers, Quentin Jammer. I'm Roy Williams. You're with me watching the draft.
The NFL draft on ESPN.
Are we ready? Yeah.
Nick Cameron loves me.
We are back, finished about 4 hours here at the 67th Annual National Football League Selection Meeting. It's the NFL Draft. Chris Berman here with Mel Kiper, Chris Mortensen, and our special guest, although I see you reach for that phone every 15 minutes. Jimmy Johnson, oh, you can make a trade. You can't make a trade, but we probably could. Hold on. Fox is on the... we could probably engineer...
NFL Europe.
NFL Europe, we could probably engineer. The Denver Broncos are next, followed by Seattle. I think they're both going to get it. They want more on that in a moment. Rookie performance at running back and wide receiver. Interesting discussion.
To me, the running backs, you find out almost right away about a running back in this league. If they've got it right away. Receivers, I think receivers is one of the toughest transitions from college to the pro game, and I think the facts prove that outright.
Especially the underclassmen, Ward. For every Randy Moss, you have players that struggle, and I think the underclassmen transition in a little slower, and the 6 top receivers are underclassmen. Javon Walker, a senior, has moved up, but he's a former junior college transfer, so I think that may be a factor now, but I think you still look at the value right now is Ashley Lilly, Daniel Graham, tight end Colorado, and Napoleon Harris, outside linebacker Northwestern, in my opinion, are the best players on the board.
Well, 2 of those 3 were the next 2 picks.
I would agree.
Yeah,
Certainly Daniel Graham, Seattle, I would think.
I think Merrill Hodge had a good point, too. With Vic being basically a rookie with a new offense, bringing in a rookie wide receiver is going to be very difficult.
But is it a lateral move, Ward? That's the thing. Is it a lateral move with Jamal Anderson and work done?
Well, I'm saying, this tells me Jamal's out of the loop on this one. But, you know, if Ashley Lilly, Mike Martz thinks Ashley Lilly might be a Randy Moss type. If that's true, see, you can have an impact as a rookie if you're going vertical and you can out-jump people, but that's all you're asked to do your rookie year. If Lilly is that kind of guy, then, well, it'll be a second guess down the road. But I think Duckett makes sense under what you're saying, Michael Vick needing help.
That's a big if. Randy Moss, probably the most exciting receivers come out in a long time.
I agree.
I wouldn't mention those 2 in the same breath.
All right, well, you're right. I mean, right now, nobody is, and obviously, but, you know, Moss went beyond 20.
For a reason.
Yeah, that's right. Lilly actually is high character and very smart. So he had the hamstring problem this offseason that a lot of people were worried about.
All right, now, guys, we come to the part of the draft at 19 with the teams that were almost, and many that could have been playoff teams, and just about all the playoff teams. Of course, Miami doesn't have any first or second round pick. Neither does Tampa Bay, so they won't have that. But now we have Denver, who was not that far removed, a 2-time Super Bowl champion team, who then had, I mean, there are many things that happened, but early on last year, the injury to Ed McCaffrey, it kind of changed. Ron Smith had a huge year, but it was not the crying greasy year that they were certainly looking for. Not to mention, you know, Terrell Davis, will we ever see, well, we'll never see that Terrell Davis again. Will we see a good Terrell Davis, which would still be a pretty good back, and you get all those other running backs. Denver fell last year to 8-8. Yet, are they a team that, given a couple of picks and a couple of breaks, can make a move right back into the upper echelon? In my opinion, in an AFC now, that there's a lot of room to move all the way to the top or toward the top.
Well, as far as everybody looks at the Denver Broncos and say, you know, Mike Shanahan is, you know, maybe 1 or 2 games over 500 since John Elway left. But it's been more than that. It's been since Terrell Davis had his knee operations and then some more health problems. It's been with the Ed McCaffrey injury and Brian Greasy and Shannon Sharp leaving. So it's more than just Elway leaving. But Shanahan's a smart guy. They need a good draft here, though, and they've got to get the running game back. Brian Greasy cannot carry a team, right?
Well, and especially if he's not healthy. You know, he's had the shoulder problems, and so he's got to stay healthy. But I think the jury's out. He's an outstanding quarterback when he's healthy and when they're winning. The other thing is they got to get chemistry in the locker room a little better because that was a little shaky last year.
I think that's why they brought Shannon Sharp back to bring the chemistry, to fix that. They kind of lost some leadership there with Elway and Sharp. Much bigger hits than I think Mike Shanahan anticipated. But, you know, to me, it's still Terrell Davis has to return to form, or Brian Greasy is just another quarterback.
I'm looking at the board. Jimmy Johnson's favorite player still there. Edward Reed, playmaker for Miami.
Could be here.
He can make plays now.
That could be here. In case you missed it, what we said, Shannon Sharp, you might have missed it, the last couple of weeks has returned to Denver, so he will assumedly finish his career where he started, which was pretty darn good when he was on the Denver Bronco 2-time Super Bowl championship team. Well, here's a guy that knows about playing in big games and getting teams up. It's Dan Reeves, the coach of the Atlanta Falcons. So, Dan, you kind of raised a few eyebrows there with Duckett, but is this the guy who you were intrigued by? Forget where your position was in the draft. Is this a unique type player by his size and his speed for you?
Well, I think he's definitely a unique player, Boomer. We felt like he was a guy that we couldn't pass up. But that wasn't something that we thought would be there. We thought he would go quicker than that. Thought he would already be gone by this time. But, you know, when you look at it and analyze it, and you just can't pass up a running back who's 250 pounds, can run like he does, has a 5.4-yard average, and scored 29 touchdowns in his career. So he's a heck of a running back.
Well, I got to go to the next question, and you don't know here in the middle of April what the definite answer will be on the field, but Jamal Anderson as an Atlanta Falcon, as an effective Atlanta Falcon or any Atlanta Falcon, where are we led to believe this pick means that Jamal might go? Or Does he have a long future with you?
Well, there's no question he's coming off of, second knee surgery in the last 3 years, Boomer, and that's a concern. Other running back, Maurice Smith, is coming off of knee surgery also. So it is a concern. We didn't go into this draft looking to say, hey, we're going to take a running back, but when TJ was there with our pick, we just felt like he was too good a back to pass up.
And now let me make you smile a little bit. Michael Vick, starting quarterback. You know there's going to be a pretty interesting learning curve, but are you like, I mean, look, Dan, you love football. I know he's your quarterback, but can you step back a little bit, and are you excited to see how this goes this year and in future years?
Well, I just know that running backs, quarterbacks, wide receivers, a lot of these guys that play these positions usually make a tremendous amount of progress from the first year to the second year. And Michael made an awful lot of progress last year, and we're excited about what he brings. Never been around a quarterback that has that type of speed. Had a great scrambler in John Elway, Roger Staubach, that could make things happen. You know, Mike has that same type of ability, and, has a great arm on top of it.
And, let me talk about one other guy you acquired who, you talk about good people and good players in Warwick Dunn. On AstroTurf, is the sky the limit for him?
Oh, I think so. We got to try to figure out how we're going to get him the ball about 20 to 25 times a game and, get him in that offense, and have Mike Vick there with the ability to scramble also is going to be kind of exciting for our fans.
Well, and Warwick won't shy a little guy from getting the ball 20 or 25 times a game. You know that. Very intriguing so far, Dan. Thanks for joining us.
You bet, Boom. My pleasure.
All right, Dan Reeves been at it a long time, and hey, a big back, a unique sort of player. You heard him say it, done 20, 25 times. Vic, they're going to sell some tickets, Mort, all right? I mean, they're going to do that, and we'll talk about that in a minute. Mel, now we go receivers, right?
Well, we don't have a ton of teams looking for wide receivers. Of course, Green Bay late first round. You look at the Redskins, they could go wide receiver. Certainly, Denver has a need there. But I think you look at Ashley Lilly. So we've talked about him in great detail. Josh Reed, a former tailback who was as productive as any player in the country at LSU for Nick Saban. Antonio Bryant is probably of the juniors the most polished. Had an ankle injury this past year, which hampered him. And Rashay Caldwell's probably more of an early second rounder.
Well, so now Denver's on the clock. And, well, here's the commission.
With the 19th choice in the 2002 draft, the Denver Broncos select Ashley Lilly, wide receiver from the University of Hawaii.
Now, they tried this a couple of years ago, and what was it, Marcus Nash, which was a bust. Lilly, the second receiver, certainly will lead the league in Hawaiian shirts. And he comes from a wide-open June Jones-type offense with the Rainbows, and certainly with Shanahan, should have plenty of opportunities to do that sort of stuff.
Well, we saw McCaffrey off the injury, Rod Smith banged up, and you need Lee, so they had Casper coming in, but he was a later-round pick. I think you look at Lee, fills a need area, gives Brian Greasy another weapon. Now, I think you look at the productivity for June Jones. Talk about 84 catches, averaged 20.4 yards per reception, and 19 touchdowns. The Fresno State game, national TV, ESPN, he was spectacular, and over the last 3 games of the season, he hauled in 23 receptions for a 33-yard average. Ashley Lee was 175, 180 pounds. Now he's up around 200 pounds. He's a great kid, Mort. He's smart. I think he can come in and digest an offense very quickly.
June Jones, when I saw June Jones at the Pro Bowl, June Jones told me that Ashley Lilly will prove to be one of the 10 best players to come out of this draft. He really believes he is a special player, best receiver he says he's ever had, and he's had a lot of them. He's a guy who's got a big upside. He is smart. His Wonderlic was over 30, that intelligence test that they talk about. He's a high-character guy, and he's got plenty of athletic ability, and June Jones has told teams this guy will prove to be one of the 10 best players in this draft.
And he's the first player from Hawaii, so a big aloha to everybody out on the islands right now, and you know how we love that place. A big aloha to everybody in the islands, the first player from Hawaii ever to go in the first round. Aloha means first-round pick. Is this an aloha pick for you, Ron Jaworski, up at our edge set?
Well, whenever I have a chance to look at Lilly, I saw a guy that really was an outstanding football player, but I see some real problems with his style of play. As Mort said, he's 175 pounds. And looking at tape, one arm on the guy kind of like Todd Pinkston, like the Eagles, could hold him at the line of scrimmage. I think he's been a product of June Jones's system. The old run and shoot. They glide off the line, they find the zone, and they sit in the zone. This is a guy that is not a polished wide receiver for the NFL. I think he has a long way to go. If I might want to criticize Mort, saying he's going to be one of the top 10 people out of this draft, I think he has a long way to go.
And Brian Griese could really use somebody who has a little more polish. That's one of the problems last year, in addition to getting hurt. Once McCaffrey got hurt and Smith had all the burden, he struggled with trying to get the ball to guys who didn't always know where they were supposed to be. That wasn't always the greatest fit for him mentally.
Well, Brian Griese is a system quarterback. When all the components are in place, he can get the job done. Once some of those components begin to fall by the wayside, he doesn't have the talent to put a team on his shoulders and carry it to victory, a la a Brett Favre can do that if he doesn't have all the weapons. So clearly this is a crossroads year for Brian Griese. I think, you know, if he doesn't get it done this year, he may be one of those guys that people can say, well, we got to move on and give someone else a chance.
Yeah, they really had to work with him last season to be more encouraging to his guys as the quarterback rather than tear them down.
And the other thing, too, Susie, he has to win in the locker room. Stories I hear coming out of Denver, he hasn't won the players over in the locker room. And that's the important thing for a quarterback, win in the locker room.
It still continues to be a learning process for Brian Griese. The 2002 NFL Draft rolls on. Tight end Daniel Graham still available.
Eddie George of the Tennessee Titans, working to help the United Way build stronger communities.
Hi, I'm Jeff Kent, and I'm here to talk about ESPN, the magazine. You know, when they first asked me to do this, I was pretty excited. They could have had just about any athlete. So to choose me is really something. It's humbling to be able to give something back. So all you young players out there, listen up. ESPN, the magazine, is only $1 an issue. They'll even throw in a free fleece.
That's right, Jeff. When you call 1-800-504-6644, you'll get 26 issues for just $1 an issue. So call 1-800-504-6644.
Thanks for listening to me.
Tonight, quarterfinal action of the Stanley Cup playoffs continues. Daniel Alfredson and the Senators look to even the series against Jeremy Roenick and the Flyers in Game 2. 7 p.m. tonight on ESPN.
Guaranteed to satisfy. That's Sunland Lincoln Mercury. Family owned for more than 30 years, Sunland leads the valley in owner loyalty. Check out the selection of Lincoln Town Cars at Sunland. Right now you can get 0% financing or save $11,000. And the best-selling Grand Marquis starts at $20,490 or take 0%. Sunland Lincoln Mercury at 47th Avenue in Glendale. Get in the fast lane.
Firebird Raceway is bringing you the Monster Truck Battle of the Year. It's the Coors Monster Truck and Jet Car Jam. 10 of the biggest names in monster trucks. 8 of the fastest jet cars in the world. One night.
That's some serious jumping.
April 20th, Firebird.
We are back in New York at the draft, the 20th pick. If you're looking at your list, say it's Seattle's pick. Why are you showing the Green Bay helmet? No, we're not having a Mike Holmgren flashback. He's enjoyed by Mike Golick. We have a trade. Seattle and Green Bay have switched, so Green Bay is on the clock. The details of the trade are forthcoming momentarily. So we thought it would be a no-brainer with Daniel Graham, the tight end from Colorado, who was sitting out there. Mike Holmgren fell in love with him at the Senior Bowl. Well, let's talk a little bit about a guy who's out there, but is not going to go to Seattle, at least here at pick 20.
I love Daniel Graham. I think he and Shockey are both two tight ends that can come in and make an impact right away in the NFL, the style that they play. Graham does it. Both he and Shockey do a great job of using their hands to catch the ball. Here's a very athletic play here, turning over the wrong shoulder, making a nice catch. Does a nice job of route running as well. Good hand play, slapping the hand off the defensive back, getting out, good throw to the outside. Again, hands with the catch. The important thing, keep it out in front of their body, easy route running, finding the hole, and blocking. He's a better power blocker than Shockey is. You see here he gets good hand placement, and he can vary alignment as well. So I think both
will come in and have a high impact. At Colorado, he was the main receiver. He runs fantastic crossing routes. Take the defense to one side. He comes the other way, gets a lot of yards after the catch. He's compact, excellent blocker. I think a big-time player he'll be in the NFL.
And again, we thought he was going to go here, but the trade, Green Bay has Bubba Franks, caught 9 touchdowns, 36 balls last year.
They're not going for him.
So not here. So Mike and Mike know about Mike and Mike. Sherman and Holmgren making a trade. Let's check it out.
Seattle and Green Bay's choice selection here, where Green Bay is currently on the clock. Seattle traded their first-round selection and their 5th, number 156 overall, to Green Bay for Green Bay's first, which is the 28th overall, and Green Bay's second, which is the 60th overall. So Seattle traded their 1st and 5th to Green Bay for their 1st and 2nd.
All right, 1st and 5th for 1st and a 2nd. So we're going to look at the chart. Actually, it's going to take a while to compute that chart.
No, I know. Boomer, that's a lot. But I was told yesterday that Green Bay had a desire to go up to this spot and possibly take Antonio Bryant, the Pittsburgh wide receiver. Now, maybe there's somebody else, but that's what I was hearing yesterday, that they really coveted Bryant. Well, we'll find out if that's true or not.
Well, Seattle is playing it probably, Jimmy, this way. We know that they like Daniel Graham. We've heard everybody talk about him. They had him at the Senior Bowl. They could use a tight end. I mean, Fourier's gone. They have Chila Mealy. I mean, they could use a tight end with Trent Dilfer now, by the way, the starting quarterback. We'll have a chance to talk Seattle when they're on the clock. But Trent Dilfer is the starter. Hasselbeck is the 2, as everything changes in Seattle, and more on that in a minute. But now, you drop down 8 spots. There's not another tight end of that. What do you do? Have another player or 2 that you'd be satisfied with in case the tight end win? Is that the mindset?
Without question, this is a great value trade for Seattle. Being able to pick up that 2nd-round pick.
Right.
That's a great value trade. But the further you go down in the draft, the more risky the players are. And so if you're thinking you're going to get Graham, if that's who you want, and if that's the only player that you want up this high, you think you're going to get him 8 spots later, it may be a little risky. Somebody could move in front of you and take him. They've done their homework, evidently. They know what these other teams are wanting to take. And then, like you say, they probably have 1 or 2 other players that if they lose Graham, you know, then they can take him down there. So they've got him a couple of players, and they said, hey, with the value of the trade, getting that 2nd-round pick, it's just too good to pass up.
So Ernie, of course, he was biting his nails, hoping that shocking would happen. Now there'll be some nail biting, perhaps in Seattle. And now with the Cheesehead, the Green Bay Packers back in the playoffs last year on the clock, it is their turn to take a big bite out of the NFL draft. We'll be back.
If there's lots of places that you would like to see, fly Southwest Airlines, because friends fly free.
For romance.
Give it a chance.
Fly so you can dance.
Fly so you can cry. Fly, because it's America.
From sea to shining sea.
And if you fly Southwest Airlines,
your friend flies free. Announcing Friends Fly Free from Southwest Airlines. Simply purchase a special discounted fare starting at $59, and a friend comes along for free.
You are now free to move about the country.
Why is it that when we grow up, we forget how to stick our necks out? At AIG, we have more ways to manage risk and more financial solutions than anyone else. AIG, insurance, financial services, and the freedom to dare.
That was one of the coolest scenes I'd ever seen in a movie. From that point on, I was hooked. I'm a huge Mustang fan. A lot of people have accused me of having gasoline in my veins because of that. That's the kind of absolute soul that you can't fake. If I could have one car the rest of my life, I'd have a red Mustang convertible with a throaty V8 and a great sound system. To me, life doesn't get any better than that.
Yeah, I got that, honey.
You.
Do you like when Daddy helped me?
Well, that stinks. Yeah, I really liked her. Yeah, she seemed like a lovely girl. Looks like you could use a refreshing Mike's Hard Lemonade.
You're on.
A hard day calls for a hard lemonade. Make it Mike's.
ESPN's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft is brought to you by Mike's Hard Lemonade. A hard day calls for a hard lemonade. Make it Mike's lemon clear malt beverage with other natural flavors. And by Southwest Airlines, proud sponsor of the NFL.
All right, so it's beginning to rain here in New York. That's why the guys had the cheeseheads on in here. They knew it was raining. They want to get wet. Meanwhile, here's the trade. And Green Bay, Seattle, as Mike Tirico mentioned, not a Mike Holmgren flashback, really, a little bit to the Mike's making the deal, and no Ron Wolf involved in this thing. So the United Online trade recap, 20th to 28th, but Seattle picks up a 2 for a 5. And it's a sizable jump, and we'll see what happens with them probably about 2 hours from now. But right now, the Green Bay Packers, Antonio Freeman and Wither. I mean, we still don't know if he's really going to be a Packer. Terry Glenn, which was a pathetic year, frankly, in the New England situation, finally cutting the bait there. Terry Glenn is one answer up there. They have some nice little receivers. Donald Driver, I mean, remember some of the catches he made in that Baltimore game with Favre. I mean, some nice guys, but they've got to look receiver here, don't they? I mean, everyone has said, what happens when everyone says you got to look at a certain position? You almost don't want to make that pick, Jimmy?
No, you may say they're probably right. We need a receiver, and they do need a receiver there in Green Bay. And Antonio Bryant.
I mean, look, I just want to say this. I mean, I have National League umpires from Wisconsin, like Bruce Fremming, calling me saying, tell the Packers to make a receiving pick. So everyone is saying,
Bruce won't do this. Here's the thing, and Mel and I were talking about this. Ed Reed, the Miami safety, is also there. You know, and we got Leroy Butler, who's now getting up there in age. Sharper could play strong. You could take Ed Reed here, but I still heard Antonio Bryant was the guy they recovered in terms of the receiver.
But yeah, we only have 1:20 to go here. Well, but you know what? We don't, because the commissioner is ready. Here it is, the Packers. Do they go long?
With the pick just acquired from Seattle, the Green Bay Packers exercised the 20th pick in this draft to select Javon Walker, wide receiver from Florida State.
So there's a receiver, but it's not Bryant.
Yeah, that's interesting. Very interesting.
Well, it's receiver. It's not the one you hear, which is not unusual in this draft. That's what smoke screens are about.
Well, he was the guy we highlighted this morning on SportsCenter as a guy that was moving up. He was the #1 guy of players on the rise. And you look at Javon Walker and say, why did he move up so much? Well, he ran a 4.39 at the combine. That got attention. 4.32, 4.39 in that area. You look at a kid who's 6'2.5", 210 pounds, and a kid who was a JUCO transfer who came to Florida State, eased his way into the lineup, became the go-to guy this past year, and had a great season. You're talking about 21-yard average per catch against Roniel Whitaker at Virginia Tech, a huge Gator Bowl with 4 catches for 195 yards, 2 fourth-quarter touchdowns in this game. You see a long strider, kid who has the speed, proved that during workouts. A little inconsistent. He did drop some catchable balls, but overall, I think if he can deal with the tight coverage in the NFL, he has a chance to have a solid career, Chris. But I think there was periods of inconsistency and questions about how fast he really was, because he's smooth, he's a long strider, he's a gliding runner. Then he runs that 4.35 and change, and I think that was the attention getter.
First time in over a decade Ron Wolf was not handling it, but it's kind of shades of, remember, we're going to go defensive back a few years ago with Wolf. 1, 2, 3, 4, or whatever it was. So everyone said wide receiver, umpires, and I think the Cheeseheads are very happy.
And some people thought Walker might go before this. And under the mock draft system, some people thought Walker would go to Atlanta, so that might be why they took him instead of Antonio Bryant.
I know that Philadelphia was one of several teams that were certainly looking at Walker as a pick, but now Green Bay did it. The Washington Redskins are on the clock, the first draft pick in the Steve Spurrier regime of the Skins as they've moved. But right now we go to Mike Shanahan. We are teleconferencing all the way out to Denver. And Michael, we welcome you in. I know you enjoy your time on Oahu. I know this for a fact. So is that why we have Lili drafted there? Could that be quite a little bit of a factor, Mike?
Well, you know, our owner's from Hawaii, and he thought A. was a great pick, so we went with him.
Now, I mean, do we read into how is McCaffrey? How much is just read into where McCaffrey isn't, and where you're going with Brian Grease? How much can we read into the pick, or was he just, hey, he's our best guy?
Well, right now, Ed McCaffrey's working out full speed. We think he'll be ready for the season. Rod Smith is going to be ready to go. We felt like we needed some depth at that position. We've got some young receivers who back up both Rod and Ed, and we feel very comfortable with. But we thought we got a chance to have a guy that's got some great speed. He's got a big upside. He's been in an offense that all they do is throw the football. He's been playing the right side as a wide receiver. We just think he's got he can do some big things for our offensive scheme, come up with some big plays, and we're just glad to have him.
Well, I mean, it's certainly you can respect a guy that comes from all they do is throw the football in offense. But now let me get back to another guy that's been such an integral part, Terrell Davis. Will we ever see, Mike, in your estimation, even close to what you had in TD in a 2,000-yard back?
Chris, I really think we will. Terrell's been working out extremely hard this offseason. It's the first offseason in the last 3 years where he hasn't been hurt or hasn't had a surgery. He's been going through our off-season conditioning program, been doing a great job. So I'm hoping he gets back close to full speed.
Well, I think all football fans are. Thanks for joining us. Tell Pat to break out the Hawaiian shirts, Pat Boland. I know he already has. I know that. We'll see you later.
Okay, Chris.
All right, Mike Shanahan going Lili from Hawaii. As he said, his owner, Pat Boland, kind of an honorary Oahu. Steve Spurrier and the Washington Redskins. Will he take only Florida players? We'll see.
Pay gym membership, $55. Pay cable and phone bill, $83. Pay newspaper, internet, electric, gas, renters, and book club, DVD club, train pass, $220. Not needing a reminder for monthly bills? Priceless. Pay your monthly bills automatically and have less to remember. Learn how at MasterCard.com. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard.
When you're on the go as much as this guy, you don't have time to worry about your calling plan. With Singular Nation, never pay long distance, never pay roaming. It's that simple. Sign up with Singular Nation and get 3,500 bonus minutes. Singular Wireless. What do you have to say?
Welcome to United Online. Joining together Net Zero, Juno, and millions of people who have stopped paying high internet bills. Now you can have great connections, fast page loads, instant message compatibility. And at only $9.95, it's less than half the price of AOL. There's never been a better time to switch. Call 877 only $9.95 or visit netzero.net or juno.com. Additional phone charges may apply.
Acura TL Type S.
Saturday Night Live. It's kind of like Monty Python meets 60 Minutes with puppets.
They were the legends of Saturday Night. Aykroyd, Chase, Murray, and...
Does underwear mean anything to you?
Belushi. Only one girl was funny enough to play with the boys.
Oh, Tiger White crap!
Everyone knew her comedy. No one knew her real-life story.
I'd like you to meet Gene Wilder.
I don't fool around with married women.
But I want to.
Gilda Radner, It's Always Something, Monday, April 29th on ABC.
The Washington Redskins. Now, of all years for the Redskins to slightly change their hue in their jersey, they're going to go Seminole-like with Steve Spurrier, Mr. Gator in Washington? Wait a minute. I don't get it. I don't get it. Well, it's an interesting little uniform. I don't know whether Steve will go nuts or not. So now here's Mel's board on receivers, if that's indeed with the Redskins. And the first pick by Spurrier in this era, although you got to think Dan Snyder. The Washington Redskins. Now, of all years for the Redskins to slightly change their hue in their jersey, they're going to go Seminole-like with Steve Spurrier, Mr. Gator in Washington? Wait a minute. I don't get it. I don't get it. Well, it's an interesting little uniform. I don't know whether Steve will go nuts or not. So now here's Mel's board on receivers, if that's indeed with the Redskins. And the first pick by Spurrier in this era, although you got to think Dan Snyder's doing them all. Let's go to Sal Palantonio. Sal?
Well, one guy not on that board is Jabbar Gaffney, a wide receiver that Steve Spurrier knows very well. He coached him at the University of Florida. Throw a few palm trees out back here in Ashburn, Virginia. Might as well be Gainesville of all the Florida players he's brought in. Danny Werfel, Jaquez Green. Of course, you've got Riddell Anthony. Both of those wide receivers came from the Tampa Bay Bucks in free agency. So Jabbar Gaffney would be a pick that probably be comfortable for Steve Spurrier. But don't forget, the Washington Redskins really need help on defense. I talked to Marvin Lewis, the new defensive coordinator. He said he would love to get a new young pass-rushing defensive end in here to help out on his defensive line. He needs safety help. And Jimmy Johnson had been talking about Ed Reed, and Ed Reed is still out there, Boomer.
Well, I mean, look, it's already 7 minutes to go here with the Redskins. What do we think?
You never can tell with Snyder and Spurrier.
Well, here's the thing. You know, Daniel Snyder told Marty Schottenheimer right before he fired him, he said, I had more fun when I got to pick the players. And he basically told his scouting staff and Spurrier here is, I'm taking care of the first 2 rounds, boys, and after that, it can be all yours. So, of course, they don't have a 3rd-round pick. But, you know, listen, the Florida receivers have not had great success in this league. And they get so wide open, people wonder if it's really Spurrier's system as opposed to these guys are highly skilled guys, even though they obviously have some skills.
Well, the problem is, Ward, Spurrier's system is so sophisticated, so good at getting guys wide open, 4 or 5 yard separation. They get in the NFL into camps, and they got cornerbacks in their hip pocket. They're getting drilled upon the catch. The impact is drawing the ball loose. They can't deal with it. They can't gain the separation. And you're right, 0 for 5 right now. Florida receivers 0 for 5 in terms of coming into the NFL and really playing at a high level. Go back to guys like Riddell Anthony, go back to Jaquez Green, go back to Chris Doring, go back to Travis Taylor, and the like. And now here we have 2, Caldwell and Gaffney, that are borderline 1st-round picks.
All right, Jimmy, you went through what Steve Spurrier is going to do. A unbelievably highly successful college coach. Oklahoma State, Miami, national champ. Spurrier, what he's done in Florida speaks for itself. Then you go into the pros. What's the first thing that hits you? As it hit you, it hit Dennis. Well, Dennis had been around the pro game. That's not really a fair one. But Bobby Ross certainly, who became a Super Bowl coach with the Chargers. Dennis Erickson had some success with the Seahawks. You know, Rich Brooks not so much as a head coach with the Rams. What's your biggest adjustment as you look back?
Boomer, the first thing that stands out is, you know, my first year there, Buddy Ryan said, hey, Jimmy, there's no East Carolinas on your schedule. Well, halfway through the season, I said, there is an East Carolina. We're East Carolina. But the quality of the opponents, week in and week out, it's not going to be like when he was in Florida or when I was at the University of Miami. Every single week, you have a tough time winning. The competition, that's the biggest thing. The second thing is the number of players. You don't have 100 players out there. You're going to work with about 55. And so that's a very difficult thing to adjust to, keeping them all healthy. I personally think Spurrier will do a good job there. I think he slash offensive coordinator. He's got an outstanding defensive coordinator. He's got good personnel people with Mendez and Vinny Serrato. Right. I think he'll do an outstanding job there.
White shirt, Vinny Serrato.
Yes, right.
What do you find out about the pro player right away that it's better, worse? I mean, what was an eye-opener to you about the pro player? Admittedly, you had young kids. He inherits a lot of veterans.
Well, they're not college kids, and it's not the team college atmosphere. When Michael Urban was holding out, Michael and I were as close as anybody, and I called him. I said, Michael, get on into camp. He didn't come to camp. He waited till his agent got him the right kind of money.
Jimmy, how long does it take a coach to realize that this isn't college? You go back, you had Steve Walsh and Aikman, and you said, boy, Walsh doesn't have the arm, Aikman does. How long before Steve Spurrier realizes that Danny Werfel is not an NFL starting quarterback that you can win with, and maybe some of those other players that were great in college will not be as effective in the NFL?
Well, Steve's a smart football coach.
Yes.
He knows. He knows exactly where these players are, and everybody criticizes him as far as the Florida players coming in. But you know what? He hasn't paid a lot of money. He hasn't given up draft picks. Some of these Florida players are not going to be on this roster when they go to camp.
Right.
But they have reinforced his philosophy. They're going to be good for those other players during minicamp. They're going to be good, for that football team in the offseason.
Here's who he's gotten so far. Remember, he hasn't played it down yet. Danny Werfel, you mentioned, Mel. Anthony and Green from the Buccaneers, guys who, as pro receivers thus far, have not done what you would certainly hope.
I expect them to add one more today. if they don't draft a quarterback today, I expect them to add, yes, Mel, Shane Matthews. I think he wants him there. They would give up a pick because now that the Bears have Chris Chandler. You know, Steve Spurrier at his press conference when he said, why am I coming into the NFL? I want to find out if my system will work. He's curious about that. I talked to him about Danny Werfel a little while ago, and he said, you know, Danny, yeah, he still has to improve his velocity a little bit. It's a little late for that. Either you have it or you don't, I think.
Who's a better player to go through minicamp with than a quarterback that won for you in college?
Who can help teach the system to everybody else.
And Danny Werfel may not be the quarterback next year, but that's the best thing in the world for that football team, to have as many Gators as they can to teach the system to.
Jimmy, I really believe Steve Spurrier feels that Danny Werfel can win as a starting quarterback, and he wants to prove everybody, myself, everybody out there, he says, we'll see. I think he really wants Werfel to have an opportunity to show the world that he can be an effective starting quarterback for Steve Spurrier.
He wants his offense, I think, to have the opportunity to show that, I got something nobody's got.
With Spurrier's ego, and that's not all bad.
Right.
I don't doubt for 1 minute he'd love to take Danny Werfel and say, see, I told you so.
Well, here's the thing about Daniel Snyder. Steve Spurrier is a smart guy. He'll figure it out within a year. And I think Daniel Snyder is basically going to say, hey, if you can do it your way with your quarterbacks, fine. Next year we'll change that. Unless they have a surprise for us today.
Jimmy, does Spurrier coming in with this owner remind you, well, of course you knew Jerry from way back.
Well,
is there how much do you see the same? Snyder, Jones?
I actually think it's completely different.
Okay.
We were the worst in the league. They've got a pretty good football team. He's got a defensive coordinator. I was more administrator. I was more in personnel. He's got personnel people, so it's really different. Yeah, I think they're going to win games. They may not win as many as he thinks the first year.
Right.
And Snyder might come in and say, hey, you're giving up golf, and we're going to coach a little bit more football. But they're going to I think they're going to win. I think he's going to do a good job. I really do.
I mean, he had some pretty good guys. One is one of your dearest friends, Norv Turner, under him. And, of course, Marty paid him 1 year for 4, and Marty's now coaching in San Diego. But then Robisky was just after Norv got fired, and that was a tough time for Norv, although they, the first year playoff team actually could have really made some noise off that tough game at Tampa.
I don't agree with the Norv Turner situation, because I think Norv Turner is a great football coach, and he's going to do great things for, the Miami Dolphins. And so I didn't like that at all, but you got to give Snyder some credit. He's spending the money. He's doing everything he can do to try to win. You got to give the guy some credit. I mean, I like it, what he did to my buddy, but he's doing some good things.
All right, he did spend $800 million. That's a lot of money. He made a big investment. If he wants to fool around with it, play with his own toy, how can you deny him that?
Well, in 30 seconds, I'm not suggesting this is what they're going to do. Remember, the next quarterback, I'm not saying they're going to do it, but now we start to think about Patrick Ramsey. If not that, and maybe that's what this is for.
That's correct.
We have a trade right at the buzzer, and they announced it, Steve, with 12 seconds to go.
The clock is right.
Good clock management by the Redskins and whoever they're trading with. So Washington has already been dealing. Well, hey, look, they haven't made a pick yet, and they've made three trades?
The New England Patriots have acquired the 21st pick in this draft from the Washington Redskins, and the Patriots have selected Daniel Graham, tight end from University of Colorado.
Well, now I can read a little something into that, okay? Well, all right, this closes the door on quite a few things. Obviously, the Seattle gamble, if they obviously, maybe there was something they didn't like. He doesn't go there. For New England's tight ends last year were the worst. Now, I know Wiggins from East Boston had a tremendous game in the snow against Oakland. Tremendous. But it had like 11 or 14 catches at tight end for the entire position all year long. So they signed Cam Cleveland. Don't know if he can play with the leg. Who was a good player. They signed Fourier from Seattle. Not sure where that is. They do have an idea what Daniel Graham is. This is a perfect position for a young quarterback like Brady to go to play with.
Well, I think you look at what Ben Coates meant to the Patriots. Certainly Daniel Graham is a great pass-catching tight end in the mold of a Shannon Sharp. You see him at 6'3". He's not 6'5" and change like Shockey. He's 245 pounds, more than adequate. Certainly can run very effectively. You talk about speed down the field, quickness and athleticism, and great hands. He'll drop a catchable ball every now and then, but remember, they didn't have any wide receivers at Colorado. He was it. He was their main go-to weapon. You very rarely see that in a tight end, but he was that type of player. quarterbacking at Colorado inconsistent. Daniel Graham has seen him adjust there. He can block as well in line. I thought Mike Holmgren became enamored with Graham at the Senior Bowl practices and during the game. I really thought Holmgren, needing a tight end, would have taken Daniel Graham. Maybe he rolled the dice, but I think New England realized that, hey, this is a heck of a player. He was 16th on my board. You're getting value. New England needs help at that spot to accentuate what Tom Brady's trying to do. I think it's a good move for the Patriots.
And it puts Washington down in that Patrick Ramsey range at the bottom of the first round or near the top of the second. So that's something to keep an eye on, if not a guard.
Well, this is a different grab. This is not. I told you about Cleveland, who was a really nice player, but coming out of a serious injury with the Saints. Poirier they signed from Seattle. They acquired Donald Hayes to go opposite Troy Brown. So very intriguing move and quick thinking by New England as Washington's turned the table about three times already without doing anything. Intriguing move, Jaws, up at edge.
Yeah, Boomer, I think it's a terrific move. When you look at Daniel Graham, and I said this earlier in the show, he is one of the slam dunks in this draft. I think he's going to be a terrific football player, and the fit is outstanding up in New England. Charlie Weiss has an outstanding style of offense. It's take that first available open receiver. Now, when you have a tight end that can work the hash area, control those linebackers, control the safety, it's going to open up things on the outside. Troy Brown is a terrific possession receiver. The Patriots really don't have that deep threat because that's not the design of their offense. So when you look at Brady and the style of offense they run and you throw in a Graham, I think it's a good step forward for the Patriots. Not bad for a team that's the defending Super Bowl champions.
Why Brady instead of Bledsoe?
Why Brady instead of Bledsoe? It's a real simple answer. Processing information quickly. By the time Brady gets the football from center, plants his back foot, he knows where he's going with the football. When you look at Drew Bledsoe, because of all the systems he's played in, he's always looking for bigger plays. You know, he wants to get the big play. Rather than take a little curl pattern, he's looking for the post pattern behind it. I think Brady, because he's been in Charlie Weiss's system, the only system he's played in the pros, he knows where to go with the football when that back foot is hitting.
The draft continues. Jets fans waiting for their pick. The New York Jets are on the clock. We continue with New York City and beyond.
Monday on SportsCenter at 6 Eastern, we'll announce the U.S. World Cup soccer team live from the ESPN zone in Washington, D.C. Bruce Arena names his 23-member team live, Monday at 6 Eastern on SportsCenter.
He's the biggest bear in the Windy City.
He's a freak, though, I'll tell you that.
This new monster of the Midway has made Chicago his kind of town.
Once I started playing, I couldn't quit.
The Life, Brian Urlacher, presented by Sprite, Thursday night, 12:30 Eastern on ESPN.
4 days, 0 excuses. It's back. The Valley Chevrolet Giant 10 sale now through Sunday only. 0% financing or up to $3,002 cash back on select new 2002 Chevys. This weekend only, get $500 bonus cash on every new Chevy. That's up to $3,502 cash back on select new Chevys. The Valley Chevy Giant 10 sale. Peoria Sports Complex, Bell Road, and the 101 Loop. This weekend only. Now through Sunday, open nightly till 10. Check it out at valleychevy10sale.com.
It's go time.
To cheer for a team, all you need is a ticket. To cheer for a player, all you need is a jersey. Now, you can get both. Become an Arizona Cardinals season ticket holder and receive a complimentary Cardinals fan jersey. Find out all the details by calling 602-379-0102 or log on to azcardinals.com. Arizona Cardinals football. Long live Sunday.
Well, the Jet fans are on the clock, shouting J-E-T-S, Jets, Jets, Jets. The Jets had 3 of the 4 defensive backs change from last year, including Aaron Glenn, maybe Mike Rump. We'll see.
With the 22nd pick in this 2002 draft, the New York Jets select Brian Thomas, defensive end from the University of Alabama, Birmingham.
Maybe not.
You know what's interesting about this is Oakland is picking next. And Oakland's Cleveland sent 6 coaches and personnel people down to Birmingham this week to work out Brian Thomas again, and now he's not there. That's Jets, obviously. They're going to get a cornerback later.
Well, look, we looked at Lito Shepard. We looked at Mike Rump, a big corner a la the head coach, Herman Edwards. But this was a name that we heard a few places the last couple of days, Mel. I mean, the Jets fans are going Alabama, Birmingham, but is he just one of those guys who can make a big impact?
Well, he's a 4-year starter, Chris, and it showed tremendous physical ability during workouts, and he was fairly productive. I think he needs it to redirect better. Counter moves need to be addressed, but I think when you look at Brian Thomas, the fact that he played so many big games, talking about Alabama, Birmingham, they have played top-level opposition. He was outstanding against Tennessee, Southern Miss, East Carolina, Louisville, and then at 6'4½", 265 pounds, he runs a 4.5, does 33 reps as a 34.5 vertical. I think the question is now, about the secondary, they could have had Lito Shepard or Mike Rump, could have upgraded free safety with Edward Reed. Instead, they go for the defensive lineman, Brian Thomas, who was a riser. On SportsCenter this morning, we talked about Javon Walker, Brian Thomas moving up, Charles Grant, Georgia, moving up as well, and several others. But to me, I think this is about where Brian Thomas figured to come off the board.
Well, I mean, let's go. It's the Dungy, the Tampa-style defense speed. Abraham on one end, but we got to get Ellis going on the other end and maybe a little bit speed up. But first, let's go to Chris Fowler on hazard pay once again, this time with the Jet fans up in the gallery. Chris.
Always interesting, Boomer. Welcome to Section 336 of the Meadowlands, but there was real shock here. The Jets fans know they lost both corners to the expansion Texans. Chris had devoted 10 hours of his life to wait for that pick. It takes all kinds. Your reaction to Brian Thomas?
I'm shocked by the whole thing. You know, they passed up bigger needs. They should have gotten a cornerback, defensive tackle at this position. Brian Thomas, undersized defensive end, posted good workout numbers, but it wasn't a need with the signing of Steve White. We got good bookends there. It's just not a need.
You wanted Mike Rump for Ed Reed. This is Mike, who drove from Virginia to be here. Your reaction?
I think all the value with this pick was at defensive back. It makes no sense to me unless they plan on moving Sean Ellis back inside. We have too many defensive ends as it is.
Boomer, the feeling up here, definitely they needed to stop the passing game of opponents by covering guys, not by rushing the passer, but there's room for dissension up here. Raiders on the clock.
As you know, Chris, and everybody in football knows, if you can rush the passer better, boy, those defensive backs look a little bit better. Obviously, the first player from Alabama.
Hit it right down the... Not bad. What was that?
Yo, I guess it's for the best that I ain't come back. Today my checks are small, I don't pay much tax. They say these young guys is athletically better. I play today and wear sweat with a sweater. The game is fantastic, but sometimes it's a bore, so I'ma hit the spot with my crew and chill and sip on the cause.
I'm Scarface from the A's, dog, king of the block. We are one on my t-shirt, the shoe a Reebok. And the streets rock what we rock. The battle is won. Cross beaming with the franchise. You know how it's done. It's like this, it's like that, it's like this, and it's like this, it's like that, it's like this, and it's like that, it's like this, it's like that, and it's like this, it's like that, it's like that, and that jam sound, baby.
The Forerunner and Xterra try to sell you with lots of rock music and mud. At Isuzu, we thought you'd prefer more horsepower, more cargo space, and America's longest warranty. But if you want more mud, we can give you more mud.
Now get 0% financing for up to 5 years or $2,000 cash back.
Cal Ripken, peak performer, car enthusiast. He loves driving.
Yeah! Time to pay up, son.
And naturally, Cal values performance, so he uses new fine-tuned Quaker State motor oils, like Peak Performance, for engines in their prime, backed by warranty on all lubricated engine parts, even if you change your oil.
Okay?
Okay!
Rematch?
Okay, you lose, you clean my room.
Hey, take it easy, I'm retired.
For performance you can count on, Quaker State. Stay tuned.
My life has never been more demanding, and yet I want to push a little harder, give a little more, and to help keep my mind and body as active as possible, there's Centrum Performance. It's a complete multi with higher levels of B vitamins plus ginkgo and ginseng. to help re-energize my mind and body. The more life demands, the more we demand of ourselves.
Centrum Performance. Life demands it.
Sunday night baseball. California rivals collide when the Angels battle David Justice and a dangerous A's team. Sunday night baseball presented by Nextel. Angels A's this week at 8. It all starts with Baseball Tonight at 7 on ESPN.
Hi, everybody. Mike Greenberg in the Sports Center studio. We'll get you back to New York, where the Raiders are on the clock at number 23 in just a moment. But first, to check of the rest of your day in sports, including the New Jersey Nets opening the playoffs against the Indiana Pacers. The Nets off a 52-win season. The #1 seed in the East, but having trouble early with Jermaine O'Neal, who put up a big 30 points this afternoon. Late fourth quarter, Kenyon Martin with a follow on the miss by Keith Van Horn, and the Nets, who trailed all afternoon, were down 1, but then late the Nets just couldn't hang on to the basketball. A bunch of turnovers, a missed shot opportunity there by Van Horn, and the Pacers wound up winning it from the free throw line 89-83. As mentioned, O'Neal had 30, Brad Miller 18 and 12, Jason Kidd 26 in the losing cause. Kings and Jazz underway in Sacramento, third quarter, as you see, a 2-point game, and we'll keep you posted. Elsewhere, Ben Wallace is the NBA's Defensive Player of the Year. Pistons just 4 votes short of being a unanimous selection, one of the biggest landslide vote in the history of that award. He's just the 4th player in NBA history to lead the league in both rebounding and blocked shots, so a deserved award, Defensive Player of the Year for Ben Wallace. In the National Hockey League, they're underway, and the Blues, trying to even up their series with the Blackhawks, have taken a 1-0 lead on a goal by Doug Waite, while the Islanders and Maple Leafs are scoreless with 9 minutes and change to play in the second period. Kings and the Avalanche going at it. Good game this afternoon, 2-1 LA. Joe Sakic. He'd already scored once, and then he does it again on a 2-man advantage, beating Felix Potvin, and so 2 apiece was the score. This one tight. It's now 3-all with 9 minutes to play in the second period, while the Coyotes and Sharks are 1-0 Phoenix lead, 1-0 over San Jose, 10 minutes to play in the second there. Once again, the Oakland Raiders are on the clock at pick number 23, and we're sending you back to Madison Square Garden, where Chris Berman and a cast of thousands lead our coverage. The Jets have just made their pick, and the Raiders are coming up next. Chris Berman.
And we're back in New York. Thank you, Matt. We're busy.
Working it.
We're busy. The Raiders, they've made their moves. It's time for the Oakland Raiders, who went into the day with 2 first-round picks, 21 and 23. And now, of course, traded one of them there with New England. So this is the first time we'll hear from the Raiders with a new coach, Callahan. Remember, they have 2 twos as well. So the Raiders have picked up another pick with the New England. So Oakland, they lost a couple earlier. So basically, they're not done. Al is working the phones.
They're getting good young players, and they need some young players. They got an old football team.
Let's see. Is the pick in there? Are we ready to go?
Not only that, Chris, but they also they need safety still. Ed Reed is still there, right?
Well, they went for Derek Gibson last year. So they went first round last year. They increased their talent base, obviously big time at corner. They need a linebacker. The best player is Napoleon Harris, in my opinion.
Hey, look, they're a new member.
In 2002 draft, the Oakland Raiders select Napoleon Harris,
there you go, Mel.
From Northwestern.
Very good, Mel.
Now, he's the only linebacker rated this high
Baltimore Ravens
this year.
Next on the clock.
He's it, Chris. He's the only one that was a first-rounder. He fills an area of need for Oakland. And I think when you look at Napoleon Harris, what's very misleading is when people look back at this past season, they don't see the productivity. He was playing out of position at defensive end, which actually enhanced what he's going to do in the NFL when you're talking about multi-dimensional skills. He was forced to get after the quarterback. Here's against Nebraska when he was an outside linebacker, end of his junior year, and you see his speed now sideline to sideline. Tough kid, very smart, very competitive. When I talked to Napoleon Harris 2 weeks ago, I said, what are you going to bring a football team, Napoleon? He said, leadership. I want to be a quarterback on the field on the defensive side, set a tempo for the rest of those players. And I tell you, the defensive end position helped him become multidimensional, get after the quarterback, increase his ability as a pass rusher. He showed as a junior, as an outside linebacker, 115 tackles that year. So he proved he could get it done at linebacker. He worked the defensive end out of position. I think you get yourself, if you're the Oakland Raiders here, a great pick. He was the best linebacker. He fills a need. He's value. This is one of the better choices of the first round. And I think the Raiders right now, getting Buchanan and Harris, you had to grade it out right now. You give the Raiders an A+.
They do not very often pick, even in round 2, let alone round 1, a linebacker. You can see right here. I mean, we go a lot of years. Villapiano, of course, was a wonderful player, but I mean, and of course, Jack Squire certainly made himself famous. But this is an unusual pick for the Oakland Raiders. Meanwhile, is that one of your friends, Mort?
Used to be.
Meanwhile, we go from a team that we weren't expecting to hear from for about 2.5 hours. But then again, we weren't necessarily expecting them to win the Super Bowl last year. But in a game that we'll remember for a long time, they beat the Oakland Raiders in the snow, then beat Pittsburgh, then beat St. Louis. And with us now, the Super Bowl champion coach, the New England Patriots, Bill Belichick. And Bill, you sprung at the tight end. Were you just something you kind of felt you had a shot at for a couple hours, or is that something that materialized in about 5 or 10 minutes?
Well, I think it materialized in those picks through the teens there. We saw that we thought we saw some value there when Daniel dropped, and we were able to execute the trade with the Redskins to move up and take him.
So what is the biggest, I mean, that's a position that you brought in some other names, so certainly you've got some tight ends there. What's the biggest thing the Patriots have to do in the offseason? I mean, a lot of times teams get, quote, fat on the banquet. I think you and everyone are enjoying this. And do you feel that compared to other Super Bowl championship teams that you've been a part of, that this team has a different level of excitement and you don't have to worry about that sort of thing?
Well, I don't know. My other two Super Bowls were a little bit unique, Chris. You know, I went to Cleveland after the '90 Super Bowl, and we had the strike after the '86 Super Bowl. So, you know, this is a little bit different from that in that, you know, it looks like a little more of a normal year coming up. But, you know, we're just going to have to, and we've already started. We're going back to work. It's a new season. We're 0-0, so is everybody else, and we're going to have to reestablish anything that we do this year. It's going to have to start from scratch, just like it did last year. And our off-season program and the commitment by the players in the weight room and training and in training camp all have to come, and those steps will have to be taken just like it was last year.
Do you anticipate going to camp with Drew Bledsoe and Tom Brady?
That's the way it is right now.
We'll see. It's one of those we'll sees. We'll talk to you later. Is that all right?
That'd be great, Chris.
All right, Coach. Thank you so much.
Well, Donahoe and Belichick both very short.
All right. Well, there's one half. Let's go to another AFC East rival, and that certainly would be Herman Edwards, the coach of the New York Football Jets. And Herm, you raised some eyebrows here with University of Alabama, Birmingham. But I guess a speed from the outside is something that you felt outweighed what on paper looks like a big needed corner. Tell us about this young man.
Well, we feel that Brian comes in with some great pass rush ability, and we know we have John Abraham from last year, who was a great pass rusher for us. Obviously, we acquired Steve White, who was also an end. But I think when you look at our board, he was our best-rated player. And to reach down and try to get a position of need, we feel that we have some corners already here that can play. So I think when you can get another pass rusher on the football field, I think that enhances your defense.
I guess at corners you feel that maybe we might see you go DB a time or two in the draft. I know you can't predict, but I mean, at some point you got to draft one of them, don't you?
Well, yeah, obviously, but I think if you look at our history, I was in a position when I was in Tampa where we picked up Donnie Abraham, and we picked up Ronde Barber, and we picked up Brian Kelly. They were all third and second round picks. So we won't panic. I generally don't do that, and this organization won't do that. I think what we're going to do is we're going to get players that we feel that can come in here and help us, and we feel like Brian will be a great help to our defense.
How's Vinny doing, Testaverde?
He's fine, and he should be ready to go to training camp, and he's been in all the meetings on one leg, but he's here every day in quarterback camp along with all the rest of our players in our offseason, and we're having a great offseason at this point.
Hey, you took the Jets to the playoffs in your first season as a head coach, a long time waiting for that. Onward and upward. Thanks, and we'll talk to you later.
Thank you, Chris.
All right, Herman Edwards, always upbeat, did a great job with the Jets this year. So, when we return, we will talk with Jamal Anderson, who certainly had to be intrigued by the Atlanta Falcons drafting running back Duckett in the first round, a big running back. We'll talk with Jamal. The Ravens are on the clock. The wheels are spinning. We'll be back.
I made my decision.
Oh, he's so busted.
Oh, it's not okay. I want my steak medium.
He's got issues.
Yeah, let me check. All right, 2:30, perfect.
Nice pants. These things are amazing.
Introducing Dockers Mobile Pen.
MGD blind date. Large bands. Lost city. Pure mystery. Atlantis awaits. Enter at mgd.com or wherever pure cold filtered MGD is sold. Pure MGD.
Watch what Star Power gets you. I'd like a Whopper, please, but make it a chicken Whopper.
You got it.
See what I'm saying?
Chicken Whopper. You got it.
Introducing the new Chicken Whopper sandwich only at Burger King. What you love about the original Whopper, but with a flame-broiled chicken breast filet. There's even a Chicken Whopper Jr.
Mr. Harvey?
Yeah, what can I do for you?
You're blocking the napkins.
Come in now and ask for 50 cents off your Chicken Whopper.
BK, you got it.
Hold on. I lost my wallet and my credit card was in it.
You do have a Capital One no-hassle card, don't you?
Well, don't worry. There's not another human for miles.
Worried about losing your credit card? With Capital One's no-hassle card, you're not liable for a penny. Plus, get the nation's lowest long-term fixed rates and no telemarketing.
He's dreaming again.
Oh, let's see.
Guys, you can't eavesdrop on people's dreams. It's research. Man, a Weston Grill Guard and step bars, a Delta toolbox, and American racing wheels. Oh, he's dreaming of Pep Boys.
I'm glad we're in people's dreams. Uh-oh, I'm out of here.
Me too. I told you guys. Pep Boys, we're car people.
Something new this year as we get, you know what, we're talking draft, but for the first time ever, the season will open on a Thursday night. The Thursday night after Labor Day, it's the 49ers at the Giants in an opening game. The playoff 49ers against the Super Bowl champs of a year ago in the season, fittingly opening in New York, ESPN, Thursday night, the 5th of September.
We were a nation in shock, yearning for heroes. Sports Century looks back at 1981, 8 Eastern Sunday on ESPN Classic. Get ESPN Classic. Call 1-800-CLASSIC now.
He's the biggest bear in the Windy City.
He's a freak, though, I'll tell you that.
This new monster of the Midway has made Chicago his kind of town.
Once I started playing, I couldn't quit.
The Life, Brian Urlacher, presented by Sprite. Thursday night, 12:30 Eastern on ESPN.
Thanks for the party, but it's Grandpa's bedtime.
Good night.
Is that you, Grandpa?
Cox high-speed internet is now available valley-wide. Call today and get free installation.
Firebird Raceway is bringing you the Monster Truck Battle of the Year. It's the Coors Monster Truck and Jet Car Jam. 10 of the biggest names in monster trucks. 8 of the fastest jet cars in the world. One night.
That's some serious jumping.
April 20th, Firebird.
Back in New York, let's check the Coors Light draft track as we move to pick 24 from the Ravens. Momentarily, we've had a lot of trades in the opening round of the draft, as active as we've had in the last 5 or 6 years. The Oakland Raiders, part of those trading places, and a couple of picks for the Raiders. Philip Buchanan from Miami, Napoleon Harris from Northwestern, and the New England Patriots moved from the bottom of the first round, slid up 11 spots to take Daniel Graham, the tight end from Colorado. The Baltimore Ravens are on the clock at pick 24, and let's go see what the rebuilding Ravens are going to do in their first round selection.
With the 24th choice in the 2002 draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Edward Reed, safety from the University of Miami.
Not bad, Boomer.
Here's your man, Jimmy. You love this player.
I'll tell you what, he's a good player, and he's a playmaker. He'll fit into that Baltimore scheme of defense. I guarantee you that.
Well, this is a position that you about with Woodson, Corey Harris. I mean, it's been dismantled. Free agency took away the talent. You have McAllister returning. You need secondary help. I think you look at the way the board went. It didn't really agree with the Ravens in terms of a lot of positions. We talked about Levi Jones, William Green, T.J. Duckett. But I think when you look at Edward Reed, I think this is a heck of a pick. Not saying this because I'm from Baltimore. I think when you look at Edward Reed, Jimmy and I have been talking, Morton brought him up, Chris. We've been talking about Edward Reed for about 6, 7 picks now. That he would make a lot of sense. He's a free safety who makes a ton of big plays in coverage. There sets up the INT for Phillip Buchanan. There, Mike Rumpf. And, of course, the secondary was so gifted, so talented. But Reed, every time they needed a big play in a key game, he surfaced. And I think when you look at Edward Reed, the bottom line is 21 career interceptions, broke the record previously held by Benny Blades at the all-time Big East record. And I think at this point, 24th pick in the first round, you're getting value, and you're getting a guy who can come immediately in, Jimmy, and be a hole filler, a starter on that Baltimore Ravens defense.
This part of the draft, you're hoping that your player is able to contribute some early. You're hoping that he ends up being a good player, maybe his second year, his third year. This player, you don't hope anything. He's going to come right on in. He's going to play. This guy is a big-time player.
And they've got to rebuild that defense. They've only got 4 starters left from that Super Bowl defense.
Doesn't that sound awful? Here's a team that won a year ago. And you know what, as New Orleans is on, look at what, for cap reasons, and this is something I'm going to get into. We're going to interview the commissioner a little later. I mean, it's not such an easy answer, but they had to dump. I mean, there was a question whether they could even draft as far as salary cap reasons. Gerback was a decision they made on their own, but the expansion dip, they lost their kick returner, Lewis, and now look at the defensive players, Sam Adams, who they may get back, who's retired, Burnett gone. I mean, look. Some you're going to do is you turn over a ball club. But it's criminal almost, isn't it, Jimmy?
Well, the only thing is they borrowed money from the future, like a lot of teams do, and now they're paying the piper. It's just a matter of, you know, they loaded up to win the Super Bowl and paid a bunch of people a bunch of money, borrowed money from the future, and they had to cut them to get back under the cap. So it's which way do you go?
They won it at least. At least they won it.
A lot of teams have borrowed from the future, and they haven't won it, and that's a disaster.
You know what's interesting? They even lost PSI net off the stadium. That's a tough year. That's a tough offseason.
Well, their strategy this offseason is very much tied to Ray Lewis and Peter Boulware, their 2 defensive standouts there, redoing their contracts before June 1st. The problem is they're both represented by the same guy, Eugene Parker. Sometimes that's a little bit tougher, but by June 1st, there's going to be more players out in the market. They still got to solve some of the quarterback things, although they have declared Chris Redmond their starter. So Randall Cunningham's still in the picture, Jeff Blake's still in the picture, but right now, that's what they need to have done.
Real quickly, what we do want to get in as we go to break is we do wish Art Modell a recovery, heart problems in the hospital, but he's up. I'm sure he's watching right now. He's doing well, which is good news. Been a big man in the league for a long, long time, so good recovery we hope to Art Modell, the owner of the a year ago champion Baltimore Ravens. When we return, New Orleans, Ricky Williams in Miami, and that's why this pick is here. This is Miami's pick, but it's New Orleans' pick now as Ricky's in Miami. We'll be back.
Unscripted, hosted by Chris Conley, weekdays at 5 on ESPN.
Divided by 1375. Answer, please.
Does anyone write stories about people who play it safe?
Who's got an answer for me?
At AIG, we have more ways to manage risk and more financial solutions than anyone else. AIG, insurance, financial services, and the freedom to dare.
Wow.
Hey, man! Check this out.
I got a bulb.
But this will last you 2 years. Guaranteed.
Cool.
Philips, light bulbs that last.
available with the Duramax diesel. The most powerful diesel you can get in a pickup. Silverado Heavy Duty. More truck from Chevy.
So, Dan, do we have everything we need for this meeting?
It's all right here, sir.
Is your data backup as reliable as it should be?
Don't worry, sir. He told me everything.
Ours is. Bright Store Storage Software from Computer Associates.
As New Orleans is on the clock for the pick that they, here's our United online trade recap. And of course, this is not news. This was over a month ago. The Dolphins got Ricky Williams in a 4, and the Saints got 1, 4, conditional 3, and therefore we won't hear from Miami until the 3rd round, barring a trade, and they do get their running back. So while New Orleans is on the clock here and having a chance to make a selection, as they did earlier with Dante Stallworth with the 13th overall pick, we now bring in the head coach of the Miami Dolphins, Dave Wannstedt. Dave, have you ever been so bored in your life?
No, it's been interesting. I tell you what's been different about it, though. I think when you have a high first-round pick, it's pretty easy to know who the best players are. When you're prepping up for the 3rd, 4th, and 5th round, the guys are lumped together so much closer. We've spent just as much time. I mean, Rick Spielman, our Scots. I mean, it's probably been longer draft meetings than the other way.
Dave, Ricky Williams, of course, going to be a big part of this particular draft because that's what you spent your money for. How has he been working here in the off-season program?
Well, Ricky's been doing great. He's already bought a place here. He's been here, every day. In fact, 2 days after we made the trade, Norv's had the offense going as far as meetings and the quarterback's throwing the ball, and he's excited about being part of it. And this has given him an opportunity to get around our players also and get to know them, on a personal basis, which is all part of it.
Now that Wayne Huizenga, had me going out of there, did he cut back on the dinner, on the nachos and everything? Because I know you're not eating near as much as when I was there.
No, I got one question for you. How's it feel to be in that suit, not your Tommy Bahama shirt?
I was thinking about it. You look pretty good with that flowery shirt.
I wore this today for you.
Hey, Dave, how's he doing? Is he putting you to sleep when you watch him or what? How's Jimmy doing on the tube?
You guys are doing a fantastic job. We were just up there studying that chart and seeing what the value was. We're following your value chart.
Dave, I tell you what, we'll get you in about 5.5 hours, barring a trade, okay?
Right after dinner. Right after dinner.
Right.
But dinner's been about 3 or 4 times already.
Good thing there's no friendship involved there. Well, here's Dave Wannstedt. Thank you for joining us, and they won't pick until the 3rd round. And well, remember this time? You had a tie out of the war room?
Oh, I always wore a tie the first day, and then I'd pull out my flowery shirts the second day. We're always excited about all of our picks. Here we go. Do you like this guy? Do you like that guy?
There it is.
Second day, flowery shirt. A little bit. Oh, there's my nachos. Feed my face. And there's Buttercup. There's the big decision maker right there. Buttercup.
Buttercup.
Oh yeah, Buttercup whisper in my ear every now and then. Take Emmitt Smith. No. Take Troy Aikman.
Oh, he made your dog pick.
Well, we're not going to talk about my dog picks.
He was the foundations. He was build me up Buttercup.
We're bad right now.
As we yuck it up, that food actually looked pretty good right there, okay?
Please.
Mike Tirico, ask your guest what time it is.
Yeah, exactly, Chris. Jimmy, feel free to bring Buttercup in the Hawaiian shirt tomorrow. It'll be just fine for day 2. In the NFL Europe today, Frankfurt beat Barcelona 54-14. Might not mean anything to you unless you have a family member who played in that game. The cable television broadcast of that game was done by Jamal Anderson of the Atlanta Falcons. Jamal now joins us at 11 o'clock Spain time from Barcelona. Jamal, how did you find out that your team, the Falcons, took T.J. Duckett, the running back, with its first selection?
I was actually just getting back to the hotel from doing the broadcast for Fox, and then, you know, everybody started calling my phone, calling my hotel room, like, hey, and I thought the whole time I actually sat on air during the game, and I thought we were going to grab a wide receiver maybe, and I was actually surprised that Ashley was still there from Hawaii, so just a bunch of people started calling me, and then I was like, whoa, okay, so it was kind of a surprise.
So I guess surprise would be one word. What about disappointment?
Well, you know, Mike, you know, they hadn't talked to me, obviously, and being a player, they don't really discuss with us who they're going to pick in the draft, and, you know, obviously taking a running back that high. I've been in the league now. It's going to be my 9th year, and, you know, I heard Coach Reeves' comments, had an opportunity to hear what he said about, you know, me coming off of knee injuries, but it kind of changes, you know, pick a week. It's either he's coming off of 2 ACL surgeries, or we're going to give him an opportunity to come back. But I felt like I worked hard this offseason. I've been continued to work hard to get ready to play, and I'm just going to continue to do that and see where it takes me. But, you know, I'm not going to sit here and say, hey, because we drafted a running back, that my time in Atlanta is over. But, you know, we signed Warwick Dunn. We drafted a guy in the first round, second running back overall. So I wouldn't say it looks really good for me either.
Doesn't sound it, Jamal, but I know that's a little more motivation for you. We thank you for joining us from Barcelona, and good luck on your trip back to the States. Jamal Anderson, the Atlanta Falcons, reacting to T.J. Duckett being selected. Now, T.J. Duckett, Warwick Dunn, and Jamal Anderson. Also in the NFC South, New Orleans. They're on the clock. Here's the commission with their pick. 25th choice in the 2002 draft, the New Orleans Saints select Charles Grant, defensive end from the University of Georgia.
No real surprise there, Chris. This is no real surprise there. This is the guy that has the wanted, maybe even with the first time they picked. That would have been too high.
Would have been high. I think, Mort, I think you look at Charles Grant, he's a roll of the dice. This is a guy, you talk about athleticism and versatility. He tied Herschel Walker's state record for touchdowns in a season at the high school level with 45. And, of course, he becomes a defensive end in the SEC, has a shows great potential, more so than the great games on a regular basis. He had 5 sacks in one game. Here you look at him against Auburn. 5 sacks, 13 tackles in this one game. Spectacular. Then you figure, okay, now he's really ready to turn it on. But then only 1 sack the rest of the year. So in one game or in other games, yeah, he was a factor. But overall, I think he was very inconsistent. He flashes big-time ability. Then he'll disappear from the action. So I think when you look at value early on, mid-first round, he would have been a major, major reach. Here, I think he's still not value, but at least you're not stretching him up, pushing him up too far, Mort, to make sense at this point.
Well, they lost Joe Johnson and Leroy Glover. They had to address their defensive line, so this one does make some sense.
Here's another team that's lost a ton of players, a la Baltimore, a la Jacksonville, maybe even more named players than most. You just mentioned them more. Mike Golick, up with Mike Tirico, our Iron Mike area. You've studied the defensive lineman. Where do you weigh in on Grant? Literally.
He's one of the bigger defensive ends anyway. He's about 280, maybe a little over that, and that's certainly not the what's going on in the NFL right now. You have 260, 270 pounders. I'm not really impressed with this guy, quite honestly. I think in the NFL now, you have to have that edge rusher a little bit. He can do it somewhat. He plays at the point of attack okay. I think he's an okay defensive end. Again, I know New Orleans needed a defensive end. At this point, you have Charles Grant, you have Kalimba Edwards, who played some outside backer and DN, who I'm so on as well. So it's a need because they lost Joe Johnson, so it's a direction they went. But I'm not real high on this guy stepping in and making an immediate impact.
And this is the second pick that they had in the first round in New Orleans. Michael's old team, the Philadelphia Eagles, are on the clock. Their selections, we get to the bottom of round 1. Continuing on the draft, 2002. Is there help for Donovan McNabb on the way? We know he doesn't get booed on draft day anymore.
Bottled water getting expensive. Try pure filtered water. Just as good as bottled at a price that's 10 times less. Doesn't that sound better? Pure water filters. Your water should be pure. Besides saving you money, the Pure Water filter is so easy to install and use, you already have all the tools you need. Pure Water filters. Your water should be pure.
Sounds like a good thing. Budget is really working hard to improve truck rental.
Yeah, rates starting in 1995. And a service where our movers help load and unload the trucks.
Can we make load and unload even better?
Roller skates to make the move even faster.
Hmm?
Check the
learning roller skates. Yeah, no, not roller skates, but load and unload.
Is that your idea? That's a terrific idea.
In a world where beauty and power reign supreme, there's only one thing you can count on. R1. Rated R for graphic-powered handling.
Running short on time? Try the Visa check card. It's faster and easier than writing a check, and the money's automatically deducted from your checking account. Plus, it's accepted everywhere Visa is. The Visa check card gets you in, out, and on with life.
Directing traffic, certainly that's our job here at the 2002 NFL Draft. We're headed toward maybe the longest first round ever, despite the extra pick. But now the Philadelphia Eagles are on the clock, and I'm just gonna take a hunch and add a little singing background here before we go to Jaws. Ready, guys?
Lido.
Oh. I don't know all the words. One more for the road. Lido left the boat with it. One more for the road. Just a guess. Lido Shuffle, Lido Shepherd, maybe. Jaws, let's go to you at the end.
That's a top 10 hit right there. Hey, we're not doing any singing up here, Boomer. The ratings will really go down. But, you know, when you look at this Eagle defense, clearly played very well last season. But they did have trouble against the run. And they were successful with that defense because they're blitzing, stunting style. As I break them down and spin this forward to the draft, what I think they need is that plugger inside to stop the run.
Here's Paul Grassmanis, and here's Corey Simon. The problem isn't their recognition and reaction. It's the fact that they are easily controlled by one man, driven out of the point of attack. Look here. What Grassmanis needs is to maintain his gap discipline at the line of scrimmage, not 2 yards downfield. That would have kept the offensive tackle on the first level to help with the guard's block, instead of immediately working up the second level to block middle linebacker Jeremiah Trotter. Grassmanis getting blown back breaks down Trotter's definition. Trotter doesn't get a clear read where Ron Dane is going. The combination of Grassmanis and Simon, handled easily by one blocker at the point of attack, creates the cutback seam for Dane, who can square his shoulders and attack downhill. A light defensive line has a negative ripple effect against the run game, especially when playing base defense.
Now, with Jeremiah Trotter now a Washington Redskin, Barry Gardner must wear the hat at middle linebacker. So clearly, they're going to need those tackles inside to allow Gardner to run back and forth. But if you spin this forward right now, Merrill, when you look at the team that the Eagles have to beat that go to the Super Bowl is going to be the St. Louis Rams. So in other words, the Eagles are going to need the help in the secondary as well.
Right, everybody looked at that secondary and said they're so good. They're also getting a little bit older, so it's always great to have some backups on the way. Let's go back to Chris.
All right, Susie, gang, thank you very much. The Eagles are ready, and I don't know, that was a big album for Boss Skaggs, wasn't it? Silk the Breeze, Lido Shuffle? That was a big album. Let's see if it's making a comeback.
With the 26th choice in the 2002 draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Lido Shepherd, cornerback from the University of Florida.
They needed to get a little younger in that secondary.
One more for the road.
A little younger.
I mean, that will raise some eyebrows because that secondary is outstanding. With Troy Vincent at one corner, of course. Dawkins, a Pro Bowl safety. Bobby Taylor at the other corner.
Vincent and Taylor are getting older.
I understand. That's why it will raise some eyebrows. There were other players. Well, let's talk about it. There were a couple other guys that Andy Reid was looking at, totally different positions. First, They were gone. Here's a good value, Mel.
I'll tell you, during the 2000 season, he was the top big play corner in the country. He had 6 interceptions. Also excelled as a punt returner, averaged 14 yards per punt return. And we talked about Philip Buchanan and his ability to return punts. Lito Shepherd has tremendous skills in that area. As a cornerback this past year, after the 6 INTs in 2000, quarterbacks kind of avoided his side of the field, only came up with 2 interceptions. But Lito Shepherd, a junior, remember, you don't have really computer numbers until the combine. People thought maybe 5'8.5", 5'9". He was 5'10", 193, and now he'll be the 4th corner, primary punt returner. And in a way, when you look at those punt return skills, Jimmy, he's a lot like Philip Buchanan.
You're looking right here in a minute, just here. Remember, they signed Blaine Bishop from Tennessee, but the other names, you know, I mean, Vincent Dawkins Taylor, that's, so he'll have someone to learn from. He may not come in right away that often.
Hell, he may come in right away, Boomer, because with Spurrier going to Washington with 5 out receivers, they better get as many corners and nickels as they can get. They need those defensive backs because all of a sudden that division, it is going to be wide open football.
Well, that's a team that was a half or 1 touchdown away from getting to the Super Bowl. I mean, so you would think they wouldn't need too much. We'll talk more Eagles. We have the 49ers coming up next. See, this is the, here come our playoff team. Eagles, Niners. We'll visit with Andrea out west. We got a lot happening as the first round winds down to New York.
The Cited SL1 is a great-looking car.
Yeah, it's only $199 due, $199 a month to lease it.
I bet the ladies are going to love me in this thing, right?
Not necessarily, okay? People overestimate how much a woman cares about a man's car. It's all about what you got going on in there. And in there.
Just thought I was coming in here to get a car, you know?
Got a little lesson in life, didn't you?
Thank you.
The Saturn Spring Sales Event ends June 30th.
Thumb within your thumb, and that'll be your club.
Yeah, that's what I was doing.
That way you won't throw the club when your head's way up because you're looking where you're not supposed to.
Am I not supposed to look?
No. Head down. Take a swing now.
Hey, Sean. Who's that dancing with your wife?
That's Cinderson.
Nice pants. Very nice pants.
Dockers dress casuals. Finally, guys have an answer to the little black dress.
MGD Blind Date. Large bands. Lost City. Pure mystery. Atlantis awaits. Enter at MGD.com or wherever pure cold filtered MGD is sold. Pure MGD.
Every road is different, but the question is the same. What's in your heart, your head, and your shoes?
Dr. Scholl's Advantage Sport insoles improve stability and recycle energy for that extra edge. Dr. Scholl's.
Look, feel, do better.
Perfect. A delicious Denny's Grand Slam breakfast for only $2.99. What could be better?
A homemade breakfast? You used to howl about my cooking.
That was a smoke detector.
The $2.99 Grand Slam deal, only at Denny's.
Tony Kornheiser.
I'm in a bad mood, boys and girls.
Michael Wilbon.
We've got issues. Shut up and let them play. I don't have to be there to know that they're getting holy.
If you're telling me I look like Wilbon, I just got a really bad opinion of myself.
Everybody's on TV now.
73 home runs. Can you imagine how many he would have had if anybody pitched to him in September?
How's that tooth working out? Working out great.
Pardon the interruption. 5:30 p.m. Eastern, weekdays on ESPN.
This ain't pretty.
PTI.
Back in New York, San Francisco on the hook. So you can have a team that needs an extra DB. Hurl.
With the 27th choice in the 2002 draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Mike Rumph, cornerback from the University of Miami.
Now, I didn't have much time to get that in, did I, boys? That was really quick. But seriously, and Rumph, first of all, this is what we thought the Jets were going to do, a 6'2 corner from Miami. This is a team, and they play the Rams twice a year. You mentioned Philadelphia and Washington. They're the Rams. And the second corner, Webster, is a short guy for San Francisco. This really fits, and you like him as a player, Jimmy, Mel?
Yeah, you look at University of Miami's defensive backfield this year, Ralph, Reed, you know, you look at Buchanan, Yeah, I mean, that's why they won the national championship. That defensive backfield was as good as you've seen in college in a long time.
And, Jimmy, in '99, you go back to that season, led the Hurricanes with 4 interceptions and had 75 tackles. I think you look at Mike Rumph and you think press coverage, you think, can he move inside the safety down the road? Because he's an outstanding tackler. Now, I think with his size, you're talking about a kid who was over at 6'2", 200-plus pounds. You know, if he struggles at corner or you feel like you need a hole filler at safety, he has that ability to move inside and probably not miss a beat. So I think Mike Rumph provides the necessary versatility for the 49ers.
You get the Tennessee defensive line, the Miami secondary, and you get yourself a pro team almost.
Oh, my God. Well, speaking of which, Miami has now had 5 guys go in the first round. We asked Coach Davis earlier, does he feel like a proud papa? So this is now the record. It ties Southern California in 1968. And those guys, I had them here a minute. Here they are. 1968, the 5 Trojans, if you're wondering. Ron Yeri, we sure remember. Mike Taylor, Tim Rosevich, one of the more interesting players. Mike Hull, and the big receiver to Detroit, Earl McCullough, the hurdler. Now there's 5 Hurricanes. There could be a 6th one. San Francisco has gone corner. They see the Rams twice a year. There's a defense that made strides like this past year, and they got a little deeper, Andrea Kramer. Good evening, or good afternoon, Andrea.
Good afternoon, Chris. How are you? Well, when New Orleans took Charles Grant with the 25th pick, I was on the phone to the 49ers war room, and needless to say, there was a sigh of relief because then they knew that they would have their choice of the 2 corners, Lito Shepherd or Mike Rumph, and they would have been happy with either. Obviously, Shepherd had the punt return ability, but Mike Rumph, they feel, is a bigger guy. When he's in press coverage, they can play zone behind him, that he's more physical than the 2 corners that they have. And Terry Donahue and Steve Mariucci have said all along, we need an extra corner to match up better with the wide-open Rams offense. They've gotten that today in Mike Rumph. And remember, as you well know, the Niners have 22 starters on their team. They know exactly who they are here in April, so they're in excellent position, especially having added Mike Rumph. Now, let's head to South Palantonio in Washington.
Andrea, the Redskins have yet to make a pick, but there's been a lot of action here. They've traded down twice, and after team owner Daniel Snyder moved down to the 37th pick, he went out and played air traffic controller and put Marvin Lewis, and he put his head coach Steve Spurrier out to FedEx Field for a draft day party out to FedEx Field where 7,000 fans are standing by listening to them for a party, and they were giving a big speech out there and having a lot of fun. But a very odd moment, to say the least, here, Boomer.
Who needs
did I see that right, Sal? I mean, Jimmy. Now look, you had your nachos and the dog, okay? But I mean, what are we doing?
Well, yeah, I don't know. I guess Steve kind of wrote down a list of guys that he might like to have in this draft and gave it to Snyder. It's interesting.
I told you Snyder said, I'll take care of the first 2 rounds, guys, and then you can have it. So that's what that is.
Hey, Steve wants to coach the offense. That's what he wants to do.
Well, apparently he's doing that. Mel, that was...
you know me. You're asking the wrong person.
I know.
Hey,
well,
this is no time for partying. That's after the draft.
Well, the chopper, the Redskins, the chopping away. Oh, my. I don't even know how to react to that. We'll be back.
Boys and girls, can anyone spell this?
This is Deuce Staley of the Philadelphia Eagles.
C-A-T.
Deuce helps the United Way build stronger communities by supporting local educational programs.
Deuce, can you spell chrysanthemum?
Chrysanthemum? She got cat.
Does someone here need a timeout?
Chrysanthemum. C-H-R-Y-S-A-N-T-H-E-M-U-M. Chrysanthemum.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Here we go again.
Check it out!
I know, Phil. Your phone bill's really low.
Every single month.
Look close.
Switch to Cox and save over 20% a month. Thousands of people have made the choice. Call 623-594-1122.
It's go time. To cheer for a team, all you need is a ticket. To cheer for a player, all you need is a jersey. Now, you can get both. Become an Arizona Cardinals season ticket holder and receive a complimentary Cardinals fan jersey. Find out all the details by calling 602-379-0102 or log on to azcardinals.com. Arizona Cardinals football. Long live Sunday.
Back here in New York, Mel, we had 3 tackles go in the first 17. Probably not any for a while, huh?
Well, I think when you look at Kendall Simmons, he's going to be a guard or a center. Mark Colombo, I think, will be the next offensive tackle off the board. Late first round, I think when you look at teams like Chicago, St. Louis, needing help at offensive tackle, that's a possibility. But Kendall Simmons is more of a guard or a center. I think you look at Terrence Metcalf, more of a guard, necessarily than a left tackle, but he can play this spot. Mike Pearson's a left tackle, also a possibility for Chicago, St. Louis as well. Both those teams needing help at the right tackle position. Pearson was a left tackle. He could move over to the right side. Colombo's played both left and right tackle at Boston College. Fred Weary should be a 2nd or 3rd round pick. And Jet Hatch out of Penn, I think, is the first Ivy League player off the board. And Chester Pitts has really moved up into the late 2nd round area.
Well, a lot of things new in Seattle. New uniforms, new helmet, new stadium, new conference. They're in the NFC this year. There's their new helmet, new quarterback, and a new pick in a minute.
We have always felt that our trucks were tougher than anybody else's trucks. I've had people say to me, I own a Ford truck, and I have 120,000 miles on it, and it's still as good as the day I bought it. They say to me, gee, I'd love to buy an old Ford truck, but I can't find one that's really in mint condition. That's a great thing. Those trucks have been used hard for a lot of years. You see so many Ford trucks on the work site because these trucks can take what you can dish out year after year, generation after generation. And that's what they're built for. Built Ford Tough isn't just a slogan, it's what we deliver. And we just have to make sure that we continue to give them those kind of trucks so that their kids will say, I'll only buy a Ford, I'll never buy anything else. I mean, I love hearing that.
Nice ride, Carrie.
Yeah, she gets me around.
How about let me take her for a spin?
That ain't gonna happen.
Give you $1.
Show me what you got.
You letting them drive this car for $1?
Man, $1 buys a lot with 10, 220.
All calls up to 20 minutes are 99 cents and 7 cents a minute after that.
Hey, man, be careful.
I'll be careful as soon as you help me put this wheel.
Dial 1010-220.
Lottie-dottie, we likes to party. We don't cause trouble. We don't bother nobody. We're
just some men that's on the mic. And when we rock up on the mic, we rock the mic right. For all of y'all, keeping y'all in health.
See you smile and enjoy yourself, cause it's cool when you cause a cozy condition that we create, cause that's our mission. So listen to what we say,
cause this type of thing happens every day.
I wear my K-Swiss. I wear my K-Swiss.
At the mall.
With my jeans. At my place with my crew.
I like them white and new.
K-Swiss.
In the city.
With my shorts.
In my ride.
I wear mine untied.
When I dress to impress.
On my chest.
When I want to look my best. Wear them with my wife.
I wear them with my blues.
I like them when they're new.
Nothing else will do. I wear my K-Swiss. I wear my K-Swiss.
Hi, I'm Jay Moore, and join me. My guest will be Pro Bowl quarterback Jeff Garcia. That's More Sports, Monday nights at 12:30 Eastern, 9:30 Pacific. Watch More Sports or the hunger strike continues. Come on, y'all.
The Seattle Seahawks around the clock. We talked about so many things new as they move into a new stadium and a new division and a new conference. New unis, road, the home and now the road. Those are the older helmets, but later they went with the helmet that you saw. Kind of a deeper metallic blue, gray. I mean, lots of things change. I mean, here's a team that's changing conferences, not divisions, conferences. And one of the teams that they'll be playing as they move to the NFC West. They now visit San Francisco every year and play the 49ers twice. We bring in the GM of the 49ers, Terry Donahue, who's been around this game in college and pro and in TV for a long, long time. And Terry, that sigh of relief. Now, I think we heard it 3,000 miles away. You just know to play the Rams, you need as many DBs as you can, right?
Well, that's exactly right, Chris. We just wanted to get as many defensive backs on the field as we can that can help cover those Ram receivers, and we think it was really important to get a player like Mike Rumpf because he was so physical. He's different than most of our corners. He's a big, long corner who can press, and our coaches know exactly how they want to use him in our defensive scheme, so we were very excited when we had an opportunity to get him.
Is this let me ask you quickly here. I mean, and we can go into this a little bit in depth a little later on. All right, everything has happened. Steve Mariucci is staying. Now, is everybody on the same page to improve what already was a marvelous season last year? Or is there some work to do in that department? Or is everybody feeling like, hey, let's go together here?
Oh, absolutely. I think we had one of the best off seasons in the National Football League. When you look at the fact that we retained 4 of our top 5 free agents, we added players like Ron Stone, Tony Parrish, Sean Moran. We've got to be excited about where we are. And really, we have 22 starters back on this football team for next year. And now we add a player like Mike Rumpf to our nickel and dime teams. And so we're sitting there saying we're going to be awfully good.
I think everybody's excited out in the Bay Area. I know that for sure. We'll visit with you a little bit later, Terry. Thank you, and take a deep breath again. Why not? It's yours.
Why not? Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, Terry. Here's the commissioner now with Seattle's pick, who probably did a little scrambling. This will be intriguing here.
With the 28th choice in this 2002 draft acquired from the Green Bay Packers, the Seattle Seahawks select Jeremy Stevens, tight end from the University of Washington.
Doesn't have to move.
Well, they went to the next tight end. They took a gamble on Graham. They went to the next tight end, and they must have felt that the drop wasn't that significant, I guess.
Well, I think when you look at Jeremy Stevens, had it not been for a broken foot sustained early in the year, you would have been looking at probably a mid-first round draft choice. The concern was that he did not perform, obviously, this year because of the injury. Came back late in the season, only caught with 10 passes, had a great year in 2000. He could go back 28 of his 43 catches, went for a first down. He averaged 14 yards per reception. I think when you look at the 21 catches the previous year, added up to a kid who came into the year with a very high grade, only a junior, and then a junior doesn't perform up to the level because of an injury, you figure, well, he'll go back for another year and solidify his position. He didn't do that, but he's 6'6½". He's 265 pounds, played quarterback at the high school level, so you got a talented kid. If he stays focused on the job at hand, he has a chance to be a heck of an all-around tight end in the NFL. But I think you look at where he would have been with another year, probably no higher. So Jeremy Stevens, I think, really rolled the dice and didn't lose much. I think this turned out to be a real good move for Jeremy Stevens, despite the fact there was an injury-plagued 2001 season.
Well, some fans and some announcers of the Holiday Bowl, which would be Michael, remember what, 9 for 109 for Stevens in the Holiday Bowl, Mike Tirico?
Against the Texas team, and we've seen today how talented that Texas team was. Going to Stevens kept Washington ahead in the third quarter. But Chris, let me read to you out of the Seattle paper today. They said if you can handle the off-field baggage and Stevens drops to the third round, it would be a steal. When they say off-field baggage, here's some of the details. In 2001, he pleaded guilty to hit-and-run property damage, 240 hours of community service, a 90-day jail term, and a fine of $1,000 were suspended. The year before that, in the summer in 2000, there was suspicion of sexual assault. There was a detailed investigation by the King County Prosecutor's Office, and no charges were brought up against Stevens. And back in '98, when he was in high school, he was involved in a prearranged fight, and while he was going through the legal proceedings for that, which eventually led to some community service, Stevens failed a drug test that was administered at that point. So there is baggage there from his past. Sitting down with the kid face-to-face the day before the Holiday Bowl out in San Diego, you saw a focused person who was certainly remorseful of what happened and feels like he has another opportunity. And Rick Neuheisel told us, his coach at Washington, that Jeremy Stevens came through all of his problems, faced a man-to-man, face-to-face, eye-to-eye with everyone involved, and the fact that he came back to complete his year with Washington was a sign that he's remorseful and is going to turn over a new leaf. So there's the story of the new Seattle Seahawk as we go back to the commissioner for pick 29 now here in round 1 with Chicago on the clock.
With the 29th choice in the 2002 draft, the Chicago Bears select Mark Colombo, tackle from Boston College.
They lost Brockemeyer.
This certainly makes sense, doesn't it?
Well, we talked about 3 minutes ago, the offensive tackle still on the board, and Mark Colombo was the highest-rated offensive tackle. Kendall Simmons certainly will be a guard in the NFL. We still have Andre Gerard from Colorado still on the board, and I'll tell you what, Mark Colombo, you talk about a battler, a scrapper, 6'7½", 313 pounds. Here you look at him here, and you talk about a guy who I think can be a left tackle or a right tackle, will fill a need area for the Bears, as Mort said. He ran a 5.19 at the Combine, did 30 reps, and there's been, I know, comparisons to Jason Fabini in terms of the fact he's an overachiever, but he is a pretty good athlete. I think when you look at the job he did going into this season, then, of course, he had the knee injury, so he wasn't able to finish strong, but his film evaluation grades were outstanding. His workouts were, I think, very underrated. His workout numbers were solid. The Fabini comparison made sense. Fabini was a 4th-round pick. Colombo's a late first, but this was the best left tackle on the board at this point for the Bears.
It's interesting because Pittsburgh and Pittsburgh and St. Louis picking next. Both teams have the attitude, we don't need anything. So I think we're looking at guys like a Ryan Denny for Pittsburgh, a Kendall Simmons, a guard. So these teams are not in dire need.
Believe it or not.
Maybe another receiver.
But Mark Colombo, I mean, look, the Bears, that was one of the really nice stories last year. So now, I don't know if this is really a raincoat. You did what? I don't have my Peter Falk imitation. You know, I wasn't prepared to do it at that point.
Well, you need the overcoat to make it right.
It's a bad look. So Mark Colombo, you know what you get from BC, although that felt like your typical BC guard, but yet the nastiness that just kind of, it's the same sort of player that comes out of BC. It's a nastiness that most teams, certainly monsters of the Midway, would certainly like. The Chicago Bears, the Pittsburgh is on the clock, and the Chicago Bears will not be playing the next 2 years at Venerable Soldier Field. They'll take that 3.5-hour trip down to Champaign-Urbana, play at the University of Illinois for 2 years, while Soldier Field gets revamped. So the Bears, who had one of the great stories last year, revamping their field, revamping their offensive line, we're back with the Pittsburgh Steelers in a moment.
Why is it that when we grow up, we forget how to stick our necks out? At AIG, we have more ways to manage risk and more financial solutions than anyone else. AIG, insurance, financial services, and the freedom to dare.
There is a place where nothing you do is ordinary. Even when all you're doing is pumping gas. When you cross into the blue, everything is different and important.
Especially you.
Gotta be me. Whether I'm right, whether I'm wrong, whether I find a place that is worse or never belong. I've got to be me. I've got to be me. What else can I be but what I am? I've got to be me.
There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard. Except that everywhere dogs are.
Introducing the Isuzu Axiom. It says sexy city styling. It has a V6 with 230 horses. Giddy up. Leather trim seats, smooth and supple. Plenty of cargo space, too. And America's longest and sexiest warranty. The Isuzu Axiom. You want one, don't you?
Now get 0% financing for up to 5 years or $2,000 cash back.
Now, Cordell Stewart has seen it all, hasn't he? He's been up, he's been down, and back up again. Another Pro Bowl season for Cordell Stewart as he led his team just one step away from the Super Bowl. The Central champs in that division. All 22 starters back. For now, it's just a matter of getting better. Mike Mularkey, in his first season as offensive coordinator, did such a great job making everyone comfortable. Now it's a matter of tweaking.
Man, look at Haji now. Look at him getting all fired up. He was so quiet. Now he's ready. We.
And we're going to get even better.
But let's look at what they did. They had the best running game in football, clearly. But they had a very balanced attack. And what they did with their running game is they parlayed it into a terrific passing game.
Here's tight end Jeremy Tooman. With 2 backs in the backfield, the Steelers' strong side running game is the best in the NFL. So you get the strong safety dropping down into the box on the tight end side as the 8th defender. That limits your coverages in the secondary. You get man-to-man or cover 3. Both have the safety in the deep middle. Now you have the matchup you want on the weak side in the passing game. Here, you have Plexico Burress. Burress will run a skinny post, a great route against a corner playing with outside leverage. Last season, the Steelers week in and week out took advantage of favorable matchups on the outside in the passing game out of base personnel. Because of their dominating running game, they became a truly balanced offense.
One of the reasons they were almost forced into becoming balanced was injuries. Mark Bruner got hurt. Jerome Bettis got hurt. They kept on doing the same things. Cordell Stewart showed that he could take the team on his shoulders, but he needs even a little bit more help from his receivers.
Well, right. You know, really, Plexico Burress stepped up because early in the season, he was not playing at the level that he did later in the year. But he's a guy that still can go to another level. Now, Stats Inc. had him dropping 15 balls. Now, I studied him throughout the year, and I counted nearly 20. Jerry Rice didn't drop 20 receptions in his entire career. So it's a lot of drops that he has got to eliminate. He can go to another level. Can Cordell Stewart win the big game? I clearly believe so. Keep in mind, Mike Mularkey was his first year as offensive coordinator. Coordinators learn about players. He got a great relationship with Cordell, and I think the AFC Championship game, actually the loss, is the motivation tool that Cordell needs to take this team to a Super Bowl.
And also the fact that there's a quarterback coach now in place in Pittsburgh, and Tom Clements. And certainly as a quarterback, you like to have that guy that you can talk to. That's the guy that's going to be your mentor. And I agree with you. I think Cordell Stewart is the player that could take the Steelers to the next level. But if you look at the Steelers roster right now, I still believe, and you mentioned wide receivers, you still got Antonio Bryan out there. I mean, who's a guy that can make catches. And also, yes, Cordell Stewart, if he gets hurt, you go to Tommy Maddox, you're in trouble. T. Martin after that.
Cordell doesn't get
hurt.
Not
that you look for a quarterback. Oh, yeah, no one gets hurt. I think you got to start looking at those areas because you said they don't need any help, but maybe they need backup help.
They need depth, and I think that depth would include the wide receiver position. Hines Ward, rock solid. Plexico Burress, going to go to another level, but still another wide receiver when you use those 3 down wide receivers, because Bobby Shaw is gone, and he was a terrific guy that people forgot about. You get that depth there. 3 wide receiver sets, the formation, especially on 3rd down, where Mike Mularkey did a terrific job of creating matchups for his wide receivers.
And this is a rare case where, for a rookie coming in, it's not going to be easy to make this team.
No.
All the starting positions are filled.
No first-rounders guaranteed.
The Steelers are on the clock. We'll hear their pick when we come back.
Most people don't realize the toll that anchoring the show takes on the human body. These guys really can't afford to miss a show, so well, you know, they're always pressuring me for a little boost. All right, do you want Fred or Barney?
I'll take both.
One thing I don't condone is the use of body-altering substances.
Quit riding me!
If a certain anchor is taking human growth hormone, I don't know anything about it.
And as we continue, we'll talk about the latest Yankees big trade, plus who in the...
Excuses. It's back. The Valley Chevrolet Giant 10 sale now through Sunday only. 0% financing or up to $3,002 cash back on select new 2002 Chevys. This weekend only, get $500 bonus cash on every new Chevy. That's up to $3,502 cash back on select new Chevys. The Valley Chevy Giant 10 sale. Peoria Sports Complex, Bell Road, and the 101 Loop. This weekend only. Now through Sunday, open nightly till 10. Check it out at valleychevy10sale.com.
Guaranteed to satisfy. That's Sunland Lincoln Mercury. Family owned for more than 30 years, Sunland leads the valley in owner loyalty. It's sign and drive time at Sunland. Drive home the Lincoln LS for $0 down and just $4.99 a month. Or how about a 4-wheel drive Navigator for $0 down and $6.49 a month? Sunland Lincoln Mercury at 47th Avenue in Glendale. Get in the fast lane.
ESPN's exclusive coverage of the NFL Draft is brought to you by AIG, Insurance, Financial Services, and the freedom to dare. And by the United States Air Force. Cross into the blue.
Our coverage here at ESPN of the Draft continues in our coverage of the Stanley Cup playoffs. And boy, what an opening few days in the Stanley Cup. The two number 8 teams have the number 1 teams on the ropes. And an overtime game in game 1 won by the Flyers over the Senators. You'll see game 2 after us right here on ESPN at 7 Eastern. Then the draft goes over to ESPN2 at that time. ESPN2, and you know what? Sometimes you look at, even fans, you can't like football too young. I mean, that's just wonderful. A young Steeler fan sitting here wondering, what am I doing with these towels being waved around by many Steeler fans who are here. We got Pittsburgh, St. Louis, and Washington to wrap up what will be, oh my God, we are here to see a record, the longest first round in the history of the draft. Pittsburgh is ready to pick. Mort, you mentioned several of the names. Here we go.
With the 30th choice in the 2002 draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Kendall Simmons, tackle from Auburn.
Yep.
It was one of the two names they talked about.
Right. And they look, as Merrill said, there's a lot of backups. I mean, they feel pretty solid at just about every position except the kicker, who they jettisoned for good reason, Chris Brown. But, you know, I mean, they had good luck with Faneca, drafting him in the first round a few years ago, and here we go again.
Well, Merrill Hodge talked about this in our meeting. The Steelers didn't feel they had a big need, Mel.
And you look at him, Mort, you saw him right there neutralize Dwight Freeney. You've seen him neutralize Julius Peppers here. I mean, he went up against some outstanding defensive ends and did a heck of a job. I mean, you talk about a knee bender who's explosive, sustains, finishes as a run blocker there against Peppers again. That was at left tackle. Now, he did play guard at Auburn. There's a chance for him to be a center. He's about 6'2½", 311 pounds, at 24 reps, which is certainly adequate. He plays a lot stronger, though, than his weight room numbers would lead you to believe. And I think when you look at tackles, I think you would look elsewhere. I think he is a guard or a center, and I think this is a guy certainly with that versatility and the fact that you knew at left tackle he could hold his own against some guys like Peppers and Freeney and company. That bodes well for Kendall Simmons as a guard or center in the NFL.
And as much as the Steelers like to run the football, this was a pick that best player available in the offensive line, you know, and they didn't have to move around, didn't have to go up, didn't have to go back, and they didn't have to go for a need player. They took the best player available for a solid football team.
Well, there have now been, 4 tackles chosen here in the first round. There were a couple very high, as we expected. Levi Jones went higher than expected, and so now, as we look at the tackles that have gone, well, now 5 now with Colombo and Simmons back-to-back. So here it is. More than we thought, really, in the first round, but it's just such an important position for football.
Well, Simmons is a guard. Even though he played left tackle, he will be a guard in the NFL, and I think maybe a center down the road. So when you look at the tackles, I think Mark Colombo at Chicago will be utilized at either left or right tackle, probably left tackle, because after Mark Colombo, you look at Terrence Metcalf, played left tackle, could be a guard. So the true left tackles were hard to find in this draft.
Right.
I think you look at that after that top group, there's
now
a
we
drop
go guards, right? Now we go guards.
I think you look at Finoti, you look at Andre Gerard from Colorado. You have some guards that are on the board right now that make a lot of sense.
The player I like is Bentley, center guard from Ohio State. But Mike Golick, you would have to go up against these guys. Good thing you're here, huh?
Let me tell you what, I love Kendall Simmons. He is a fantastic football player. And the Steelers and the way they have their running attack, they are going to love this guy. Played tackle at Auburn, got to play in space, and played against 2 of the better defensive ends that went in the first round here, both Dwight Freeney and Julius Peppers. And whenever he got his hands on those guys, he locked on them and he beat him. He is incredible when he locks on. He's a drive blocker. He drives his legs. He does a fantastic job. And this was all a tackle, again, in space. He will be a guard. I talked to him on Wednesday. He said he worked out for about 6 teams at center as well, as what Mel was talking about, a possibility there. He said he snapped the ball very well. But he goes from space at tackle into the interior guard. He is an absolute mauler. He's got a great lean coming off. He hits you with head to hands at the same time, and he wants to drive you into the first row of the stands. Love this guy, watching him. Would have loved to play against him, maybe in the prime of my career, but not at the end.
Remember we were in Syracuse together when Auburn played Syracuse going up against Dwight Freeney?
Yeah.
He promised his quarterback, Jason Campbell, as long as I keep Freeney from sacking you, I will buy you a steak dinner.
Steak dinner, absolutely.
Yeah. Hopefully that he bought the steak dinner for Jason Campbell.
Let me tell you what, you'll be eating well because he'll protect you very well and he'll move the linemen out there for the run.
He's going to Pittsburgh, team that almost made it to the Super Bowl. The St. Louis Rams did make it to the Super Bowl. The NFC champions are on the clock, and we'll see if Mike Martz and company add to the offense or continue to bolster the young defense. The first round rolls on.
In 1935, Foxwood Farms started with one horse and a truck. The horse was a thoroughbred, the truck a Chevy Suburban. Today, they have a few more horses, but there's still only one truck, Chevy Suburban. With an available 8.1-liter Vortec engine, it's capable of towing up to 6 tons, making it the best Suburban yet. Chevy Suburban, like a rock.
Your lawn is being taken over by 2 kinds of weeds. With Weed Be Gone, one product gets rid of the lawn weeds. But not the crabgrass. The other one kills the crabgrass. But not the lawn weeds. There's got to be a better way. Bayer Advanced all-in-one weed killer for lawns. It kills lawn weeds plus crabgrass in just one easy step. And it won't harm your lawn.
2 kinds of weeds, one simple solution.
From Bayer Advanced, where better thinking always gives you better results.
I made my decision.
Oh, he's so busted.
Not okay. One of my steak medium well.
He's got your shoes.
Let me check. All right. 2:30, perfect.
Nice pants. These things are amazing.
Introducing Dockers Mobile Pad.
What can you say about not having the right protection? Well, mister, you can say ouch and, oh, that hurts. And, golly jeepers, quit that. Better to get Edge Pro Gel Protection. Edge gives you a close, comfortable shave, so you can trade in that old scraped-up feeling for a new feeling of, yeah, baby. Look great, feel great. Edge Pro Gel. Save your skin.
You know, people are always asking me, how do you find our brewery out here? Well, if you're driving from the west and run into all this, you're almost there. Now, if you're driving from the east and you run into all this, well, you just passed it. But hey, if you're not driving at all, well, just open one of our bottles.
Tonight, quarterfinal action of the Stanley Cup playoffs continues. Daniel Alfredson and the Senators look to even the series against Jeremy Roenick and the Flyers in Game 2. 7 p.m. tonight on ESPN.
Before the 1999 draft, Bill Polian shocked Colts fans by trading Marshall Faulk, the 3-time Pro Bowl running back, to St. Louis for the bargain price of 2 draft picks. Faulk's replacement was to be the team's top pick.
The Indianapolis Colts select Edgerrin James, running back, University of Miami.
To the surprise of many, Edgerrin James was chosen before Heisman Trophy winner Ricky Williams. James has already won a pair of NFL rushing crowns. Meantime, Faulk has earned consecutive MVP awards and a Super Bowl ring. Bill Polian, ESPN Classics AIG risk taker.
Some dazzle, some shimmer, some smolder, some simply shine. But the lights on Broadway have never burned brighter. And if you want to celebrate the year's most brilliant display, bring your Visa card. The only card accepted at the 2002 Tony Awards. Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
Armor All protectant wipes. Armor All shine and protection in a wipe.
The next time you take time out to be with the most important people in your life, we'd like to be there. Because what 100 years of tradition has taught us is the importance of taking time. Redwood Creek, a Chardonnay, unhurried and slow pressed for a full, long, lingering taste. Redwood Creek. Good things take time.
Excuse me, madame. I recently procured this stunning collection of nachos and just wanted to verify their worth.
Nachos?
Well, technically it's 7-layer nachos from Taco Bell, 7 flawless flavors. I paid $99. What do you think?
Dollars?
Cents.
Sounds like a deal to me.
Just a deal or a tasty deal?
They look tasty. You could say tasty.
I think you just did. Bye-bye.
Our new 7-layer nachos are piled high and packed with flavor. Now just 99 cents. For a tasty deal, think outside the bun.
Why do I rent from Enterprise? For more cargo room. More people room. Or more headroom. Enterprise. So easy, it's like having a second car. Or third.
Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
You know the guy's names? I'm telling you the names. Who's on first? Yeah, go ahead and tell me. Who? The guy on first. Who? The guy playing first base. Who? The guy on first. Who is on first? What are you asking me for? I'm asking you. I'm telling you. You ain't telling me nothing. I'm asking you who's on first. That's it. Well, go ahead and tell me. Who? The guy on first base. That's his name. Whose name? Yeah. Well, go ahead and tell me. That's the man's name. Whose name? Yeah. Well, go ahead and tell me. Who is on first? What are you asking me for?
Baseball Tonight, every night at 10 and midnight on ESPN.
The Steelers head coach Bill Cowher entering his 11th season with the team, and that is the longest tenure in the NFL. So you know he must be doing something right. With the 30th pick, the Steelers took Auburn tackle Kendall Simmons. So, Coach, we know this was clearly a case of best available. Why Kendall Simmons?
Well, Susie, we looked at what was on the board, and really there were some areas that we wanted to address. We really don't feel like our football team has any needs. But we wanted to get some depth on the offensive line, and Kendall Simmons is really a player that we're going to look at as a guard. He has the flexibility to play tackle. Some even say he could play center. So we felt his demeanor and his flexibility made him a good fit for our football team.
Hey, Coach, I think we did a great job with the pick. I want to tell you that first.
A lot of work, right, Merle?
Hey, when you're drafting in this position where you're looking for depth so you could go anywhere, does it make it a more difficult draft?
Well, I think it's difficult to project. I mean, you're not sure who's going to be there. So as we